Dosa. I am the founder for Transformance, and on behalf of our presenting partner, PSIPL ESG Solution, which is a division of PSIPL, presenting partner for the Sustainability Conclave, Yantra Harvest, associate partner, our media partners, Silicon India, Eco Deals, and ESG News. Warm welcome. We have a fantastic day planned for you. We have got presentations, we have got panel sessions, good food. We are going to recognize emerging sustainability leaders and great Indian sustainability leaders, followed by awards in the evening. Let's start the day with you. Why have all of you come here so early today? What is it that you're looking at taking back from the conference? What is it that you aim to achieve from today's meet? How are you going to plan the day today? For that, I invite some of you across to the stage area. Say a quick hi to all the participants. And share with all of us, what is it that you're looking from gaining from the day? Is it learning? Is it networking? Learning? What sort of learning? What is the topics that you like to discuss? And maybe just say a quick hi so, individuals can come across to you and network with you. So for the brave soul who takes the first part, please come across to the stage area, say a quick hi, and share your insights, what you want to gain from today.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. I'm Mansukh. I'm from Haikal Limited. I'm there heading the sustainability and EHS function. So it's my pleasure to be here in this August gathering today. So of course, these all opportunities are the good opportunity for the learning, and networking is the main motive to come over here. So I look forward to have a thoughts on sustainability in ESG and latest trend and the practices across the industries, which could be horizontally deployed, because ESG today is a major challenge in doing the business. So I look forward to learn from all of you and sharing my thoughts and my best practices of the company with you people. Thank you.
Hi, good morning, everybody. I'm from Hyderabad. My name is Abhishek Agarwal, and we are a startup company in Hyderabad. Just came here to know and learn what is going on, and we'll see connecting somewhere. Thank you.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm Vishal Panindre. I head sustainability at Aarti Industries Limited. My main agenda for here is to obviously to learn something from you and share the insights, but most of the thing is to create friends over here. Thank you.
Hello, good morning. I'm Manish Ukwasa. I'm from Germany. So I'm from GAM Software GmbH. Main reason to be here today, number one, network. And number two, I know that India is the next big thing in the world. So why not be here and then learn what India is going to be and then what India stands for. So that's my main purpose, to share the insights like you said.
Hi, I'm Pratik, co-founder and CEO at Insys, innovating to net zero in sustainability. We are providing solutions for businesses to manage their carbon footprint, sustainability, and ESG goals. I'm here for networking and joining the leaders who are providing beautiful solutions in sustainability. Thank you.
Good morning to all. I'm Rajendra Patil. I come all the way from Bangalore. I am heading Health, Environment, Safety, Sustainability for Syngene International, which we are in the field of CRO and CDMO, pharmaceuticals. It is a flagship company under Biocon. My agenda, the intent to come here is connection, networking, because ESG or sustainability, the new, it is growing exponentially. At least the world is growing sustainability. So I want to know the networking. Thank you.
Glad to be and happy to be here. Myself Ashok Srivastava from Reliance Jio Infocom Limited, heading QMS and sustainability. We all are here as to see so many colleagues I have seen, which we have already met earlier. And we had a long discussion during the times and today also. And before that, Earthworm Awards and so many places. Here we all are here to see, to meet, to understand how the sustainability has been make up in the company. And as we are from telecom, we are maintaining the things in the very seasons and perfect way. And I think we all are here to make one motto as our PM has given: one earth, one family, one future. So I think we all are in the same align with that, and we are moving ahead towards that goal, which our MDA Sri Mukesh Bhai Ambani has given the in the target, which is the SBTI target. So happy to know. Thank you.
Good morning, all. This topic is very close to my heart. My name is Sanjay Khare. I come from Pune today. I work for Skoda Volkswagen. Uh, I'll just set a small context of 1980s, the time when I started my career. That time HR was something known as a personal and recruitment department or personal and training, very small, steady department in the corner. And today's date, I think since year 2000s or so, it's a boardroom position, constant and evolving, and it's a powerful position who's driving the organizations. And that is what I see a future in the field of ESG and sustainability. What is called EHS today, or a small sustainability function, has to be a boardroom function. And I want to strengthen this function. And for that, we need a lot of knowledge, we need a lot of connects, and we need a lot of bonding amongst ourselves, share our best practices. And most of all, we learn now the purpose. What is it that we are here for? To combat the climate change, or combat the inequalities, or combat the biodiversity loss together. And if we can install that motto in ourselves, I think we can really mobilize a wonderful network, much more powerful than that what HR network that I've seen, because this is the need of today. This transformation is need of today. This decade is going to be a decade of transformation. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. Myself Praveen Jain, heading HACF and Process Safety Management in Gujarat Fluorochemicals Limited, Inox Group. And I am just new for sustainability as like my company, and we are very nascent and learning from different presentation, different seminars, as well as different knowledge sharing. So thank you for inviting me.
Hello, everyone. Guten Tag to the lady from Germany. Namaste to everyone. I am Arun from Elementra Enterprises. The way we coined the name Elementra is a mantra as a solution for the classic elements of the universe. That's how we coined the name Elementra. We currently working in the field of waste management, and we are focused more on menstrual waste and domestic hazardous waste like diapers and those kind of things. And we are focused more on the semi-urban and rural areas. We are here to network with people, see what others are doing, and collaborate wherever possible. We are open for collaborations. We are innovators. While we are innovators, we do not believe in reinventing the wheel. If there are certain components and which are used for certain things, we can probably use it for a different application and make vast difference in the performance of the machine and give greater efficient machines. That is what we are working on. And of course, networking is one major objective of what we are here for. Thank you very much. Hope to.
Hi, everybody. This is Jay Saluja here. I'm from Ahmedabad. I come from Ratnamani Metals and Tubes, Ahmedabad. And I'm with my colleague here. One of the objectives of being here is to really share the journey that we all have on sustainability. So learn more and how do we really, go to the next level of achievement in this area. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Sushma Baswaraj. I lead the sustainability efforts at Salesforce. I think we all have a big charter. We have a space where there's no boundaries. And all of us are here to paint them blue and green with all of our efforts. So I'm here as well for networking, learning, and sharing all the good work that we're all doing in this field. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing. Thank you everybody for sharing this. And this is truly a national conference here from Bangalore, Pune, Ahmedabad. Thank you so much for being here. So with that, we'll start the day's proceeding. Can I have the conference brochure, please? Thank you. All right. The presenting partner of the summit is PSI PL ESG Solutions. The next presentation that we have, this is the chairperson's opening remarks, is from Vishal Sharma. He heads VP Client Solutions, Sales and Marketing for PSI PL ESG Solutions, part of the PSI PL group. He's going to talk about the future of sustainability leadership in India. Thank you so much, Vishal, for being partners for the meet. Vishal came to know about this event. They are very, very passionate about sustainability, ESG, and they came out wholeheartedly saying that we have to be part of this event. And as some of you have said, towards the larger goals of India's sustainability, world sustainability. Please welcome Vishal as the conference chair. Welcome, Vishal.
So I'm a little scared. Is anybody else scared in the room right now? Okay. Everyone is scared. Okay. So it took more than a decade for the dust to settle down after the asteroid hit the Earth 1 billion years ago, and the blip happened, and we all know that the dinosaurs and the all the species living during that time on Earth got wiped off. And guess what? We don't need the asteroid. Yes. Because we are staring at 1.5 degrees, breaching that climate catastrophe in waiting, which is going to happen if we don't act now. So that is why I repeat my question: is anybody scared in this room? Yes, we all are, right? While we have those smiles on our faces, but it's not a great thing to live in something where where we have to unlearn, learn, and now learn again to live again. So that is why I'm scared. But more than being scared, I think we care. All of us sitting here, we do care for the Mother Earth, and we do care for the generations to come, because it's our responsibility to make sure that we possibly try and leave a better future, a better Earth. So that is why I think let us congratulate ourselves. While we are scared, we do care. We do care. So from caring, I think that is the reason we all have here on a Thursday morning, wherein we are looking at ideation. Because today, if you look at ESG, it's a great strategic word. We have too much of content around, but there is what we have to actually work together towards is ideating the solutions which can be replicated on ground. And that is where I'm representing PSIPL. My team is there, Sughosh, Prashant, everybody. That is where we are trying to make a little contribution, wherein we can work towards this cause, and we are looking to ideate with each one of you, create solutions, and eventually lead to collaboration. It's a very small way, but I think each one of us will have to contribute in that manner in order to get to the goal of not breaching the 1.5 degree mark of Earth getting heated up. While all of us are here in our professional capacity as ESG leaders, but I think somewhere in our hearts that responsibility of ESG extend beyond our professional capacity. It's something we believe in. At least I can be very sure of most of the people here that this is something which we really feel that it's beyond. It's something we have to live by. So that is why there is one quote which is always we have that in our office as well, which says, changing me is the best and the only way to change the earth. And I think that is one thought which I would like to leave all of you today here with. And I also congratulate all the sustainability leaders over here who will be sharing their ideas, who will also get felicitated, thanks to Abid and everybody else. And we thank you again for being part of this. We are actually very excited to be part of this conference. While I said that we have few solutions to share with you, but the idea here is to learn, because there are so many avenues of impact which currently we are just talking about. They're just on the PPT slides, but there's nothing actually happening on ground. And we are constantly looking at those avenues to, create that impact. And and the task what we are looking at, while from an organizational standpoint, ESG compliance is a task, is a challenge, but at a global level, at a humanity level, it's a difficult task. And that is what reminds me what a famous writer John Maxwell said, that everything in life which is worthwhile is uphill, and this is a real uphill task what we have at hand. And I wish I'm looking forward for a very exciting day ahead, wherein there are going to be a lot of ideas exchanged between all of us. There's going to be a lot of co-curation of solutions. We will also look at strategies. We will also look at actionables, what can be taken in the near term, short term, and then the long term. And we are looking for a great day of learning with all of you, and share what we have made small contributions across our few clients within India. And we are looking forward for a great session with all of you. I thank all of you to be here, for being here today morning, and making this a day of great ideation, solutioning, and collaboration. Thank you very much for your time, and I look forward to meeting with each one of you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vishal. Great opening for the day. So with this, I will hand it over to my team. Kanishka is the conference producer. She has been working on this for the last 4 months. She has done 3 ESG conferences. She has been interacting with ESG sustainability leaders across India and working with them on the content of the discussion over the last 4 months. So with that, I will hand it over to Kanishka. I'll also like to introduce to you my colleague, Nisha Waghela. She heads, Nisha, say a quick hi. Nisha heads my social media platform. So she will come across to you, ask you for your thoughts, what is the impact, or anything that you would like to talk about sustainability. She'll capture these thoughts with you, and then she'll post it on LinkedIn. So with that, I'll hand it over to Kanishka. Over to you, Kanishka.
Very good morning to all of you. With this note, I would like to start my first keynote panel discussion that talks about transforming sustainability, Chief Sustainability Officer's journey from sustainability planning to sustainable impact. I would like to call upon stage Mr. Soumitra Purkhayasta, Head of Sustainability, Asia Pacific Region, FMC Corporation. Joining him on the panel we have Mr. Rajesh Vasudevan, VP EHS and ESG CIPLA, Mr. Orko Ghosh, Head EHS and F, ONGC Tripura Power Company Limited, Mr. Mansukh Patel, Vice President Sustainability and EHS Corporate, Heikel Limited, Vishal Panindre, Head Sustainability at Aarti Industries Limited, and Mr. Sanjay Khare, Vice President Safety and Sustainability Strategy at Skoda Auto Volkswagen India Private Limited. Can we have a round of applause, please?
Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody here who's come, including myself. Like we all said, this is a place where we learn from each other and we also network. I think those are the 2 major objectives that I think all of us have. So coming to this particular panel discussion, we have a very, very experienced team here. Mr. Rajesh Vasudevan, VP of EHS and ESG at CIPLA. Mr. Orko Ghosh, who is the Head of EHS and Sustainability at ONGC Tripura Power Company. Mr. Mansukh Patel, who is the Vice President of Sustainability and EHS at Heikel. And Mr. Vishal Panindre, Head of Sustainability at Aarti Industries. And Mr. Sanjay Khare, who's also the Vice President of Safety and Sustainability at Skoda Auto. So we got a very diverse panel coming from very different industries. So that's great to have, because we'll get different perspectives. So our topic is, Chief Sustainability Officers, and most of them, you can see them here. How can they move from not just planning sustainability, but actually starting to create an impact? I think that's a transition that everybody has to make. So for sustainability to move from being just a side stream thing, it's got to be done because there's some compliance requirement. Some chief executives just say, it's a regulatory thing, just fill up some, BRSR, all of us are familiar with, 146 questions. Hey, you go and answer those 146 questions. Then, you're making it part of side stream. You're not making it part of your main business. And I think there are companies which have actually embarked on this journey even before sustainability came in. Companies like Unilever, for example, I can quote them because it's in the public domain. They said we are a purpose-driven business. And what they did is, for every brand that they sell, they actually put a purpose. Purpose beyond just the product and its attributes. So they went onto this journey long ago, well before many of us did. So you can see and look at the Unilever performance. You see how they've grown. So they embedded sustainability and they grew the business. So I think there is a need for us sustainability officers to convince, I think, sometimes people who are not very convinced, our own CEOs, our own boards, that this is probably another cost. We got to do it only because there is a compliance requirement. We need to move beyond this and truly embed sustainability into the business. And you can't do sustainability unless you have top management committing to it. Us sustainability officers on our own cannot only do sustainability. You need the topmost man or the gentleman or the lady who runs the organization to say that she or he is truly committed and therefore is willing to also invest in sustainability. And the thing is that a lot of this investment is viewed as cost, but I think it can be demonstrated, and people here on this panel can demonstrate that not all of it is cost. There is a ROI. There is actually an investment, a return on that investment. Now, do we know how to calculate that return? Can we demonstrate that return? I think we need to improve our skills as sustainability officers to demonstrate there is return. So, and also finally, I'd just make one comment before I hand over to the panel, is people must understand, this concept which many of you will be familiar of double materiality. What's the impact of the business that you are doing on the environment, on social matters? That's the impact of the business on this, and that we are supposed to control, like the speaker from right at the beginning explained to us that we have a duty to improve our footprint, our carbon footprint, while we produce. Yes, that's the impact we have on the business. What many people are not recognizing is what is the risk to the business because people are not doing things. For example, has anybody in this place actually done a real assessment of what will happen if there is climate change impact on your business? Do you even know it? Suppose the temperatures, like right now El Nino is going on, right? El Nino is going on as a weather phenomenon. It's going to impact businesses. It's creating drought in the country. Doesn't that have an impact on your business wherever you are? If incomes go down in some places, you can't sell cars. So if you don't see that value or that impact, then we are behaving like ostriches who are putting their heads in the sand. So I think that understanding, building that understanding is what's important. So with those remarks, I think I'll get on to the panel. The first question, which I will ask Mr. Mansukh, if you could please. How is the role of CSOs evolving across sectors to guide companies to a sustainable future? If you could kindly address that.
So thank you very much, Sumitra, for setting a context. In fact, in the start of this conclave, we talked about that how sustainability is important and really creating a space into the Indian industry. So all of knows that this in Indian industries, EHS is the functions. Earlier days, that was also someone was telling that it was kind of a regulatory requirement. And let us later stage it has been evolved in fully functional, and later stage it's earlier used to be a one safety manager in the plant, then at the corporate level people are getting recruited, and EHS function now evolved in the ESG. It's called sustainability. Basically it was started with the sustainability, nowadays it is being called as the ESG. So it's a pressing need for the Indian industries to show the impact. So that is where actually today's the challenge lies in, because if you see the COP26 in which the countries around the world made a commitment, and being a very fastest growing economy, India is having a business with so many countries, mostly with the developed countries. So those countries have taken up targets which is pressing needs of their industries, and we are also supplying to them, and they are customer to us, and that requirement getting imposed to us also. Like it's very smart way our Prime Minister also did not took that very aggressive targets for the net zero, but Western countries has a net zero target of 2050. We have a 2070. But that impact has already been on to Indian industry, and major requirement today, if you see in the sustainability space, is that the decarbonization journey. That is the major and the companies are talking about, even in such kind of forum always people talk about the things. In the industries, first of all, we need to create awareness in the people, because people aware, then only people would able to contribute. Draw up the corporate level strategy that how we can really contribute towards the decarbonization journey. So that are the first thing which we need to do. So maybe first step towards this, we need to do the carbon footprinting for the organizations, and this exercise, I think most of the companies sitting here must have done that exercise. So where we stand today, and where we wanted to drive it. So of course it's a very challenging till the time we don't have an alternative for the fossil fuels. So major challenge today we face is like a scope 1 emission. So what we best can do in the scope 1 emission, we have a few options available, like alternative fuels which we can go for the briquettes. So that is one of the options which we as a company implemented, I think in last couple of years, and we could reduce the carbon footprint by 50% of the scope 1 emissions. We replaced our fossil fuels with the briquettes. So major steam generation is happening through the briquettes. Second major challenge is the scope 2, which is indirect emissions from the use of the electricity. So it is good today in the government of India also having a lot of ambitious plan, like by 2030 there is a plan for setting up 500 gigawatt of the alternative source of energy. So that industry has to be pry on, and they should capture this opportunity, and we also adopted this in last couple of years. One of our unit, I'm proud to say that we achieved around 80% plus alternative source of energy. So that is the one other area where we can contribute towards the decarbonization journey. So this is the major pressing needs of the industry today. Second, there are many other, it's not only, sustainability is not only about the carbon decarbonization journey, but related to water conservations, water recycle projects. Sometimes we need to even take a call between these two, what could be a more viable for the overall climate change. One of the case study I wanted to just share with you people is like we had one environment clearance in which we had 1,000 meter cube of water recycle, wherein we need to put up a ME and then RO and all those things. So you know that what kind of energy intensive operation those are. So when we calculated the carbon emission which is going to happen, so that would be among us like it's around 30,000 metric ton per annum. Our overall carbon footprint is around 90,000 metric tons. So that's straight away contributing 25%. Now we need to take a conscious call that which would be the better options. And with the very detailed case studies, we presented a case to MOEF and we actually convinced them to have a partial, which is not, we are able to treat them, that's okay, that much we can do for the ZLD. But the other effluent which can be easily treatable and which can be let out into the natural stream of the water, where easily goes into the climates and atmosphere without any major impact in the atmosphere. So that we could convince them, and we got around 500 KL of water recycle and 500 KL which is zero. So this is where we need to show the impact and overall how it could be affecting companies' efforts and the environment impact that we need to see, I think. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mansukh. I think there are a lot of practical examples which Mr. Mansukh talked about in a manufacturing setup, what one can actually do. So let me just go to the next question. This is for Mr. Vishal. How can sustainability leaders extend their impact? Now, Mr. Mansukh talked about within the corporation, but also outside the corporation. How can you sort of
say here a sustainability leader has a very crucial role to play. Okay, so when we speak about say creating positive impact, so it's a journey, and it's a shared journey of everyone within the organization as well as our business partners. Okay, so here onboarding all those stakeholders is very much crucial for the success of any initiatives. So when we talk about say onboarding our internal stakeholders and proposing certain change in the practices or the systems, so this will be always been observed as say change management for them. And change management has itself its own challenges. So sustainability leader has to effectively communicate to the internal stakeholders so what's in there for them. Okay, I convince them and align them through multiple trainings, awareness sessions. Okay, and once it has been aligned, so it has to be a part of their business strategy. So what do I mean by business strategy is that, okay, integrating it with the overall organization goals, make it a part of governance system. This is how they can normalize it. Okay, similarly when it has to be taken up to the external stakeholders. Okay, like say the external stakeholders are like say customers or suppliers. The sustainability leader has to play a crucial role in communicating the organization's sustainability aspirations to them and what is their role into it. It has to be properly communicated. Okay, it's a shared journey and we have to travel it together, and we need to properly align them with an organizational agenda. And one, it has been done, so it could be a part of the business contracts. So this is how a sustainability impact can be carried to the external environment, other business partners. So any sustainability leader, if he has to create an impact, he has to conceptualize some initiatives, create a strategy for implementation, and then normalize it. This is how the impacts can be carried forward.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yes, indeed. One thing that binds our people outside the company and us is probably scope 3. Scope 3, I think, connects us in a way where, it's almost you're joined at the hip. That's the feeling I have. And that really, we are already in FMC Corporation facing that pressure. We have a company that is asking us, all the products that you're selling to us, I now need the carbon footprint of all of those. Because unless you give it to us, we can't move ahead. So people are asking. This is going to happen more and more. Anyway, I'll now come to the next question, and this is to Mr. Rajesh. What are the insights and takeaways and the dialogues, and Mr. Rajesh has personal experience of this, between sustainability leaders like him and top executives and the CEOs and the boards? What's the dialogue like? Could you throw some light on that?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So the change what I have seen in the boardroom discussions are, there is a shift from a discussion on profit and performance to planet. So there's a whole session on discussion on planet. There's a paradigm shift, because normally in the boardrooms the discussions are confined to profit and performance. now there is a huge discussion on planet which is happening. And there is nothing called sustainability now. It's again shifted to ESG. So one of the things which boardrooms, an interesting discussion which I had after the DGSI ratings is that what's your action plan to bring the social improvement part of it? We know that we are doing huge impact on environment. We all know about it. But please give an action plan on the S and G part of it, which was never there at one point of time. I'll share you 3 anecdotes which happened in the boardroom. When we mapped our carbon offsets, how much we need to offset by 2025, because we had a carbon neutral by 2025 for the whole organization. We said that we will not be able to do in-house projects. But then we explored outside, we found out that there's something called cook stove, which every industry is doing. And we said that this is a good project that we should do. And one of the board members, an interesting thing that, Rajesh, still you're burning wood, right? So is government still approving cook stoves? Because we're still burning food. And how can you guarantee that people are not cutting trees for firewood, right? So this board member went back to the government, asked that is cook stove still being encouraged? And the answer was no. So the complete project was stalled, saying that no, you can't go ahead with cook stove, even though it's going to give a carbon benefit. Right? So that's the level of discussion happening. The second anecdote, we said that we also wanted to have a water neutrality project. And we said that we will go and do externally to the communities through our CSR. So they said that, okay, where are you going to do? I said that we're going to Rajasthan, because it's a water deprived area. She said, do you have operations in Rajasthan? That's the first question. He said, no. Then why are we doing in Rajasthan? Right? We are operating in a state where, taking all the resources and then giving the benefit to some other state. We should not do that. Because eventually there is going to be a regulation which is going to come in, because these are the insights from the boardroom, saying that wherever you go to operate in that state, you need to be water neutral. So why can't you be prepared for that in the future? Right? So we were forced to change that decision. Right? The last thing is that we wanted to again do a carbon offset through, I don't know how many of you know this company called VPPA, which is called a Virtual Power Purchase Agreement. And board forced us to look into whether it's greenwashing or not. They said, we don't want greenwashing. Sorry. If you don't get into carbon neutral, we are okay with it. But we don't want to invest in something which is called as greenwashing. Right? So we had to do a lot of research to go behind and see whether VPPA is a greenwashing or not. Right? So I always felt that if you have the right kind of people who know about sustainability, who knows about what are the things which is going to come in the future in sustainability, those guys are the real lighthouses for us. They are the guiding partners. So we need to have a good blend of profit, performance, and planet. And there should be somebody in the boardroom who knows about planet well.
Thank you. I think those are really revealing comments. Obviously the board that Mr. Rajesh is from is a very enlightened board. Not all boards may be as enlightened, and that's something in some places people may face a challenge. And that's what brings us to the next question. If you don't have a board which is still completely convinced about this and still views it as a cost, why should we do it? Why not wait? Things like that. So, how do you build a genuine sustainability narrative that reflects the company's values? So sometimes you'll have to even discuss about what are the values of the company. I recall that many years ago when I started my own career, I asked this question to my manager. I was just out of college. I said, what's the purpose of this company? He said, to make a profit. I said, are you aware of any company that doesn't want to make a profit? At least I don't know. So what's so unique about us making a profit? A person who's a rediwala on the outside on the road also wants to make a profit. So will we start doing that to make a profit? Because that might be even more profitable than what we're doing today. So if profit were the only motive that drove us, then surely there would be an issue. It needs to go well beyond profit. Yes, profit is essential to survive, but that can't be the only reason why you're in business. So I think that's where this question comes of how do you build a genuine sustainability narrative that reflects the company's values and help builds connections with stakeholders. And we mean all stakeholders, including your employees. and the broader community. So Mr. Arka, if you could.
Good morning, everyone. So I am Orko from ONGC Tripura. So what we understand that sustainability is not only environment friendly things. So sustainability is the broader sense. So we have to combine it with our business. So when in the boardroom, our MD with the CFOs, they understand the cost and why the cost is associated with why we'll spend the cost. So we have to integrate sustainability with our business. It's not planting 10,000 trees. It's planting 1 million trees with the profit margins. So sustainability is on that front. So we have problems. We have to minimize the auxiliary power. So it will help in our sustainability journey. Also, it will help to reduce the cost also. So we have the social part. We have to develop the local suppliers for our product. It will obviously minimize the scope 3 emissions. Also, the vocal for local, we also minimize the cost of our suppliers. So in the governance part, we have to be very transparent. So it is not the need of the hour, it is the need for SEBI, everyone. So we have to integrate sustainability to our business to understand that our stakeholders are also happy with us. We want to be transparent. We want in the society, we want to have a good brand name for our company. And also in the environment front, we want to be environment friendly, also reducing the cost like water footprint. Reducing the water footprint will obviously cut down our water cost. Reducing the auxiliary powers for our operation will also reduce costs and also help the environment. So sustainability go hands on hands with the business. So it not only create the values for the company, it also reduce the cost. And where sustainability stand today, that it all not only helps you for the SEBI guideline or something like that, it also help you to grow the business. Companies are investing in renewable energy, not only for the reducing the carbon footprint. Renewable energy is cheaper than the coal-based or gas-based energy. So sustainability goes hand on hand in business, and it also increase the profitability and reduce cost. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Orko. Now, this is a question to Mr. Sanjay. How do you effectively communicate best practices with key stakeholders to create positive partnerships? Because a lot of the stuff that we are trying to do, you can't do without on your own. You need partnerships. So how do you build those partnerships with civil society groups, which could be NGOs, state and central governments, investors, employees and volunteers? So,
yeah, thank you, sir.
Your thoughts, please.
Yeah, so I'll talk of few I's. Number one is that we have to know our identity. If we know our identity, who we are all chiefs of climate change. We are driving climate change around in the world. We are solving a big problem of the world. And that's why we have to reinvent ourselves every day. We have to integrate everything into our organizations, into different part of the our working, planning, innovations. And that's how we'll create impactful work. And once we have created impactful work, then only we can go forward to creating visibility with the stakeholders around us. We have to lead by examples. For example, I'll give you certain examples. We did a very thorough analysis. I mean, I was privileged to be on my company's board for 6.5 years. And that's how I was able to integrate it with all my board members. It's there in their heart. Everyone has placed on these topics. And not just placed on these topics, it's been part of our Go to Zero program, which we are running. So we measure each and every impact. For example, what is our specific CO2 output per vehicle? What is our energy consumption per vehicle? What is our water per vehicle, waste per vehicle, and VOC per vehicle? We are a zero impact factory in the terms that we give zero amount of water which is going to discharge outside. Zero liquid discharge company. We are a water positive company. We are 100% zero waste organization. 100% of waste is getting recycled, reused, repurposed. So around these things, a lot of visibility gets created. Then we talked about our products. Before products, we are thinking about putting renewable energy on my rooftop. There is a place worth around 35 football fields. I said, why don't we put some solar plant over here? So where does the money come from? integrated solution possibilities were there, and we could find out somebody to invest money in OPEX model on our rooftop, and we are getting energy from day one. Instead of for 8 rupees, we are getting for 3 rupees 60 paisa. So almost 30% of our energy is already carbon neutral energy, and that to 60% cheaper. I save more than 20 crore rupees on this. So what I say is that environment and economics are two sides of the same coin. If you work on this, you get another one automatically. And that's what we communicate with our stakeholders. Once we have done it in-house, everything, we went to our suppliers and dealers. So today's date, along with CII, I have qualified to become the first sustainable value chain in the country. Along with 18 of my suppliers and dealers together, we're working on 4 topics: decarbonization, circular economy, health, safety, and human rights. And this year, I've got a mandate now along with my board to work with 50. And so next year, I think we'll go for some 500 numbers. And that's the way we have to scale up things, we have to manage the complexities, and we have to work hand in hand along with the government schemes. So time we go to the government, we talk to them. For example, I'm right now talking to Maharashtra government because I cannot go beyond 30% in my carbon neutrality because of their metering systems. But once I show them the credible work, a support is going to come from them. Same thing if I'm working with CII, I'm there on the various national bodies, say National Committee on Climate Change, National Committee on Circular Economy, in their various thought exchange practices I work. Then maybe I'm working with certain innovation organizations like IITs and all, like I'm working with the Gravity Energy Storage Company through my CSR fundings to make sure that their sand-based energy storage can be made available at 3 rupees a unit. So these are some of the methodologies which I'm using right now, how to make my impact and how to make my connect with the various policy bodies.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I think you've heard all the panelists here, we've got time to listen to questions, and we'll be very happy. We'll try to address the questions that you may have. So the floor is open for questions, please.
Yeah. Hi, good morning to all. And people sitting over here are already making laws and in sustainabilities and everything. But I just want to understand one thing, that it's only the awareness need to be given to persons who are already into the market, the consumers who are using the plastic and everything. It's only the awareness we need to give, or it's only a solution? What is the solution behind that? Because end users, the manufacturers, the factories who are making every product, they are making their lines, their laws, as government is saying them, you to make that go zero sustainability by 25-30. But it's only the manufacturers need to be done that, or it's the consumers who are the end users when you talk about landfills and everything. So when you see a family of 5 people staying in a house who generates on an average of 15 kgs of a dry waste in their house, what is the solution the government is giving, or the solutions what we need to give them? So I just want to know that if you can just give some thoughts on that lines.
Would you like to?
Okay. So it's more of a thought about, you're talking about consumers, at the end of consumers. So number one, let's be very ready with the Gen Z. Many of them are here already. They are very, very aware about this topic. Right from their schools, they've been talked about environment and sustainability topics, and they're very much aware on these topics, and they demand today. I see many of these youngsters say, no, I don't want to buy a car. I'll keep on using Ola, Uber, or maybe a small electric two-wheel. So they are very, very aware. You talked about the topic of waste management. It's an important topic, particularly with all these home deliveries, Amazon and Zomato's coming. We are getting a lot of wastes coming to our homes, and disposal is a challenge. But the good part is that now they've all shifted to something which is recyclable waste, or say a cardboard-based waste. Something I don't find many wastes which are plastics or metal-based waste which are coming. They're all recyclable things, and they're going back to the recyclable industries. As far as the food waste goes, or something like biodegradable waste goes, for that I find that all the housing societies now got a mandate to switch over to their own manure-making plants. So the systems and processes are in place, technologies are in place, and there are many people who I'm finding that they are making their own manures at their home using the two-bin system. So a lot of possibilities are there, but yes, awareness is very much important, that we have to know that how much is the waste we are generating. I think you have the very right figures, and we have to know that and we are sending it to the right place. Only one big awareness needed is that we need to segregate waste rightly at our homes.
We are segregating that, but end of the day, when we are giving it to municipality or something, again it is going to the landfills. So
not
see, because when I'm just coming from a city, Hyderabad, I think in Bombay you have many more challenge.
So that's the purpose of giving it to an authorized, if I send my industrial waste to an authorized agency, say proper CSWT, STF organizations are there, they're supposed to be using the right technologies, the right methodologies to dispose it off.
I can just add one comment here, sir. Some of it, we can do ourselves.
To start from
I can tell you, I do it myself, so I can talk about it. Because I live in a flat, I don't live in a house. But we had this small company in Bangalore. I'm based in Bangalore. Nothing. They just called themselves a really funny name called Daily Dump, which is a odd name, but it's just 3 terracotta pots. That's all it is, clay pots with 2 false bottoms, and the last one. And we are putting all our kitchen waste every day into that and making compost. And you need some microbes. And in order that you don't have a nuisance, you have to use coconut husk. You cover it with coconut husk. And we've been running it for the last 5 years. No trouble at all. Initially, we had some problem because we didn't put enough coconut husk, and then lots of worms came out. But that didn't stop us from saying that we are going to eliminate this. We just did it. And we do it today. Now what happens is the amount of compost that we are creating is not enough, is too much for our little pots that we have at home. So we have a little garden and we are giving it there. In other societies, like you just said, which are bigger, we have more space, people themselves have mandated that we will have a composting pit. Now, if people themselves say that, I know of one organization where they're making huge amount of compost and they're selling it. They're actually getting revenue. They're getting revenue, and this is a housing society. So that's one. Second is, water recharging. At least in southern India, that's a mandate. You have to put a rainwater harvesting arrangement. That can be done. It doesn't cost much money. And then your bore wells, which actually use those water, can be used for gardening. You don't need to draw water from anywhere else. So these are a couple of things you can do. Of course, in your homes, you can switch to LED lights. And one thought I have, just for your consideration, we talk about net zero, in industry, right? What has been going through my mind, and I know there are 1 or 2 companies, and I think one of them is even here, who've talked about, to build awareness, suppose we were to say to ourselves, why not I become a net zero home? It's tough. It's very tough because it will change your lifestyle. It will change your lifestyle. So it's changed my lifestyle that I'm now waiting for the Bangalore metro to come near my house. I've said I'm not going to use the car. For example, it sort of forces me to think about it because I'm starting to measure the carbon footprint of every activity that I do. It's easy to calculate. You can easily make a little Excel sheet, give it to members of the family and say, hey, how much carbon footprint was there today? Yeah. So, right.
Sir, we can all start cycling. I'm a cyclist, so most of my weekends I keep on going visiting. Whenever I come to Bangalore, I visit all my friends on cycles early in the morning. Maybe 30 kilometer, 40 kilometer, I go cycling. So why not? It builds your health also, and it saves on cost.
I think as sustainability officers, if you need to walk the talk, we also need to practice it ourselves in our personal lives. Because we can't sit on a podium here talking big, but in our homes, we behave differently. I think that's one way.
But I think what his concern is like it needs to be at the scale, basically, because this is in the pockets right now. Few people are who are, so there is a gap between that facilitation by the government or implementing agencies and the awareness from the society. There is a huge gap, and that is where society has to evolve and reach out to to get the awareness, and as well, and there where we can play a pivotal role, like in social gathering or society, we can.
Sir, as I told in the word in beginning word called identity, we have to understand the urgency behind this topic within personal life or in the professional lives. Like Elon Musk, I think is building the biggest of the corporations or electric vehicle companies. He was motivated from his childhood that I have to save the planet. The planet is going to get doom. He was reading a lot of comics, and that's where his all this thought process comes. There's a company called Log9 Materials out of Bangalore. They're a young startup, and I think they're making wonderful batteries and electric vehicle technologies. For on their all the visiting cards, everybody writes, "I am chief of climate change." That's how they define their identity, and that's how they innovate and they build the passion in their work life and personal life.
Even nowadays, this NMC, even BMC, rightly he has asked, how much awareness is there? The vendor, those are collecting the waste. NMC has already approved the TSDF, that is a transparent storage and disposal facilities. So who is going to collect the waste? They are putting as a properly, and they are not going to fill in the landfill. So while the people has to come awareness, they have to come by themselves. Even the society, those are in the big society, they are making it this mandatory. So it's a very good move nowadays.
So I have one point of view. Sorry, just
absolutely.
30 seconds. Is that see the whole shift has to happen from reduction to elimination, right? We are saying awareness on reduction, but why not elimination? So I'll tell you a simple example. I was to one of the Godrej houses, which is a IGBC certified, platinum certified. So I went there and I saw this, the entire roof was a raw roof. No painting, no fall ceiling, nothing. No painting at all. So I said that why are we kept like this? He says that this is the first step, which is elimination. Why do you need a fall ceiling? There's no need of fall ceiling, right? There's an embedded carbon in it. There's a life cycle of this fall ceiling. I have to dispose it afterwards. Why do you need it? Is it looking so bad? I said no. So the whole concept of, instead of reducing, I think we need to create more awareness of, we should eliminate waste at all. That should be the starting point.
You are absolutely right, but this thing has to come little bit later, because now everybody wants to know fancy and everything. So while people slowly came up, and they have to understand the things, why this is very, very essential. This will come automatically for the reduction to elimination.
In that case, I think the food waste what we generate at home, it's not much, not more than 100 grams, because the food waste what you do, it's amount of food what you make bit more. But when you cut any vegetables or something else, only the vegetable waste is the waste. Other than that, when you take rice, dal and everything, you don't get waste from that. It's only the vegetable waste what you get in the house. In the wet waste I'm talking about. And that, if you have 5 people in house staying, I think breakfast comes with Swiggy, Zomato, something, if some Saturday, Sunday comes. And if you are going to office or somewhere, you take your tiffin boxes or you have it in your canteen area. But not, that is maximum of 100 grams what you generate at home. Not more wet waste is generated at home. But maximum waste what you generate nowadays, it's because every house in a metro cities, you have 3 parcels or 4 parcels a day coming. It might be Swiggy, Zomato, Amazon, Flipkart, because I pick dry waste from each and every household. So I think that need to be, they need to, give something that in return, that if you are disposing this thing on a proper way, Zomato need to come or a Flipkart need to come in such a model that give it back and we'll, reuse it. So I think that model and that need to be gained an awareness by. Because I closely work with individuals of houses where we pick dry waste.
Yeah, hello, my name is Narendra. I come from a chemical industry, bulk chemical manufacturing industry. So I have a question for Aarti. So how you are planning net zero? Because as I understand, most of the bulk chemical means you consume a lot of fossil fuels, you consume a lot of chemicals, and you generate so many things. And net zero is a big challenge as far as we are concerned. So we really like to learn from you.
Sure. See, the high level strategy what we have right now in place is reduce first of things. So what are you going to reduce? you're going to reduce the losses in the systems. Okay, I will talk mostly on the energy losses. Okay, second comes in improving efficiencies. So how are you going to increase the efficiencies of the systems? Or you can some machines by adopting some, say, high energy efficient systems. So then comes, say, alternate fuels. Okay. See, as bulk manufacturing company, chemical manufacturing company, we are consuming a lot of say energy in the form of steam. So it's just to replace coal with say biomass or biofuels. See, as I say, replacing coal with biofuels, it is not that easy as I say. See, you require to engage with your business partners. As I said in my earlier discussion, you need to engage with your business partner. You need to communicate, say what is that your role you have to play in my aspiration of sustainability. See, here's common engagement with your business partner. You need to create, say, a supply chain which can, say, give you a biofuel. Then comes in renewables. Okay. And lastly, say we don't encourage much of offsets. So when we say, so there will be always say if I talk, we have maximum plants into say Gujarat. So Gujarat has already GB has already a limitation. We cannot source more than 50% of say renewable energy through grid. So there will be a residual which will be left. So we are going to live with that. So having a regulatory requirement right now put in place, so net zero is not possible, say in Gujarat, okay, unless and until we go for carbon neutrality where I can offset my residual things. So this is a high level strategy we have put in place. We are engaging with a lot of technology providers who can provide us a good and efficient chemical manufacturing, say technology or say equipments, which can support us in, say, reducing our energy consumption. This is a high level, what I can say, we have in place.
Thank you. Yeah, you had a question.
Focus more as of now on the reduction. Maybe net zero is too far because unless and until there is a technological breakthrough for the alternative fuels and energy, it would be very difficult as of now.
Yeah, you had a question.
Sir, during planning to impact, sustainability planning to impact, so many challenges are there during the manufacturing and service sector. One of the challenge, the behavior challenge. So how to handle this challenge? Can you describe what is the behavior challenge you're talking about? So many stakeholders are involved in the manufacturing and service sector, and how to handling the awareness about the stakeholders and handling the how creating the minimize to reduce the waste and create sustainable.
See, one thing that binds a big organization is the KPI system. So if you can measure what is the thing which you need to control and make it a KPI of the process, it will get controlled. For example, in our organization, we've got a sustainability index where board's 5% mark, by board everybody's 5% mark around that. So if area says that you generate so much kg of waste and this is your target, everybody is going to achieve that. If you can create that target index for the organization with certain KPIs, it will help them to align to that direction.
Just few seconds. Yeah. See, you were talking about change in behaviors. Okay, I said in my earlier discussion, you need an alignment. Okay, so what is a change in behavior you're looking for? Have a discussion with that. Have an alignment. Okay, this is the change in behavior. Let's say I will give you a simple example. I will always wear helmet in my operational areas. If someone is not wearing it, so it's an alignment. I will always use a helmet while I am in an operational area. I will always use all the safety gears. Okay, so this is an alignment agreement with him. So the person has owned it. Secondly, you can enforce this within audits. This is how a gradual change in behavior can be brought in.
Thank you. I think we've come to the end of the hour. If there are any more questions that we may not have been able to answer, of course, we'll get enough time at a personal level. So please feel free. We can all interact. We'd also like to hear from you, and learn from you. Thank you so much. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for such a fantastic session. I would request our moderator, Mr. Soumitra Purkhayastha, to felicitate our panelists. Please felicitate Mr. Rajesh Vasudevan. Next we have Mr. Orko Ghosh. Next we have Mr. Mansukh Patel. Next we have Mr. Vishal Panindre. Then we have Mr. Sanjay Khare. Thank you so much. Now I would request Mr. Ashok Srivastava, Head QMS and Sustainability, Center of Excellence at Reliance Jio Infocom Limited, to felicitate our moderator. Talks about crafting a plan for net zero in a manufacturing organization. I would like to call upon stage Mr. Soumitra Purkhayastha, Head of Sustainability Asia Pacific Region at FMC Corporation.
Okay, I'm back again, this time in a more practical approach. Some of the questions that, there are a lot of people here who have a lot of experience doing this. So I'm aware that many of people have already gone through this journey of trying to set up net zero targets. Targets is one thing, but how do you reach that target? And net zero, believe me, is really, really tough. It is not easy at all. We all realize that, but we got to make a start. And I think I have only 10 minutes, so I'll go through a little quickly. And if there are questions, we can talk about it. My organization, FMC Corporation, we've got our targets and our goals actually already certified by SBTi. So we are one of the few companies in the world actually, and we are in the chemical sector, agrochemicals, which actually has this now set out. So that's the background. So next slide, please. Yeah. So the first point is, before you do anything, it's very important to understand where you stand. What's your current state? So and also another question that you have to ask the people in the board is, where do you see yourself in the next 5 to 10 year horizon? That's an important question to answer, because if the business is going to undergo significant change, then if you start right now on a certain basis, then that basis will itself become an issue. You'll have a problem when you go ahead. That's one of the important things. That's why the board needs to be involved. They should have a vision of where we will go in the next 5 to 10 years. And then the other question we all must ask is, one of the ways to find out what you're going to do is, of the UNDG, the sustainability goals, which of these sustainability goals is our organization aligned with, or are we going to impact? For example, FMC Corporation, we have said zero hunger is the UN SDG goal that we will impact. Climate change is the other one that we will impact, just as an example. All 17 won't apply to your company. Which ones will? You got to have a brainstorm and really answer that. Because once you say zero hunger, for example, then you got to do stuff to demonstrate that you're helping zero hunger. So how do we as a FMC Corporation talk about zero hunger? We are talking about, because we are selling agrochemicals, we want to improve yield. Yield is, for the same area, we must grow more crop. So that, because resources are coming down and the amount of area available for growing food is coming down. So unless we work on yield, we won't be able to feed the population. We're going to have a problem. So that's how we will contribute. So that's important. And therefore, for a manufacturing organization, I was thinking that, SDG 8, which is, I think it's not very visible, but, this is about industry. SDG 9, 12, and 13, climate action. These could be the goals that, you organization aspires to. Next slide, please. And then, of course, we've already talked about this. We had the panel just now. That commitment is very important. Are you willing to commit to a net zero target? it's not a light target to take. It's not an easy one to do. So you really need to think about it and get your CEO and the board aligned. Yes, we are willing to do it. And then you've got to develop the sustainability strategy for the business. You have to demonstrate the impact on business through ROI, because many projects will have return. Some of them will address risk. If there is a risk to the business, these sustainability projects will help you mitigate risk. And it will build business resilience, so that if you are, a company which can survive climate change issues, then you're going to be a resilient business. And the societal impact, we've talked about society, right? The philanthropy that you do, because you got to work with communities. We call it CSR. Now CSR is big, it's mandated, 2% of your profits go there. That's understood. But you got to do it in a genuine sense. And where do you do it? Like somebody said, will I do it in Rajasthan when I'm operating here? I think it makes sense to do it near the communities in which you work. It's important so that they feel comfortable working with you. And then, of course, once you've got the strategy right, you've got this thing done, then you've got to do intensive communication, where there were a lot of questions around alignment. Will people listen? Will people understand? That's quite important. And then it has to go down the organization. Every department within your company must have a sustainability goal, annual goal, and also 3-year goals and 5-year goals. Only then you are starting to embed sustainability within the organization. And then if we just switch from sustainability only to net zero, you got to first obviously establish a baseline. What is your carbon footprint, today? Now, which year will you take as a base? Unless you get enough data, don't just put a base. Because we found we wanted to put 2020 as a base, and we found we just did not have the data. We just could not collect the data to make 2020 the base. It would have been nice to make. So we were compelled to make 2021 our base year. And then we start monitoring improvement from 2021, because it took us at least a year and a half to generate all the data that's required. And then, of course, scope 1, 2, and 3. Scope 3 is the toughest. I don't know about your organizations, but I am finding wherever I'm going, scope 3 is typically between 70 to 90% of the entire footprint. So we ourselves are only 30, or even as low as 10%. In FMC, where I am there, it's published, we are only 8%. So 92% is outside. And that's the big challenge. So scope 3 is tough. But so you got to work with some assumptions, and there are ways to do these assumptions, and then you validate it over time. Otherwise, you'll say, I don't have scope 3 data, so I can't do anything. No, that's not the way it will work. There are ways to do it. There are ways to approach it. You put some approximations in, then you validate it over time. Okay, next. Now, what's the GHG impact of different sources of energy? This is primary, right? If you look at the right side, greenhouse gas emissions, coal is obviously, significantly higher compared to solar, which is right there. So it's not that solar is 0, but solar is 5 compared to coal being 820. Oil is 720. Natural gas is 490. So what it's telling you is, you don't need to go straight from, 820 to 9. You may not be able to, right? But sure, you can go from coal. So if you got a coal-fired boiler, which is what you've been using because it was cheap, well, the coal prices are rising, sir. So coal-fired steam, for example, is probably no longer that attractive as it was in the past. So you might have to make an investment to switch at least to natural gas, or like many people talked about briquettes, like biomass. Look at biomass. The impact of biomass is much, much lower. So this starts to give you ideas of how to move. Of course, it means investment, but many of these investments will pay back. Many will pay back. And it's for us to sit down, do the calculations with our engineers, work this out. We will get answers. Okay? So that's just to give you a sense. Nuclear energy, where it's available, we don't have much nuclear energy in our country, but that's also a possibility. It is a clean energy, even though it's a very risky energy. It's got other issues, but it is clean. Anyway, so this understanding, once that is there, move away from coal will have to be done. And India has a problem, which is why I think India has put 2070 as the goal, because we are essentially thermal, energy is driving, coal is driving our economy. So we can't overnight suddenly say we won't be on coal. It just won't happen. So we will have to go through a process. It'll take time. But unless we start today, in 2017, we can't say that we will have no coal powered stations. That's not going to happen. So we got to start. Okay, next slide, please. Yeah, so I've just, this is a theoretical construct. This is hypothetical. This is not complete. But just to give you a thought, how we can approach it. Suppose you have a company, a manufacturing company, which has 2 sites, 2 offices and 1 warehouse. Companies may have 20 offices, 50 factories, but the logic will be the same. And then in scope 1, which is your internal part, it's still addressing 10 to 20%, but still you got to do it, right? So what are the fuels you're using? Coal, fuel oil, diesel, biofuel, for example, briquettes, natural gas, renewable energy, which you're generating on site. Some people do. And your transport, you're transporting stuff. You got to get all this stuff done. Then each of these things have an emission factor. Emission factors are available publicly, everyone knows, right? So all you have to do is how much quantity of coal do you consume? This data is available. You can compute it. So you can just simply say, for example, site A consumes P quantities of coal, site 2 consumes Q quantities of coal. The offices and warehouse obviously don't consume any coal. They're not generating any power. So you just calculate the GHG CO2. It's simple. Likewise, fuel oil, maybe we don't consume at all. So don't worry about it. Diesel, yes, everywhere we've got diesel generating sets. So everybody, even the warehouse, has a tiny generator. We need to know how much it consumes. So, and then you can work it out. Likewise, and renewable energy, if you're generating something on site, yeah, then maybe site 2 has some renewable energy. So you build that in. Natural gas, if you have, for example, site 1 uses coal and natural gas for some reason. So you add that in. And this is how you can do scope 1, just as an example. Let's go to scope 2. Next. So that's what. Main thing is purchased electricity. You need to know where that electricity is coming from. Is it coming from coal? Is it coming from natural gas? Is it coming from solar? Is it coming from wind, hydropower, nuclear? Our site in Panoli, we are now 38% on wind and solar. We're already 38%. And it is cheaper, by the way. It's 1 rupee cheaper per unit. So we are saving money and we have switched. And that just requires a power purchase agreement, PPA. You've not changed anything in your factory. It's the same transformer, same thing. But yes, you will have lots of issues with GB because GB will say, I'll give you only so much and so on. But you've got to do these negotiations. We have a site which I didn't understand. We have a site, we're a multinational company. So we have a site in Puerto Rico. These guys did not realize that there was wind generation going on right there. They didn't think about it. And this year, we switched 100% to wind because it was available there. But previously, nobody thought about it. All you needed is to sign a PPA. We're doing that in Australia as well. We just switched over, and we started gaining significant. So that's the way to do it. So you need to do that. And if you're purchasing utilities, some companies do purchase utilities, like you're purchasing compressed air, compressed nitrogen, or your steam. You should know, you'll apply the same logic. And there are many others, but just to give you an example, right? We go to the next one. Finally, scope 3. Scope 3 is complex. What would it happen? If it's a chemical company, manufacturing company, you have purchased raw materials. You probably have 1,000 raw materials, right? I don't know how many. I've just said 1, 2, 3, 4 other raws. What are the emissions factors with those? See, now there are databases available. The database is available, and that's constantly expanding. For each chemical, let's say adipic acid, there is now the CO2 emission associated with that is available. It's available in databases. You got to go look for those and you will get it. And that's how you sort of, again, do the same logic. The emission factor, the quantity or the kilowatt hours. And as I said, the databases are things like EcoInvent. EcoInvent, you have to pay for it, of course, but you can get that. Then the CDP, I'm sure you're aware of CDP. Yes, CDP has a lot of good databases you can utilize to get all this information. And then the GHG protocol, the IPCC guidance documents, there is plenty of stuff available. It's not complete, and that's why I said you got to take approximations. And you got to use common sense and intelligence. One of the ways is do an ABC analysis. If you're buying, let us say, raw materials and it's like 5,000 crores, I have found in our company that only 20 raw materials contributed to 60% of our spend. So if I want to do an approximation, I'll focus on those. The rest, I'll just put a block figure. And over time, I will get to know. So that's the way to do it. It's just common sense, right? ABC analysis, everybody does. So use the same logic. Okay, next one. So right now, we've got this number. This is your base. This is your total GHG for the company, right? Now we got to keep reducing this. That's the tough part, right? We got to keep reducing. So we have the baseline, and this is what SBTi, by the way, says. You got to reduce your actual total GHG by at least 80 to 90%. The rest you can do carbon offset. The carbon offset is here at the bottom. Yeah, of course. You continue. So that's when you get to net zero. So this is the plan. This is how you're supposed to approach it. This is what you're supposed to do. Now, the problem is if you put 2070 as a target or 2050, most of us will say, I will not be even there in the organization in 2050. How does it matter? I won't be there. I know for sure. 2070, who knows? Who cares? That's the problem with a long-term goal. Because I won't be there. I don't care, actually. So it doesn't get attention. That's why SBTi says it's not enough to put a 2050, 2070 goal. It's not going to get achieved, for sure. Because it's so long term, it doesn't matter. Because we'll be dead in the long term. So you need to have a near-term goal, an intermediate goal. Let's say a 3-year or a 5-year or a 10-year goal. So that's the next thing. Next one, please. So I've actually put a hypothetical example. I've put down what are the strategies that one can use to actually reduce. And here you can see if I started with 350,000 metric tons of CO2 equivalent as my starting total GHG, then you know what happens in businesses, and that's why we said 5 to 10 year understanding must be there. Today capacity utilization of the plant is only, let's say, 30% or 40%. Tomorrow there'll be growth. So your GHG emission will go up. So you got to factor that in, and that's the growth. See, output increase. I've just put some numbers. And then, of course, the standard thing with everybody does, we've been talking about RRRR. That is simply reduce, recycle, recover. Yeah. So this is a standard thing. Look, we should be doing this regardless. If we are not doing this, then we are not on this platform. This is a base. This is part of what I will say continuous improvement. We should be doing it regardless. And I think all industries do it. Everybody does it. We all try to do it. So that you will see, you will continuously get an improvement, Every year you should get something from that. Then you switch to renewable energy. That will bring a big shift. You saw from coal to gas to renewable. It'll make a big change. And then the next thing we got to look at in a general phase is electrification. The more you can electrify, whatever you can, and I know we are struggling. People are even talking about electric boilers, by the way. Because why? Because if you electrify, then you can have renewable energy to back that electricity. You'll drop your carbon footprint significantly. So electrification as a general concept is one of the things that people are looking at. You may not be able to get there. Technologies may be not available. Then at least you go to natural gas. So then product replacement. In some cases, you might just say, we are going to withdraw this product. You might just replace it with some other product, which is much less lower footprint. That's another thing that can be done. And finally, you can have raw material substitution as well. You can substitute raw materials. This all requires R&D effort. It requires process development, but you should be looking at it. And then finally, technology change. One example of technology change, all of us who are in the chemical industry, for example, we do a lot of distillation, right? Distillation, separation. Now, there are new processes that are coming up which are based on membranes, which consume 40 to 50% lower energy than standard distillation. Now, we have to have the courage and the conviction and the board support to be able to switch to those technologies. Only then will you be able to get to net zero. Otherwise, it's not going to happen. So I said, therefore, we should have a goal. So theoretically, I'm coming down from 350,000 to 193,000. So I've reduced by 70, 80%. That's damn good if we can get there. And then maybe in 2040, I will go down to 80,000. That's where I will be, hopefully. And then I will have to do a carbon offset at that time. And we have to think about carbon offset, carbon sequestration technologies, plant more trees, do all kinds of stuff and then you get carbon offsets. And that's when you get to net zero. So next, and of course, we will need CapEx for this transition. This transition needs a lot of CapEx. Green financing is something we'll need to tap into. And the board has to help us do that. So this is the overall bridge, from 2024 here to 2030, we could get to this point. It's all hypothetical, but I can tell you the organization that I'm working on, we actually have a plan like this, which is real with real numbers. Thank you.
Thank you so much for such a fantastic session. Now we take a quick short coffee break and our next session begins at 11:20 a.m. Thank you very much. Enjoy your break. Moving on to our next session. The next session talks about recycling leadership, shaping a sustainable future for corporate India. I would like to call upon stage Mr. Pratyush Panda, Head ESG at LTI Mindtree. Joining him on the panel, we have Monica Srivastava, Head Sustainability, JSW Cement Limited, Dr. Santanu Satapathy, Head Environment and Sustainability at Apraava Energy, and Dr. Richa Gautam, Head Sustainability and CSR at Schneider Electric. Can we have a round of applause, please?
Very good morning to all of you. Hope my voice is audible. So on this session, I can talk to my panelists, esteemed panelists. They are, I see them as one of the best today on the operations on sustainability. Pan-India, I'm telling you, whether it is all three of them. So no question has been framed as of now. We have all discussed how it will lead, but again, the questions was not there in mind. It might come out as some surprise to them. And I believe they will do a wonderful answer to all of you. Going ahead on those lines, how I'm thinking this panel should go ahead on, it has to show all of us walk the talk, what is going on in the corporate world with respect to sustainability, ESG and all those front. So, and today we know that, October 1st week, 2nd week, if some of you or all of you must have marked it, India in 3 cities has seen 3 different climate. So at the same time, October 1st week, some cities it was extremely hot, some cities extremely cold. At the same time, somewhere it was raining, pouring like anything. And this we have witnessed probably first time in India at the same time. It was happening until last year between different continent, different country. But as a country in 3-4 different areas, we've seen this. And last 3-4 years, those who are from Mumbai, most of us are from Mumbai, we have seen the Arabian Sea has started showing its face to all of us. And things are pretty serious with whether it is respect to water also. India anyway is a water scarce country with respect to population density. Again, a big threat with respect to water. When it comes to waste, there's a statistic say by 2035, half of Indian population, say 150 crores divided by 2, will be in cities. And imagine what is happening today in Mumbai, Delhi, Bangalore, Hyderabad with the present populations. So kind of waste that will grow in cities, it is probably we can't, nobody has imagined, not even in government to be very precise, because the preparedness has not seen in that way. So we like to also cover all those waste apart. Within that waste, again, e-waste, again, going to be very significant. Now, wherever you go, it's like digital, online, everything is coming as a cross-cutting theme, whether it is sustainability or any your product, processes, monitoring systems, EPR system, everywhere. So the e-waste, again, the ratio of e-waste within waste also growing up pretty high on those lines. And we have seen the brilliant presentation just before the break on GHG emission on SBTI. I'll also request my panelists to cover how their companies or the Indian corporates are behaving with respect to SBTI targets and all. India, Government of India says SBTI net zero by 2070. But again, everybody must be thinking, मैं तो नहीं रहूँगा, करेगा कौन? मुझे क्या फर्क पड़ता है? But when you are signing that, there are processes that we have to give the short-term target also, and targets which need to be uploaded online, which is also kind of not open to all sorts, but it will be available to people, those who are working on those lines. Again, solar, wind energy, it was explained very nicely how the new power purchase agreement, you can go ahead with green energy kind of things. People are bending and tending, the trends are coming on those lines. So let me start with my friend Mr. Satpathy. He is, again, the organization itself is very deep into the green energy kind of things. So can you help us to know how his company is working, what are the processes that government policy processes are bending towards it, so that we have heard that, green power with respect to power purchase agreement. Can we see a real world in India that say 80% or 85-90% of green energy by say 2030, is that can we predict on those lines? And you can also explain what waste and what extra we can do on those lines, whether it is from corporate side, individuals, or even government.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Panda, actually giving a very insightful introduction. And of course, I'm from power sector, and as you mentioned about walk the talk, maybe I'll cite a couple of examples that where waste recycling or at least trying to avoid the waste from landfilling has been succeeded, and also one failure, because we may not find success always. So 10 years back, actually, when I started my career in the power sector, particularly rather not 10 years before, maybe in 2010 or 11. So our station head just asked, there was, the power sector is having a lot of cooling tower fills, actually plastic fills. And once the outage happens, actually truckloads of cooling tower fills have been generated, and that just goes to the waste recyclers. They take it and they do it, means they must be recycling it, but in an unorganized manner. Then actually it was a banter, means that whether we can do something to recycle it. And I was at that time in the combined cycle power plant at Bharuch, Gujarat, and I went to, there are many plastic manufacturers in nearby, particularly at Bharuch location, and also nearby factories. And while discussing, they're manufacturing new chairs and benches. So I just requested, just knock the door, means just in the gate, just requested, can we discuss something? Then they thought there to purchase some benches or chairs. But we discussed that whether can you take our plastic waste and do something recycling and give us back. And this was a surprise. We have not got such request because they usually take the raw materials and from polymers they manufacture. Then they told, actually with a couple of more discussions, they suggested that can you give us 10, 15, 20 kgs, at least we try a small plank. And then they took it, they at least succeeded in the lab. And after that they told that now you give us more, at least they can try. And there is a trade-off, means it's not that just you give us and we'll give you back the benches or whatever is been manufactured, but also there will be some cost. So instead of the new benches which are costing around 3,000-4,000, so with this exchange we could get it around 1,400 something. And in the first trial, actually whatever the benches they are prepared, and when I went to try, actually that just broke. When we start 3 persons, that just broke. And fortunately they have just prepared one bench, and then actually they again tried it. Actually they strengthened the mold and added more adhesive, and actually it was come out very well. And till today, actually the plant is not operating. The plant which is at Bharuch, actually that's a combined cycle power plant, one of the best in Asia. But due to the gas availability, that plant has completed its PPA in 2018, but it is sitting idle. But the benches are still there, and actually the people who are actually at least taking care of the site, they're actually happily using it. So that is one example I can share, that circular economy or waste leadership, the subject is nothing but small things. I was reading one of the book on circular economy by Stiller, actually that is one of the best books, and that is nothing but waste recycling. The subject is circular and economy, these are very complex words. You think you need to learn some finance to understand it, but which is one of the best-selling book, and you just read inside, it is just how we can recycle our waste, or we can get it or use it in the process. That is what circular economy. And one of the example I'll share, just we tried with our team, which we failed. That is, the oil-soaked cotton. Actually, that has been generated at sites, and that there is no option. You have to send it for recycling. And that's why actually when we are going for zero waste to landfill, that is one of the problem area. We have to send it to incineration. And one agency, actually if you have any other options, just let us know, so that all will come to know that there is an option to recycle it. So one agency in Pune is washing it, actually taking it from you, washing it and giving you back. You can directly reuse that cotton waste. So outages and daily maintenance, a lot of cotton is used, also oil. And the oil and this, they are just washing, separating, and the cotton will send back to you, and at least 4 or 5 cycles you can use. The cost saving. Of course, for our case, you could not send it because our plant we have one one thermal power plant at Jhajjar, Haryana. Because from there to Pune, the transportation and going back, that was not becoming cost effective.
But
so
Santanu, just to add on there, when you do this segregation, you are saying water is being used. So again, your overall water and carbon footprint will go up.
Yeah.
So have you calculated that part also on the entire LCA approach? How much more emission it is producing, and how much more water per ton of your products is going up?
Just to clarify the question, the water and waste. So during which process? During
segregation process.
Segregation. No, actually, you rightly mentioned about we have not because the segregation and these things is happening at the site who are doing it. So we have not done the water or carbon in this case while we are evaluating the possibility of reusing after the treatment to reuse back. So we have not, because maybe because the water and the carbon is from the agency who is washing it. But we have not gone to that.
No worry. It's a common phenomenon across India, South Asia. The moment I have a waste, whether at my home or my office, the moment it is out of my gate, I feel that it's not my baby anymore. So, again, when we go back to SBTI, this again falls up in your entire supply chain. We need to take care. It's not, I'm not trying to see X or Y, Z. It's a normal trend. Again, the walk to talk has to be, people those are in this room need to, teach your own boardroom, your CSCOs member, this is our job to get it further recycled, upcycled or zeroed down until then, and it falls part of your scope 3. We were listening about scope 3 emissions. SBTI have clearly spelled out 15 different categories of scope 3. It is really Herculean tasks to get it done, but if you start going deeper into those 15 categories, it is humanly possible. I have done it for twice again post-merger L&T Infotech and Mindtree. We are doing that. I'll come to that line. Morning we are talking about power purchase agreement. 2 years back when I joined L&T Infotech, the first task I did is shifting from normal power energy supply to green power. There are a lot of turmoil inside going on. 2 months time it took. We changed our agreement with a big corporate from another big corporate. And believe me, it was not even 6 months to have the buyback, that entire cycle. And today, it's giving every month in double-digit crores of money, directly saving just by changing that power purchase agreement. And somebody explained in the morning that it's relatively cheaper, but it's not available across. There are a bit of hodgepodge possible. I'll come to that. Before that, let me go to Monica.
Just
Yeah,
actually,
please.
just I'd like to add that during this evaluation, we have not considered the carbon because it was not even gone for the trial. But for all our waste which is generated at site and goes for disposal, so we are taking the scope 3 emissions and in the category, and that has been included, and we just got
waste.
our SBTI validated. So that was there included, and it got approved also. So only because it was a trial, so we have not considered. Yeah.
No. So before I come to Monica and me, we have worked together at ACC Holcim tenure. Now she is into JSW Cement and doing wonderful stuff. If you have gone through how JSW Cement is working with respect to SBTI and carbon footprint. So this reminds me a tagline in 2015-16 when, if you remember, Nestle was banned in India, and I was literally there on one of the plant site where co-processing was there. So on waste management, segregation, wasting, then incineration, and the topmost latest know-how is called co-processing, where neither it emits anything, not it goes out of the, and it is Government of India MOEF certified. If you go through that process, everything can be zeroed down within fraction of a second. The headline in Navbharat Times was, 2 minutes mein Maggi ban gaya cement. And it was all done. And believe me, I was literally there in that plant, and thousands of trucks were online, lorries were on queue to just hand over. The good thing was, the company there, they have already agreement with ACC Ambuja in India, Holcim India, and they have tie-up, and all these things were being trialed, tested, certified, and ready. That's the reason it doesn't create a big hubbub. Kidhar fenkna hai usko. It's straight away coming down, and by processing that, a cement company can save a lot of coal to be burnt, and also, this small fly ash will come out of that, and it might come to your hotel or room, get pasted on the wall. Nobody knows that. So everybody must understand. Let her explain how cement sector is a big dent, creating a big dent on waste management. I'll not give much bigger picture to her. Let her explain it in her own way. Monica.
Yeah, hi everyone. Good morning. Thanks Transformance for having us here to share this extremely superb panel. So I'll give you two examples. So I started my corporate journey in 2007 with the ACC, and that time it was called as Geocycle Department, which used to manage the waste from other companies. So during our masters, I have done masters in natural resource management from TEDI. During our masters, we had studied around about landfilling and incineration, and that time we did not know about any concept called co-processing. And when we got to know that we are being hired for this thing, we all got so excited, and every year 50% of the batch was absorbed by ACC or Ambuja for this department only. So that was the first surprising element which we got to know, that how co-processing is helping with the recycling or the waste management in such an eco-friendly manner. So for those who are not aware of the concept, that cement process is a very energy and material intensive industry. The temperature goes as high as 1500 degrees Celsius. And you need material, which is limestone, and you need coal to provide the energy it requires to raise the temperature. Now, the co-processing concept is that to use the waste of other industry as alternative fuel or raw material, or just for the disposal. So it is possible, even if waste doesn't have any energy or the material value, still it can be disposed. However, the feeding rate would differ from waste type to waste type. So that is a fantastic example of practicing recycling. So now this was around 2007. That time it was just started. Today, I mean, after 17 years, now all the cement industry are practicing that. And that time the feed rate would be around 1 to 1.5%. And today the average feed rate would be around 10%. Many cement plant has reached almost 20% of TSR as well. Now, this was the first surprising element for me, the TSR, thermal substitution rate. Now, second is when I joined JSW Cement, which was 1.5 years ago. There I learned another kind of circular economy philosophy, which probably is the only example, not in just India, but globally. So most of you would be able to relate JSW with the JSW Steel, which is a flagship company, largest steel manufacturing company of India. Now, in that process, there is waste generated called slag. So in 2005 or in 2006, lot of slag was getting generated, which some amount was used by cement industry. However, at that time, JSW top management thought of that why to sell that slag to other cement industry, why don't we have it our own cement company? And that's how the JSW Cement was born. And then from 2007 till 2013, now this whole thing is working so fantastically that overall it is having not just having an impact on the waste management, but it is having superb result on reducing your CO2 emission. Just to set the context, if I talk about normal cement company or the average CO2 emission per ton of cementitious material, the national average is around 540. Global average is 600. When I say 600, that is 600 kg of CO2 per ton of product. And JSW stands at 220 kg per ton of cement. Yeah? And that is just because of the slag. So slag is the brahmastra for us. So 90% of our product portfolio uses that slag, which reduces your CO2 emission. And that is because in the cement manufacturing, clinker is the most emission intensive intermediate product. So because clinker is made from limestone, that is CaCO3, calcium carbonate. It breaks down into CO2 plus CaO. And so once you make clinker, it would have around 800 to 900 kg of CO2 per ton of clinker. So in cement, whenever you reduce your clinker substitution, you are reducing your CO2 emission. That's another example. Now the last one, short one. Now on co-processing, most of the people talk about alternative fuel. However, there is also a possibility to use the alternative raw material, wherein you replace some of the limestone itself. Because in the slag you have some calcined material, which is also replacing your limestone. So right now, JSW is working aggressively on using different kind of slag into the cement industry, so that we reduce the CO2 emission in the raw material stage itself. And that's all. I mean, I'm so talkative that I will keep on talking.
Any
and talking.
update on red mud?
Yeah, red mud. Red mud is a red mud now. It's not a waste, so it's a fantastic resource for all the cement companies. There is a fantastic. There is a very good case study of Vedanta using red mud and supplying to. Yes.
Please
So-
explain. Let everybody knows that.
Okay, so in alumina industry there is a waste called red mud that is also kind of nuisance in earlier days. Now, and people, I mean, they would have huge mountains of red mud maybe 2 or 3 years ago. However, now cement industry are using that red mud as a replacement of bauxite or the alumina resource, and now it has become the normal practice. So if you see, most of the cement companies are using that red mud from their nearest alumina plants. But in the whole story, you see the collaboration is the most important thing you can practice in recycling, because if you work on your own self or in your own company, probably the recycling would not yield good results as much as it is getting through
So
the
I was just
collaboration.
prompting both
Yeah.
of them so that some latest know-how how market or corporate India is walking the talk with respect to sustainable future should come out. Looking at time, I'll now go to Dr. Richa.
Yes.
Dr. Richa, don't go anything beyond. Don't go anything beyond. Just concentrate on your Schneider Electric as a big case study globally to be understood, and explain us how Schneider Electric is working the talk and showing visible leadership. Please.
Sure. A very good morning to all of you. Thank you, Transformance, for inviting me for this panel. Very enlightening panel here. And thanks for setting the context. I think I almost got lost hearing so many insightful thoughts coming from co-panelists. But considering that I share a panel with them and I represent a company who's a thought leader on sustainability, which is Schneider Electric, it's important for me to bring some caselets from our end as well. Having understood from Shantanu how the power producers operate, I represent a company which comes into picture once the power is produced, and then it comes to your houses in the most efficient and safest way, right? So Schneider Electric is into energy management and industrial automation, and we have a plethora of products which not only are designed considering environment in mind, but during the use cases also provides utmost energy efficient practices at your premise, at your home, or wherever you are using those products. So as a best practice, I'll speak from two ends. Within Schneider, within our boundaries of operations, when we manufacture these products, some of the products are like UPS, drives, transformers, and others. What we do is we have conceptualized a concept of waste to resource. A predecessor of this concept was waste to landfill, zero waste to landfill, which we completed in the year 2020. Right now, no waste from our manufacturing facilities go to landfills. Instead, it is converted into a resource. And as a target, we have taken that 99% of our non-hazardous waste is recovered and utilized in the different waste hierarchies, which is to reduce, to reuse, and recycle. So this is from the manufacturing or operational perspective. Coming to the user perspective, where the boundaries are very different. It is not in our control, and the boundaries are with our products is with the users.
Dr. Richa, small looking at timekeepers and all, what I'm thinking, maybe during the break also you can have, people might be having some more questions towards you, can cover it, because time is looking
I'll just take 30 seconds to
Yeah,
conclude
correct.
my
Please
thoughts
conclude.
here. Yeah. So on the user perspective, when we think about how efficiently the product is being used, we provide EcoFit programs which means when your device has completed the end of life, we have a center available nearest to you where it can get refurbished, recycled, and ready for your use going forward. So this is the two aspects which I thought I'll bring it to your notice. And with due respect to time and the another panel which is waiting, I'll be happy to take any questions that come up in the next session. Thank you.
So on my list, one small point is left out, another 30 seconds. Morning also we haven't spoken about when it talk of GHG emission reduction. One is we call it carbon capture, utilization and storage. So I'll not take much on that. Kindly visit IIT Mumbai, see how Dr. Kapil and team are working on those lines. So it's a process by which millions and trillions of carbon can be captured in artificial matter, and this material can put inside sea bedrock and can hold all those carbon for years together coming out. That's again a big rocket science kind of things going on. That's all from my side.
Thank you so much for such an amazing session. I would like to call upon stage Mr. Vishal Sharma, VP Client Solutions, Sales and Marketing, PSIPL ESG Solutions, to felicitate our panel members. Can we have a round of applause? Please felicitate Mr. Pratyush Panda at LTI Mindtree. Then we have Monica Srivastava at JSW Cement Limited. Dr. Santanu Satapathy, Aprava Energy. Dr. Richa Gautam at Schneider Electric. Moving on to our next session that talks about purpose-driven sustainability strategy, I would like to call upon stage Dr. Jagmohan Singh Rishi, Global Head L&D at Vocard Limited. Can we have a round of applause?
So I'll say still good morning. Morning everybody. Is it a pre-lunch lethargy or it is what it is? So good morning once again. That's good. You see, you will understand from Kanishka that I am a mixture of three things. One is the learning and development, second is digital, and third is ESG. So this is sum total of this thing, and I believe that these three combinations are very critical to roll out the ESG strategy in an organization. How many of you agree on this? Yeah, because first is the mindset, the culture of ESG, right? It comes from the top. Second is, of course, dissemination of the knowledge, because it should not remain in the boardrooms only. It should go down the line also in every employee, or every associate, and that's the role of a learning and development specialist. And of course, how we can use digital in the various aspects in order to further disseminate the information. Can I have it? Okay, thank you. So before we go forward, I have noted down some of the joint points, particularly from the pharmaceutical and healthcare perspective. I think since morning you must be discussing these are the points. Green infrastructure in hospitals and pharmaceuticals. This is something which is being discussed nowadays, and it is becoming essential also that we are trying to save electricity, save the carbon emissions in the infrastructure point of view. Second is a sustainable supply chain. Now, it is making sense with respect to sustainable supply chain because it is profitable also for the companies, but at the same time it is also going to reduce the carbon emissions. How? If we have a digitized version of supply chain, we can have blockchain and IoTs installed in that, and we can do good inventory management. If we do good inventory management, we don't need to transfer stocks at the last minute. I don't know how many of you are from sales and marketing. Anybody from sales and marketing here? Okay. So those who are in sales and marketing, they have a monthly pain areas, 27, 28, 29, 30 को ये लोग underground हो जाते हैं तो sales करने के लिए. So, but what happens is that stock is not available in Ambala hub, but stock is available in Lucknow hub. So last minute there's a rush of shifting stocks. Okay, that these things are going to be taken care, and this is a part of every organization's inventory management, that you come to know through a dashboard at what stocks are lying there and how you can reduce the carbon emission at the last minute rush. Problem with that is the salesperson says कि मुझे कल उल्टे हो जाओ सीधे हो जाओ मुझे sales चाहिए, so they don't care about carbon emission. So that is a problem. But an organization strategy, they can definitely make a strategy in that particular manner that these things, last minute rushes, are avoided. I hope all of you agree with me, or sales guys. I have been a sales guy, I have been a medical representative, I have been a zonal manager. तो मुझे पता है मेरे को नहीं लेना कुछ कार्बन एमिशन से, मुझे तो जो सेल्स चाहिए, मेरा टारगेट होना चाहिए, अचीवमेंट होना चाहिए, इंसेंटिव मिलना चाहिए. That is what exactly happens. Okay, some of the other aspects is, second part is packaging. Now the newer packaging which is coming is much lighter, much sturdier, and which is again eco-friendly. At the same time, I will say that our manufacturing processes, we are using green chemistry principles to minimize the use of hazardous substances. And most importantly, the drug development part. I think I have been talking about how faster drug development can be done and in a much sustainable manner. Earlier, the drug development used to take the years for about 15 to 20 years. But with the use of artificial intelligence, the machine learning, the cycle is getting reduced. I am not quoting from my own organization, I am quoting from a general pharmaceutical perspective. So for example, I have sold products like Lipitor, Viagra, and recently we have launched an antibiotic which is the first time in India by an Indian organization. So now the example has been in front of you. During COVID times, we have launched a COVID vaccine at a breakneck speed. Had it been normal times, तो 20 साल लगते वैक्सीन आने के लिए, but it was abnormal times, and abnormal times require abnormal efforts kind of thing. So that is where it happened, and today the use of artificial intelligence is and machine learning is getting used very, very effectively in R&D sector, and at the same time even the testing and clinical trials part is also getting hastened because of this, and digitization, it is getting reduced. So my whole objective of giving this proposition in the beginning is that it all starts with a purpose in mind. I think my statement which is mentioned over here, finding purpose, is very, very important. Leading outcomes and leadership development, this is something which I always talk about. If you have a right purpose, I should not believe in a tick mark activity. Okay, normally what happens in the leadership development or L&D perspective or even ESG, के लिए लो भैया हमने key spokes को हमने training दिलवा दी है and my tick mark is done. Now how it is getting executed at the ground level, for that I need to go and work at the shop floor level, at the corporate shop floor level, at the frontline sales level, how that is getting, For example, there is another aspect also for our sales guys, they are working in the field. But are we taking care of the safety part? Giving helmet alone doesn't make any sense of giving safety to them. You have to regularly educate them how to abide by the rules and how to regularly service their vehicles accordingly. So those are some of the strategies which we have to think and have an empathy from that perspective. So I can give you umpteen number of examples, but let me not take much time. I think Kanishka has given me about 15-20 minutes, and I should not be coming between you and your lunch. But before that, before I come to that particular slide of yours, there are some brief introduction slides. If you happen to search on LinkedIn, Google me on India's top CEOs coach, don't write my name, you will get this output, and so if number one outcome will be Jagmohan Singh Rishi. So that is considered to be, in case somebody has to connect with me, my coordinates are mentioned over here on the screen. I would love to connect with you offline in case you require, because we are doing a massive exercise in order to roll out the ESG strategy, and we are using some software in order to train everybody, at the same time regularly conduct awareness sessions and execution sessions in the organization point of view. Just a little bit more, I'm certified in business coaching and by ICF and Marshall Goldsmith, balanced scorecard, situation leadership. I'm on a Harvard Business Advisory panel for various topics. Best part which I'm really proud of is I interviewed Philip Kotler I hope you are aware of Philip Kotler. Okay. Those who in marketing, he is guru of marketing. So I was lucky enough to interview him one-on-one on a particular topic. I won Golden Peacock Award for various topics like sustainability as training and HR. A CLO award from TIS, recently featured in CNBC also. I authored a book called Are You a Digital Dinosaur? I'll talk about it a little later, and worked in the fields of sales, marketing, and HR and digital. Worked in companies like Pfizer, Warner Lambert, and Abba Mannheim, of course. This is what recently was September 23. I featured in a CNBC for an interview on primarily digitizing the processes and how we can make the best use of it accordingly. This is my book, Are You a Digital Dinosaur? It became Amazon bestseller within 2 months. And best part is, which I'm really proud of, is that I donated all the profits of the book to a foundation called Bharat Ke Veer, which supports the widows of Indian Army. Thank you. Of course, every Indian should donate to some other body which supports the widows of Indian Army, because they are doing, great job for us. I come from armed forces family. My father was in army, grandfather was in army, brother-in-law is in army. I'm a black sheep, could not join army because of my medical reasons. Otherwise, I would have been also in an army. Okay, going it further, I'm also doing another, awareness program called 50 is New Youth, because any people, the lifespan of India is around 80 to 90 years. At one time, it was 60 years. So what has happened is that that 60 to 70 years life is wasted, resources is wasted. So what I'm doing is, this is something, one free certification program. Along with me, 2 company CEOs are there. So we are certifying them on artificial intelligence, ChatGPT, MS Office, on the latest tools. So anybody is interested can connect with me offline accordingly. And we do it free of cost but condition is the group should be 50 plus. Sorry, young guys. So let me come to green technologies. So we need to explore the various developments with respect to renewable energy, solar, wind, and of course hydropower. So of course the potential to reduce carbon footprints and promote sustainable energy solutions. These are some of the aspects which we will be using green technologies. And as I mentioned to you, that IT and digital is going to play a bigger role. In the times to come, I must, pardon me for saying it, there will be only one domain, which is IT. So you will be operating, the cement company will be operating in a IT domain. Okay, pharmaceutical will be operating in an IT domain. Okay, health hospitals will be operating in an IT domain. So foundation is going to be IT in order to have these technologies accordingly. Banking is, there is no banking today. It is digital banking, IT banking. So okay, it is. Let's take stock market also. It is again all digital. So I would suggest all of you should upgrade and upskill your knowledge about. And even in ESG also, there are lots of softwares which are coming up. For example, I'll not name it. We are using one software to help us roll out this. How many are using any software for ESG? Okay, good. So digital solutions for environment monitoring, some of the solutions, I am not getting into details about it. There is IoT, which can be used, artificial intelligence, and big data. Big data, as I mentioned to you, for inventory management, clinical trials. These are very, very useful tools. And most importantly, the IoT in agriculture field, IoT is being used like mad. You can install IoT at various places, particularly they are installed on tractors. You can put in the fields in order to track it, and it further reduces the carbon emissions accordingly. So there are a lot of used cases in agriculture, and of course in pharmaceuticals and healthcare, I have got immense number of cases. I would suggest that you should deploy and learn about AI algorithms in order to check the pollution levels and enable efficient resource management. One of the underground parameters which I always talk about is that the ESG strategy should work when you're sleeping also. Okay, it should not happen that when you have to go personally to see it is working or not. So for that, how will it happen? You require automation. So automation can only happen if you have these technologies inbuilt in your system of strategy of ESG. And it becomes purpose driven. Yes, madam, I'm running away. Urban planning and sustainable, of course, I talked about in my initial talk about smart grids, efficient public transportation, sustainable building designs. I think in our manufacturing setups, we are very, very aware. I think all the companies are very much aware how to reduce, the carbon emissions through the efficient transportation systems. Technology-driven circular economy, how we can use recycling, waste reduction, and resource reuse. Of course, we don't recommend recycling of syringes, okay? So it is harmful, it is not recommended by FDA also, and we don't recommend it. Of course, there are other aspects like packaging materials are there, we can be reused accordingly. I think I mentioned about agriculture practices and the precision farming, vertical farming, drones, and AI in agriculture. These are some of the wonderful cases. If you have to further look out, do a little Google search on Caterpillar's strategy of using digitization and ESG. Wonderful case studies by Caterpillar, and that is an example of a non-digital organization getting digitized and agriculture-wise accordingly. Tech-enabled conservation and biodiversity. We create natural habitat preservation. Of course, we ensure, one example is that whenever we conduct a training program in particular area like we have got in Aurangabad, we ensure that there are 50 people, we plant 50 trees, okay? So ensuring that natural habitats are, enabled, and each tree is named under the person who's planting it accordingly, okay? Species, endangered species monitoring and ecosystem monitoring. Challenges are there, of course, initial cost, but then if it is a part of your strategy, of course, government is also giving its own push. So push and pull strategy both have to work together in order to balance it out. If you leave it to the organizations, many organizations will not implement it. Little bit of kick is also required. Thank you very much. And infrastructure requirements and policy administration. I'll not spend much time over here. I think if you have any questions, I would love to answer the questions. I'm on time, madam. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for such an amazing session. I would like to call upon stage Ms. Kiran Sarkar, Head Sustainability at Mahindra & Mahindra Limited, to felicitate our speaker. Can we have a round of applause? Moving on to our next session that speaks about navigating clean tech in corporate India, strategies for sustainability leaders. I would like to call upon stage Kiran Sarkar, Head Sustainability at Mahindra & Mahindra Limited. Joining on the panel, we have Dheeraj Agarwal, Chief Investment Officer at Aditya Birla Health Insurance Company Limited, Mr. Prasanna Raghavan, Country Head of Finance, India, and CSE, the Ascot Limited, Mr. Nishant Patil, Head HSCF, Geography Operations at Reliance Retail Limited, and Ms. Neelam Gupta, VP Group Portfolio India at Capgemini. Can we have a round of applause?
So just to start and give a background about you, Nishant, and you're coming from Reliance Retail, which is, with the session before we saw, it's retail and sales is not an easy organization to be in, and then driving sustainability in that pressure. So just wanted to know your thoughts on, how you are driving sustainability agenda at Reliance Retail.
Yeah, good morning all. So you rightly said that it is quite challenges, especially the organization like Reliance Retail, because I think you must well aware about the Reliance Retail organization. So at present we are having more than 14,000 sites across pan-India. So we are present at every corner of India. And under Reliance Retail umbrella, there are more than 4 lakh people are working. So whatever programs we decide for sustainability, our major stakeholder is not only our staff or vendors, the customers also. And that becomes more challenges. Because till now, we do not have that much awareness level within the customers. Customers in the sense, in our stores, small children's to aged people are coming. So those all our stakeholders. So involving those in our sustainability program becomes the challenges. However, as I am from the health, safety, environment background, I'm working as a central function in HSC team as well as sustainability. So we try to engage customers through various customer engagement programs. For example, we celebrate Environment Day. So particularly for that period, week or month, we try to invite our genuine customers at our stores or malls, and we spread awareness, we conduct the awareness session. Also, we encourage them to go for the sustainability products. And we are getting very good response. Even customers are now, not only the investors or clients are asking for the sustainability, customers are also now becoming conscious about the sustainability. They are asking us to provide the sustainability products. So under Reliance Retail, there are different business formats runs. We have the apparel business, we have the electronic business, grocery, jewelry, as well as we have tie-up with the multinational brands like Hamleys and Mother Care. So I will just quote one example. The customers now conscious, as I said, they are asking us to provide the organic food in our grocery stores. So to mitigate that issue, we try to display or put this organic store area to easily visible and identifiable zone. So the customer can easily got those products and they can purchase. In electronic stores, so electronic stores, we call it Reliance Digital. So again, it is asked from the customers to provide them the energy efficient equipments or sustainable products. So during any events or any drives, what we do, we display those energy efficient equipments on our e-commerce platform, and we provide some discount to the customers to encourage them to go for these energy efficient equipments. So during National Pollution Control Day or Environment Day, this kind of drives we conduct, and we try to engage customers for the sustainability program. So these are some initiatives in case of apparel. Now, if you visit the Reliance 10 stores, you will find there is one brand, Pro Earth. So what that Pro Earth, we are using 100% organic raw material. So slowly, gradually, we are going towards the use of recycled or organic material for the manufacturing. So again, out of customer, now the topic is clean technology. So clean technology is integral part of sustainability, no doubt. But whenever we start any discussion on sustainability, the first things comes in our mind is that the solar energy. And next comes to the waste management. So if you look at the sustainability program of most of the companies, these two initiatives has dominated their sustainability program. No doubt, it is good and giving the significant output. We are also doing that. Be it a retail or construction or manufacturing, these are the two initiatives generally being adopted by the most of the organizations in their sustainability program. But apart from this, there are other initiatives which we have implemented in Reliance, which does not require huge investment, but giving the significant results. I will just quote some example. Now in Reliance office, which is a corporate office in the Gansoli, we are encouraging our staff to use the carpool. Because it is giving very good result, believe me, because suppose in a hypothetical example, 4 people are coming from the same locality to the office by their individual cars. 4 cars are running on the road. Suppose they are petrol cars. So one car is consuming 5 liters of the petrol, which is emitting approximately 11.5 kg of the carbon. Okay, if we encourage them to use carpool, then 4 people will accommodate in one car. 3 cars you are removing from the road. So total 35 kg of carbon you are controlling, reducing, and in addition to that, you are also helping to reduce the traffic on the road. So to follow this carpool facility, we have provided the reserve parking for the staff in our campus. Reserve parking only for the carpool users. In addition to that, the employees who are coming with electric vehicles, we are not only provided the reserve parking, we are providing the charging facility with free of cost. And we are getting very good response for that also. So at the end of the, without investing much, we are getting good results, good numbers at the end of the year for the sustainability. In addition to that, in our grocery stores, we are encouraging our staff to throw their Tetra Packs in the one of the box. We have provided the boxes at the stores, and we are converting those Tetra Packs into the benches or any reusable material. And we are converting our entire food waste into the compost with the help of the NGO and supplying it to the needy people. So these are some initiatives in the area of the waste management. One more is initiative which I would like to share with you, that is the energy conservation by using the LED lights. So since last 2 years, we have taken this project under the sustainability program. We have replaced all the normal lights with the LEDs for our operational stores. And we have incorporated these things in our design also. So whatever new stores are coming, those will come with the LED lights only. And ROI is very quick, means within 1 year, you can get the good return on investment on this. Next point, customers again are the major stakeholders, so we are asking them to bring their bags. If they are not coming with their bags in our grocery store, any stores, we are providing the bags first time on cost basis, and they can reuse this bag because it's regular customers. They can reuse that bag multiple times. If they comes with the damaged or torn out bag, we are giving the replacing bag with no cost. So list is huge about the sustainability, and we are just actually clean technology is nothing but the adopting the innovative techniques and procedures in your day-to-day work, which will help us to reduce the carbon environment impact. So that is why, with the help of the other stakeholders, collaborating with the other our hydrocarbon business and Reliance Foundation, we are coming out with new things day by day. And finally, retail is a trading business and is a customer-oriented business. Without sustainability, business cannot sustain. That is the truth. Because someone is manufacturing somewhere, he's providing the material in the stores, and the customers are purchasing that. So that is why optimized logistic and transportation is must, and waste management, packaging. We have done very good work in packaging also. Earlier we were using the plastic wraps for the packaging or for electronic and flexible items. Now we have replaced the plastic bubbles with the paper honeycomb and the shredded cardboards also. And we are also saving a lot of money, as well as it is a demand from our stakeholders also, and we are getting good figures at the end of the year for this.
Yeah. Thanks, Nishan. I mean, it's wonderful to see that you're driving sustainability even at employees and customers, and happy to hear that customers' demand is already changing or shifting, if I can say that. If time permits, I'll come back to you. But now I want to shift to Prasanna. So Prasanna here has a very interesting profile because he is a head of finance and sustainability. And I have not seen many cases like this. And Prasanna, like you have experience in hospitality and some other sectors also. So I just want to be generic and I want to let you choose, like you want to share hospitality sector first and then, some other sector.
Yeah, hi, good morning to all the panelists and the participants. So first of all, I would like to say that I come from a very unsustainable industry, being hospitality. You can see the number of lights that are burning here. Personally, I don't think these many lights are required. So from an industry perspective, hospitality is always considered to be a very unsustainable industry. However, I represent finance and sustainability, which I think is very important, and it's very interesting journey for the last 16, 18 months where I've been given this dual responsibility. Having said that, we are also part of Capitaland or the Ascendas group, and that is our building retail vertical, and Ascot is our lodging vertical. So I'll just start by giving a few insights into what we have done. But before that, I would like to say that when you talk about sustainability, it is very difficult to sell that internally within your staff because it is always with question that something cannot be done. So that's the first thing which I have heard saying that just because you are in finance and you want to say spend on sustainability, you are fine. But when we come to you for something else, you always say no. So, it's a very, it's a mixed kind of a bag where people always tend internally to sell sustainability is more difficult than to sell to the outside guests. Because we are in hospitality, as Nishant was mentioning, the customers have become very intuitive, and they would like to come to a hotel or to a property which says they are sustainable. I'm not sure how many of you know there is something called GSTC, which is the Green Sustainable Tourism Council. So both our properties in Chennai are certified under that, and that gives us an extra edge because if you go to a booking.com or something, you would have seen that you would have seen a green color kind of a thing on the booking engine. So if you are a sustainable hospitality product, then you're given that extra mileage and that extra number of points. You go 2 notches up. So to sell sustainability to the guest has become that much more easier than to sell it internally within your staff. A few of the guests actually would like to only come and stay in a hotel or which says that they're sustainable. Internally, I would like to share 1 or 2 examples of what we have done to kind of make ourselves more sustainable. So we have set up water bottling plants within our properties. I'm not sure how many of you are aware, the Indian Hotels Company, which is the Taj Group, have taken a mandate to set up water bottling units in all their properties. And so is the Leela and the Radisson Group. So each of the hospitality products are, or hospitality groups are doing it in their own way. So you can see here that there are no water plastic bottles which are there. So some of them have looked at purchasing water from on a wholesale basis. Some of it, like us, have set up water bottling plants in our own premises. Being part of Capital Land, some of the some of the efforts which we have taken are actually funded by our Capital Land Innovative Fund, which is there based out of Singapore. Another step which we have taken, I think most of the hotels would have done, is LED lights. So we have replaced all our in all our properties, lights with LED bulbs. And the third one, coming from Chennai, which is a very a state which has got a lot of wind power. Both our properties are 100% run on wind power. So that's something which we have been able to achieve over the last 2 years. So we have something, I think even in the morning they were talking about the power purchase agreement. So in Tamil Nadu, we have a facility where we can purchase 100%, we can run our properties on wind. So all our properties across India, about 75 to 80% of it are run on wind power, and the balance 10-15% on solar. And we are also looking at innovative ways to, when we build our property, to have it solar paneled on all the windows and things like that, which will help kind of make it sustainable from day one of its operations. So these are some of the measures which we have taken. Having said that, we're still not there. The journey is a continuing journey because, as people were mentioning, it is always much easier to sell sustainability to the outside world than internally to sell it within your own internal staff and your internal customers. So these are some of the measures which we have taken. So if we have a second round and the time permits, I would like to share, but more than happy to kind of, share it during our sessions or during the break. Thank you so much.
So very interesting, Prasanna. Like I didn't know 100% on wind energy hotels are running, and it's like when you go, you like don't remember to see it, right? You don't ask this kind of questions as a customer also, right? Ki, where we are sitting here, we don't know how the electricity mix is, right? So pointer for me that when I travel next, at least I'll ask whenever I travel, right? What kind of energy mix the hotel industry is using, and it's very interesting that customer should be aware and is aware, so that actually the businesses understand that what is the customer requirement. Sure. Right? So very interesting perspective. Shifting gears to a different industry now, and Neelam, I'll come to you because the previous speaker made a very interesting statement, right? Even the cement industry will work out of IT and digital. So I think then you are a very important person today, right? So I want to understand, Neelam, from you that how you are integrating all this clean tech in IT industry, and what are the focus areas for you?
Okay, thank you. And you rightly said the previous speaker actually talked about a lot of the technology element in sustainability. So I come from IT industry. I work for Capgemini, and I lead the Sustainability Center of Excellence. What it really means is providing the technology solutions to help our customers in their net zero journey. If we talk about our own journey or our own ambition for Capgemini, we like spread across around 40 countries, hundreds of offices. One of the biggest thing is for us as well on the environment, but our sustainability strategy is not only limited to the environment. we do have 2 additional pillars of the diversity inclusion and the digital inclusion. But I'll talk about more on the environment piece of it. So for each of these pillars, we do have the very set targets. So for example, we do have the neutrality target of 2025, net zero target of 2040. But even if whatever we do for ourselves, we still have got like not really the big manufacturing or the supply chain company where the emission is really that big compared to our customers. Even one customer would have maybe probably the 500 times more emission per year than what we have. And that is where we do have the target of helping customers saving 10 million tons of CO2 for their emission as well through IT services and solutions. Coming back to the IT side of it, whenever we talk about the IT can be as an enabler, and it has also got the carbon footprint of its own. So it's need to be the fine balance, and I was like the previous speaker who talked about the entire like the digital transformation and the sustainability transformation should go in the same direction. We're talking about a lot of the Gen AI, they do have their own carbon footprint as well. The one unique thing that what we are doing, what I would want to talk about it is that all of the premises, when you say the energy consumption is one of the biggest source of the carbon emission. And we have launched with our partner the unique solution, we call it as an energy command center. What it really does is it actually connects all of the India premises, all of the energy consuming devices, which is HVAC systems, street lighting, EV charging stations that we have, in a very, using the AI, edge computing, IoT devices, all of the sensor data, it's all managed in a centralized command center where we are not only able to optimize the demand side of it, and also able to manage the supply side of it. In addition to that, we do have the on the ground solar farm, which is around 35,000 solar panel, 11 megawatt of solar energy generated on the premises. We do also have that excess energy fed back to the grid, and to manage the demand and supply in a most effective manner, we do have the battery storage system as well, which excess energy is stored, and depending on the tariff and the demand, the energy is released based on the which source the energy need to be released. So with that, we have actually achieved in 1 year of operations, there are around 29% of the energy consumption has been reduced. And this is one of the key enabler which we were able to achieve our 100% renewable energy target 2 years ahead of the time in 2023. So there are multiple things. IT is the one thing. Another area I will just want to touch upon is whenever you use IT. So when you're talking about the like 180,000 people in India alone, and lot of the infrastructure, services, application, routers, end user devices that we use, the employee behavior in utilizing those devices also plays a very important role. So we do have a very specific change management program and the sustainability campus, what we call it, where we are having every employee to be well read or enabled to have the basic knowledge and how do they use the technology. For example, whether you are keeping your laptop on, how many mails that you are sending, are there unnecessary mail, how much is the big attachment are you sending the emails, and each storage byte gets actually consumes the space and hence the energy. So lot of those areas also that we are focusing on, which will help in our own transition. It is still a journey, as the other panelists have said. There is a lot of things still to be done, but we are well on target for achieving our own targets.
Thanks, Neelam. Very fascinating about the Energy Command Center you spoke about, and maybe we'll speak later about it, right? And the small things you spoke about, right? Even the attachment needs that kind of storage space. And generally, we don't think while we are sending the mail. So very interesting to know. I'll come back to you most probably with the second question. So to do all this, and Prasanna briefly mentioned, right, finance is a very critical area, and not in terms of only finance within the company, but how the investor market is moving altogether. SEBI coming up with the stringent BRSR, and it's very clearly visible that your investors require ESG in your organization, or they're preferring the ESG investments kind of a thing, and there is this entire green bond things also. So I want to come to you, Dheeraj, and understand your perspective around it, like how the market is moving now.
So, thank you, and good afternoon to everyone. So I am Dheeraj Agarwal, and I take care of the investment part of Aditya Birla Health Insurance. I'm the Chief Investment Officer in Aditya Birla Health, and I'm having the experience of investment in for last 16, 17 years. So I will be speaking only on the investor part and the finance part, how the sustainability will be funded. So there is a separate department for sustainability in our organization, and few of the things where panelists were telling us, we are also doing the same. But apart from that, we have taken the initiative to invest in some green bonds, because it's well understood that the equity market won't be able to fulfill the demand of finance in ESG sector. So bond market has to fill that gap, and there is a huge demand of financing in this sector. And India has just seen the just very small part of total financing which we are witnessing across the globe. There is a $2 trillion fund has been raised across the globe, but in India it's a few billions. And most of the financing, few of the financing has been done by Government of India. This year only, they are planning to raise this second half. They are planning to raise 20,000 crores. So good thing is that government has realized that there is a demand for green bonds. Our all big corporates are planning to invest in green bonds. The main problem is that where will this fund will come? And the sad part is that all investors are greedy. Sitting over here, if I ask to you, deposit in a paper which is giving 1% lesser yield than your bank FD, nobody will be agreeing to invest, because everybody can talk. But when the money goes out from your pocket, it is very difficult to fund those things. And for green technology, you need cheap cost for a longer period of time. And one example I can give you, last month what happened, NABARD came up with a social bond, first time in India, where they will be contributing something which is impacting the society, ESG, so the S part. And they thought to raise around 3,000 crore. But the yields investor asked was more than the normal bonds. Generally, it should be lesser than the yield, because if somebody is taking the risk, taking the pain to invest in ESG projects, then we should provide them cheaper cost. But the thing is that all investors are greedy. They don't want to invest in a bond which is illiquid. And that is why they were able to raise only 1,000 crore. And that too at the par with the normal bonds. So my only request with the government is that if they come up with something mandatory investment in insurance, banks, and mutual funds. Everybody who's from having any experience in bank, there is a mandatory CRR, SLR. So I request to the government that if they mandate something, ESG bonds, mandatory 2%, 4% in all insurance, mutual fund, and banks, then there will be a demand for these bonds, and slowly these institutions will be able to raise funds at a cheaper cost, and if cheap funds will be going to the corporates, they would be able to implement big projects for a longer period of time. So I have many experience, so I can share that if time permits, and if time allows, in second round.
So now I am just taking a liberty to not go with the questions I've shared, but with this conversation, there are some stimulating questions I have, and audience maybe would like to answer. So coming back to you, Nishant, I just wanted to touch upon only one single aspect, because you spoke about many aspects. So the thing about you spoke about waste, right? And you also spoke about circularity. So I want to understand that how specifically in retail industry, this circularity aspects is taken care of. I want to say this recycled products, say for example, because you touched upon the organic ones, but I want to understand because now a lot of clothing or say for example food on packaging, etc. So how the recycling back in the product manufacturing is happening now? Is there any initiatives or is there any challenges on that front?
Challenges, as of now, we don't see any challenges because Reliance Retail, as I said, there are different business formats runs under the Reliance Retail umbrella, electronics, apparel, and grocery. So we, as I said, we are encouraging our customers to be part of the certain programs. So recycling, we are asking them to collect their e-waste or deposit their e-waste with us. We have shared our customer care number, and whenever someone wants to put their e-waste into the just deposit in our store, they can come and just collect deposit their e-waste. And we have authorized recyclers across Pan India. The major challenge is that India is having very complex regulatory structure. So each state has some different rules and regulations for the e-waste. So according to that, we are focusing on onboarding the state-wise vendors to collect the e-waste, plastic waste, and any kind of the waste, hazardous waste. So we have a robust mechanism developed at state-wise, and some vendors are at the national level also. And they are collecting all our e-waste and for the recycling, and they are giving us the all data, and we are just submitting those data at the end of the year to the regulatory authority.
Sure.
Yeah.
Thanks. Coming back to you, Prasanna, now is, I just wanted to ask from your perspective, what are the kind of challenges, right, you actually really see or foresee per se? We talk about net zero journey or we talk about, net zero companies, etc. But it's not really easy, right? Because the entire scope 3 is a big part of the entire net zero journey. So what kind of challenges you see, because you come from the finance and sustainability both? So what kind of challenges that you foresee?
The first challenge is money.
I'm asking a person to a right question.
As the other panelist was mentioning, if we go in for any kind of investment, all our investors, because we have invested about 300 crores to 400 crores in one single asset, the investors are not that very forthcoming when we talk about investing in something which is more green than, even in a green building, your initial investment is going to be much more than in a normal building. So I think the biggest challenge which we foresee is the investors' mindset, which need to change. And of course, all of us know we talk about greenwashing. So there are a lot of regulatory things which are still in a very nascent stage, because the regulatories, as Dheeraj was mentioning, there is no I think there should be a regulatory requirement to necessarily invest, even if you're a loss-making entity, to invest in any kind of a ESG or a green investment kind of a portfolio, so that money is available for the government or for the regulatory or for the company to proceed with their the initiatives which they have planned for themselves. So I think regulatory requirements need to be more strengthened, and the investor mindset is something which we have found it, at least at my company or at my level, I can say that the investor mindset needs to change. And for that, it has just started. There are various panelists here who shared their experiences, but I think regulatory requirement changes is something which is very mandatory, which needs to be done before we can fast forward this journey.
Sure. Thanks, Prasanna, for that. Neelam, just for you that, there is a kind of a disruption will happen with ESG and IT together right now, because we are at that stage where, so there are different models, but really people have not started using it, right? So how do you see, this will happen? Like how the ESG will be integrated with IT and the digital disruption happen in the ESG field?
So there are 3 to 4 drivers, I would say, that the other panelists also talked about, and we heard in the previous session as well. Because consumers are demanding regulatory compliance that are coming. There are like EU regulations in Europe, there are in India as well as BRS those regulations are coming, which will enforce companies to really. One is reporting is one aspect, but the pressure from the investors as well as consumers, along with the regulatory compliance requirement and the digital transformation, is the key to enable all of these requirements. Whether you just talked about the circularity, there are people do want to make it make the circularity as a core theme, but to enable that, the platforms that need to be available to understand the raw materials that are more recyclable material, that is a challenge. So that we definitely see the expansion and the growth in this area. Coming from my own experience, the customers who are actually contracting us right from last year to this year, there is multi-fold increase in the customers who are asking for the sustainability as a key parameter, even when we are doing the IT services. So this definitely going to expand. That the challenge is the availability of the data, which is needed for even the scope 3 reporting that you talked about, which is the one of the biggest challenge that we see from all of the customers. Technology is evolving, that the key area that we are seeing, the reporting is going to come in the main for sure, but the other area is the like hydrogen, battery, carbon capture. So there will be some technology evolution that is going to happen in these areas for sure.
Sure, thanks. I think we started at 12:09, so 40 minutes. I have still 8 minutes left. I have the clock ready. Yeah. So I don't want to miss up on Dheeraj. You wanted to share another experience, right? And then.
I mean, see, just like in last my investment committee meeting, I said that I'm interested to invest in some green bonds. So everybody is interested. I mean, it's not like that nobody knows. So in Delhi or Mumbai, we are feeling the smog. The sad part is only that we realize after the event. We don't realize before the event, and that is the saddest part. I mean, we all did so much this construction around the city, but we never realized that this will hit us, because if this smog is reducing our average life of 3-4 years, then what is the meaning of this development? Because I understand that if we all are working very hard to get retired at 55 and enjoy the life at 55, and we don't have life after 55, then what is the need of this hard work? So somehow I understand that government has realized it very seriously, and they are coming with carbon trading. So there will be a good opportunity for those who are doing work in this. They can get some benefit of this. They can sell their carbon credits to someone else who is in the requirement of carbon credits. And then green bonds are also very attractive as of now. So it's an investment idea, I tell you. Green bonds are giving the same return as the normal bond. So there is no loss at all as of now. But soon something will come, I understand, because the demand for finance is very huge. So somewhere this yield has to drop as compared to normal bonds. So if we invest in these bonds, it will be good for us.
So it's a good pitch from Dheeraj, and good advice for all of us. I think all retail investors. So yeah, I hear. So we don't have time for audience questions. Okay, fine. But we got a good advice from Dheeraj for investing in green bond. So thank you so much everyone for really insightful, discussion, and at least I'm taking a lot of things with me from this discussion, and I'm sure the audience has loved it too. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much for such a wonderful session. I would request our moderator to felicitate our panelist. Please felicitate Dheeraj Agarwal. Can I have a round of applause, please? Next, we have Mr. Prasanna Raghavan. Mr. Nishant Patil. Neelam Gupta. I would request Mr. Sughosh Prabhu to felicitate our moderator. Can we have a round of applause? Request you all to stay back for a group photograph. Thank you very much. Moving on to our next presentation, I would like to call upon stage Mr. Sughosh Prabhu, CTO and ESG Solutions at PSIPL ESG Solutions. Can we have a round of applause, please?
Good afternoon. So, I feel that I'm in the power play 3 of this first innings, I have a task cut out. Kanishka has said, 15-20 minute ke upar nahi. Right? And of course, I do not want to stretch beyond that because I think the lunch is almost ready, right? Sorry? I am more than happy. Sure. So in the morning when my colleague started this session, Vishal, he said, I am scared. Well, in the last few hours that we've been here, I'm definitely not scared now, but I'm a little nervous because I can see a lot of industry stalwarts, ESG heads, sustainability leaders here sitting in front of me, and addressing this forum here actually is a privilege for me, and I should be thanking you on behalf of PSIPL here today to be here, giving your valuable time inputs. We've had some fantastic sessions from Mr. Soumitra, and we had panel discussions. Mr. Pratyush Pandaji talking about waste management. We had some beautiful inputs coming from the likes of Schneider, GS. I'm sorry if I don't remember all the names, but it's been a learning session, at least for me. But do you think I should say all of us here? So thank you, and it's an honor to be here. And before I start, and what we do, I'm sure we have a desk there put in. You guys must have seen it. We've got some good solutions that we've designed for our customers. We've enabled savings, right? And when I say it's not about the revenues that we have saved, it's more on the kWh or the electricity units, because that is more important, for all of us as sustainability leads. And that there are leaders, there are people there are sustainability officers. So what we do as PS, I'll give a brief about what we are and what do we do, and then come into the the whole the subject of this conference. So if you see, this is our tagline, the solutions inspired. What does it mean? This took us about 3 months to actually put it here. So we are a 23-year young organization in India, but this division of sustainability started about 4 years ago, and we are happy to say here that we've actually delivered solutions to our customers. And most of these solutions that you see that we have delivered to our customers come, or rather are inspired by our customers themselves, right? So all the solutions that we have offered to our customers, we'll talk about it briefly during the course of the presentations, have been inspired by our own customers. So they gave us more things to go back and work upon, come back to them, try that method out, then again coming back, and finally we've got certain solutions that have really worked well for almost every industry that we have associated with. So this is our vision. It's very short and sweet. We yearn to deliver excellence and experiences, because that is the primary business that we are in. About the organization, we are estimated to be around touching 460 crores in March 2024. What is very important is we have about 18,000 employees on our roll. The well-being of all these employees is our responsibility. that we are into a business where we are into a people's business now, where we are trying to integrate the human force with technology, right? We always believe, when we started off this journey on the technology front, we always believed that the how of the change will be defined by the technology. The why of the change will always be the humans. The human aspect of being intuitive, being ethical, that will never get replaced by technology. So the how of the change is what we say is always going to be technology, but the why of the change will always be driven by human beings. So everywhere, anywhere, I mean 50 years down the line, while we have more and more of technology, the human interface will never fade away, right? So we are a Kalpataru group company. It's 100%. So Kalpataru is into construction, but overall, why I wanted to we are into that space of power transmission as a group. We are into that space of construction as a group. We are into that space of energy, the ESG or the operations and maintenance. So this is all how it sums up. And then the SSL is more of the CSR, that the initiative driven by the group. Talk of the certification, I'll not spend more time on this. This is what we have. We've got the Best Technology Innovation Award, for the FM company by Reality Plus in 2019. That is where we started this solution for. So because even before I get into that, what we have done is we have looked at the built environments. Something that is getting built, of course, is done by the primary construction company. But what do we do with customers who already have built properties? You cannot go back to your customers and say, "Ye aaj inefficient hai, isko nikalo, get it changed." That is actually not going to work. I'm sure Mr. Prasanna, who was the panelist, will agree to me, with me rather, in terms of if I come to him, "Sir, ye sab change kar do," he'll say, "Thank you, that is the door." But if I can go to a customer and tell him, "I can actually optimize your operations by getting the same equipment, deliver you more for less," right? And that is what we have precisely done in this area, where we have been able to save good amount of energy, reduce emissions by, and those are all proven records. So getting back to the main concept of this summit, where we're going to talk about how do we move towards net zero, right? So I think this was touched upon by Mr. Soumitra in his presentation, but this is more clear in terms of where we are. These are the 17 different sustainable development goals that's been set up by the UNO, United Nations Organization. But with respect, in context of this, of course, each of these goals are important, but if you really look at what are we going to, why are we here for today? So I would say more on the 13th goal, that is on climate action. But then there are certain ancillary goals that sort of overlap into that. And of course, gender equality, because we are into a business where we deal with 18,000 people and growing on a day-to-day basis, right? So this is the goal, the primary objective. What you see in the yellow there, we have instances of the tsunamis happening. There is permafrost and ice melting at the poles. The ocean levels are rising. The oceans are getting more and more acidic because it's capturing in more of CO2. The biodiversity is imbalanced. All of that, it's all due to human activity. It is very bad, or we feel sorry to say that ये सब कुछ हो रहा है हमारी activity के वजह से, right? We are responsible. It's not the nature, right? If you see, the energy supply sector contributes to, and this is records taken from the UNO facts and figures. It's available in the public domain. 35% contributed to global greenhouse gas emissions. The residential and the commercial building sector, and I'm saying that this will include to a large extent industries as well, which will take the figures higher. 50% energy consumers globally. HVAC systems and emissions, they are expected to rise 90% of what it was in 2070 by 2050. So fossil fuels cater to 80% of your energy utilized. I mean, it could be your driving your car, or maybe getting converted into electrical energy for us. transport and aviation, I mean, I think there was somebody in the morning in one of the panel discussions spoke about how do you, I mean, in the last, I think it was Mr. Patil from Reliance who said that, we promote carpooling, right? So that gets it down by 35%, which is a good number. And that is how we want to, put all these, see the whole aspect of, there may be very, very large goals, to be achieved. But how do you achieve those larger goals unless you have smaller goals, which, then, so we need to really break those down into smaller goals. Mr. Soumitra spoke about how do you have short-term targets so that eventually you are able to reach where you want to reach, right? Then of course, waste management, I was really impressed with what Ms. I forget the name, sorry, from the lady from Capgemini spoke about the size of the email or the size of the attachment. If you can actually break it down to those levels, I'm sure we should be able to get what we want to achieve by 2050. At least for me, let's be at least optimistic about what we are doing, but at least we should be very, very mindful of the fact that whatever we say, we need to practice as well. And of course, food sector may animal products contribute to around 60% of the greenhouse gas emissions, and then of course the fashion industry. So what is the stark reality? We all know the climate change is happening. Climate change is caused by human activity. Every fraction of a degree, of warming matters. It is changing faster than we all can adapt, right? It is posing a huge threat. I'm just limiting here to human, but then there are larger ramifications to it. There are more than 1 lakh of species of plants and animals that have gone extinct, right? And we are only trying to, sort of exploit the situation more because humko economically grow karna hai, our GDP. So if I was reading through the big 7, in which India is also a big, alongside the US, the European Union, Brazil, which is again a growing economy like the Indians, they contribute to more than 50% of the emissions, right? And that's an alarming situation to be in, right? And our lifestyles, we're not happy with what we have, we want more. That's a human tendency. Our lifestyle is actually causing 2/3 of the global emissions. So there have to be multiple ways and means. There have to be policies in place where each one of us, it's not that ki government ka hai ya nahi hai, each one of us. So it starts with a me and it continues as a we, right? So ideally it should be that way. It cannot be somebody else makes it for us. It is us who need to drive that change. And if we don't do that, we are not leaving a very good place for our next generation too, right? So these are some points. Most of them have been discussed in the earlier panel discussions or in the presentations that have been made by the ones who preceded us. Renewable energy, yes, that's only 2% of what is being done today. We have a greater reliance on fossil fuels even today, right? Our intervention as PSIPL is to see how much, that smaller intervention, yes, obviously it's going to only grow in size, but as of today, there is something that we need to do here, right? On how do we curtail that, that additional spend? How can we help our customers or my clients or other clients? How can we do that so that, they are able to get more out of less inputs? That is what the whole idea is. Of course, move to more sustainable, transport systems. Of course, people spoke about it. Carpooling can be the most initial ones, But people have been talking about EV and all that. But while we were discussing it internally with our internal teams, we also realized कि हम चलो पेट्रोल का गाड़ी या इसका बंद करके हम लोग बैटरी पे लेके आते हैं. We are just changing the point of emission. That's all. That's all. बैटरी को लिथियम के लिए आप माइनिंग करोगे. So you are anyways adding to the GHG. You are trying to compensate it by not burning. Yeah. So it's food for thought, right? Are we really doing a great change by moving to EV? I don't know. Because I feel, or for that matter, the general thought was, that can be up for discussion, but The general thought was, we're just changing the point of emission, right? And how is this going to help us? It's a point that we need to contend, right? Of course, Mr. Singh spoke about sustainable farming, the vertical farming thing. There is some aspect of intense farming which is not recommended, because the when you go for sheep rearing, or all those things, the digestive system in animals is actually responsible for huge levels of GHG emissions. So intense farming is not considered. I'm sure Mr. Raja, who's going to be a part of our panel discussion, will throw more light on that. He's an expert in that area. Of course, responsible consumption I spoke about, and of course recycling. I mean, there are multiple things that one needs to do, and there are many experts here sitting here today in front of us, and I'm sure there is some work that is already happening. There is more that we need to do, and but that needs to happen at a much faster pace than what we anticipate or expect it to happen, right? So as PSIPL, what do we do? Going back, so we have got some tried and tested solutions. I call myself the guinea pig for all these solutions. We have tried this at our office before we went on to our clients. So these are guaranteed savings interventions that we have carried out for diverse clients. They were from the BFSI, the manufacturing, or for that matter, insurance. Insurance is already covered. Retail, malls, hospitals, and we've been able to achieve more than 40% of the saving for our customers within their existing plans. It doesn't call for a complete changeover. It only talks about system upgradation with what you have. A small prototype is kept at the desk. I have my colleagues Jayesh and Amit, people, if you would want to know more, of course, you can visit our website, and you can also understand from them what is the technology all about. Then of course, for decentralized systems on air conditioning, we have certain proven solutions which have an ROI of less than a year, right? These can be even used in your own homes where you have a standalone split unit or something like that. IoT, Mr. Singh spoke about it. We've already done some implementations for, so the basic, the fundamental line for us engineers is, if you can measure something, you can manage it, right? If you're able to measure, you can manage, because unless you have data to substantiate things, you will not be able to do anything about it. While I can say कि ये ऐसा करेंगे तो ऐसा होगा, but if I can say ये है, इसको यहाँ तक लेके जाना है, right? That is the whole idea. Then we do audits as an organization, different kinds of audits, and of course, because we are into predominantly the FM space, we deal with a lot of customers. We do have a lot of clients who, as I said, are the inspiration behind the different solutions that we create, right? So while we were doing business with them, we had come across them, and they said ki we wanted an automated system, which has helped us do that. And just like the lady from the Capgemini team said, they have a command center. We also do have one, where we capture this information for all our customers, go back to them, try and give that advice कि इसको कैसे करेंगे तो क्या होगा, कैसे नहीं होगा. More of consultative, this. But it has actually helped. In the larger scheme of things, it's not about how much इससे मुझे कितना धंधा मिलता है. What is that impact that we create, and what is the value that it drives for my customers, right? This is something that we are now, we do manage a lot of residential, we spoke about, this is something that, but then we see a lot of potential, and this is how we can actually have, or contribute to your journey, make it more and more attractive for, for our customers. This is what we have started, segregation at the start. How do you segregate, how do you recycle, how do you reuse? So that is, for us as of now, it's more on the CSR side, but we would really want to build a solution around it so that we can take it to our customers, align with their goals, and see how it can complement, their actions on recycling and waste management. Before I know I have just exceeded it, but I have a small video to show which has been running there. So can you just play the video before I say thank you very much? So thank you. The earth is our home, and that is all we all have in common. So thank you very much for your time, and I look forward to engaging with you for more such solutions, and hope you have a great day ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for such a wonderful session. I would request Mr. Ajay Pannu, Head Safety, Health and Environment at Thermo Fisher Scientific, to felicitate our speaker. Can we have a round of applause, please? Thank you so much. Now we break for networking and lunch. We will start our next session at 2:00 p.m. Thank you very much. Moving on to our next panel discussion that talks about sustainable foundations, most critical discussion, transforming built environment for India's sustainable future. I would like to call upon Mr. Ajay Pannu, Head Safety, Health and Environment at Thermo Fisher Scientific. Can we have a round of applause? Joining him on the panel, we have Madhusmita Agarwal, Director Operations, Support India and HSE Region Asia, Thales. Devesh Ghule, Corporate Group EHS Head, ESG, Fire, Manufacturing and Construction, Everest Industries Limited. Mr. Alok Srivastava, Vice President and Corporate Head, HSE at Shapurji Palunji and Company Private Limited. Mr. Raja Vadlamani, President of Supply Chain Management, Seedworks International Private Limited. And Mr. Sughosh Prabhu, CTO and ESG Solutions at PSIPL ESG Solutions.
Thank you very much for the warm welcome. Good afternoon, panelists. Please have a seat. We are delighted to be here discussing on an important aspect. First of all, I would like to thank Transformance to give us this opportunity to speak on a very important subject. And then I would also like to say that this is the best part of the day when you have lunch and you get some time to relax. So, but we'll try our best that you don't fall asleep during the discussions. So to make it more interactive, we'll try to find out some time at the end of the session so that you can ask more questions. As already the announcer has introduced all the panelists, so not to tell the names again, but let me, I feel the honor basically we have metallurgy engineers, we have civil engineer, we have chemical engineers. So this is a great group having a combined experience where we talk of a lot of experience, and that comes basically to this group. Before we start, I would also like to stress upon the need and why this subject is very important to us. When we talk of built environment, so it is everything basically above the earth, above the ground, maybe roads, infrastructure, buildings, we talk of locomotives, everything basically means is built environment. And if you remember in the earlier times, there used to be a saying by Dada Banaye Pota use karega. So those type of basically buildings were built in those times. And if you also remember the old houses, they used to have Roshandans or the basically openings at the top. And there used to be a specific reason behind that. The hot air used to rise up and it will ventilate the entire household. So they were more sustainable in that particular nature. The house was surrounded by a lot of greenery, but due to constraints, other things, basically now we are not left with space. There are things, basically the population is increasing, the economy is increasing, and that's the reason means multi-story buildings and other things which are come up. But when we talk of built environment, it actually, if we don't have a good built environment, I would say it adds to around 40% of total greenhouse emissions. And then the building materials which we use, it adds to around more than 20% again basically to the greenhouse emissions. So we have to be very sure when we design what we want to build and how it can be sustainable, so that there's no need of again basically breaking it and making it, or basically consuming more energy and fossil fuels. So that is where the importance of built environment is there. And I would be posing a lot of questions to the panelists basis the technicality and their field of experience they have. So I would basically start with the Madhu to my co-panelist on the aspect of what are the various opportunities you would like to consider during the design phase when we talk of built environment.
Thank you, Mr. Ajay, and good afternoon to all of you. And as he said, it's a difficult session just after lunch, and we'll try to keep it interactive. So before I start answering the question, just a small introduction about myself. So I am Madhusmita Agarwal, and I was telling some people that you can call me Madhu. That's easier, and that's what I'm used to hearing from everyone. I am responsible for quality and HSE. I work for Thales, and I'm responsible for HSE for Asia as a region and quality for India. Thales as a company is, if you look at basically what we do is electronics and software. In terms of domain, we are into defense, aerospace, and digital. So your Aadhaar biometrics in the background is done by us. The Digi Yatra in the background is done by us. Your credit card payments, 80% globally, are secured in the background by us. So that's where we touch your lives. And I'm not talking about defense and aerospace. If you travel by Air India, then if you read the magazine in IFE, which is in-flight entertainment, it will be written by Thales, so THALES. It's a French company otherwise. So that's in brief what our company is all about. So coming back to the question on what we can look at from the design stage, as you can understand, what we do is more of engineering and software and electronic kind of work. We are not into construction. However, we do have offices, and I have the opportunity of managing the real estate and the site management portfolio for 3 years before I took on this complete portfolio. So from that I can tell we designed several offices, but we had a bare shell, and that's where our designing started. So maybe others will throw more light on the complete construction of the building. I can talk about the design inside. A lot of things is already kind of a repeat, whether it's about LED lights, which a lot of you spoke about, or it's about the sensors for tap or for your meeting room lights. All those at the design stage we have implemented. And if you implement, obviously it's it's more environment friendly. Over and above that, as you were talking about, that we have less of green spaces, so inside the office we need to make green space. In our head office, behind the reception, we have a huge green wall. And the green wall, as you see probably in the Mumbai airport also, at least that's where I saw it for the very first time quite a few years back. So we had it at our reception with 800 indoor plants, actual plants, and we have 6 floors there. So on those 6 floors also there are 1800 plants which we have inside the office. Apart from this, at design stage, common sense, we need to have our workstation designed in such a way that they get more of natural lighting. That's something which we have tried to do, and actually it has reduced our electricity bill. So it's not just to say that you do it. And here I'll quote Mr. Suyog, what he was talking, that it's all these small actions that we need to take if we have to reach the bigger goal. So whatever actions I'm telling are actually very small ones, but they are for a bigger goal, that we are environment friendly. And just two last things I will leave as food for thought, and maybe if we have time for the audience questions, I would like your views on it. First thing is, we all say that instead of having your paper towel, we should have the hand dryers, right? Is it really environment friendly or not? Right, so I leave it food for thought. You can come back to me, I'll give you the answer, if not in the audience question, maybe later on. And similarly, we talk a lot about drinking water, whether we should have those vending machines or the water dispensers, or we should have a RO installed. So which is better, which is more environment friendly? It's really interesting to know. So I leave it there.
Thank you very much, Madhu. And this is, you very rightly said, the design part, especially for the architects at the time when a building or a new project is to be designed, very, very important. If you take all the inputs at the right time, you don't require to break a building. You must have seen in your own localities and all, means there were houses which were built 10 years back and now they are breaking, means to maybe bring it, make it more sustainable, or maybe means to accommodate more people or whatever way. So maybe means at that time it was not thought means what will happen at 10 years ahead. So design part is certainly important, and thanks for sharing the questions basically for the audience. Maybe we'll come back on those and take the views from the audience. To move ahead, basically means I will move to Devesh, and let me also tell you, it is not a chronological order. Basically, I will not move in that. So it is by chance that you are sitting next to him. So what are the challenges you anticipate while getting a sustainable design principle? So architects may give a design which at times may not be feasible on ground. So what are those challenges basically which you think are borne by the companies, especially construction companies and all?
Thanks. So first of all, thanks all the organizer and people here. So I request you, all of the guys from different discipline. This is the first forum, in sustainability ESG. So all people are working towards saving the mother nature, and that was a hats off to you. So have a big round of applause for all of you guys. So you have spent your time for this ESG and sustainability. That's a miracle subject. And it's not only for mother nature, it's also cost saving also. So I will like to put a few examples. We recently, one plant is under the construction and a few design aspects we consider. Every time we talk about the LED and all these things, I want to throw light, which is a takeaway for all of you guys, which is something different. I'm not going to talk on the what you know, some of the things. In constructions and the design aspect, the most important part is that designers and architects understanding towards the sustainability, and they need to keep in mind the carbon footprint, water footprint, other aspect. Generally, it is one of the lacking area, one of the biggest lacking area, but I hope it is going to be very demanding subject and very demanding core field. So next time there will be separate Sumit for the design sustainability people also. New core stream is going to come. Right now we have a very limited stream, but what we can do as a takeaway, for example, everyone, we are as a business, everyone is in the business, we want to save the cost. Correct, running cost and fixed cost also. So running cost, few beautiful example I want to give. What we did, there is a rehandling always happen. If the line is not in a batch line, In a sequence line, what happened, the people are using in the warehousing and other construction areas and manufacturing, they use the forklifts and other vehicles, which consume lots of diesels and other manpowers and other thing. You can't imagine, we save lots of amount and lots of manpower also. We eliminated the manpower by using the batch sequence and stacking and our rehandling areas and other area. So based on our understanding, we visited the site, we make a multi-form groups and other thing. That is a very untouched area, hardly people have touched upon it. This is area we can see. Second area is the material selection. Most of the time we see is the branded companies and these peoples and other, these are things. We try to go little bit much more beyond of that. Now people says this vendor is ISO certified or not, this vendor is published their sustainability report or not. That is a basic thing, elementary thing. But what is the next step? Which type of material we are taking? Which type of embodied energies are there? Are they conscious about that? We visited that vendors also. So such type of things we can start to think, and it is a thought-provoking exercise. So vendors and ecosystem are getting the okay. Now customer is asking such type of things, whether this is sustainability I will taking care or not, and all these things. So we should ask as a start point of this, we should the sustainability what you are doing and other thing. That is also one of the area. And lack of the information. We don't have the information about the scope 3s and other thing. India is growing by the SEBI, BRSR, scope 1, scope 2 is mandatory. Now they are July notification, if you see the CB guideline linked with the GRIs and other thing. That's a good growing. From the top-notch companies developing, they are developing in this area. And skill level, second part is that, challenges. If there is a mandate is coming from the legalities, CBs and other thing, then it start much more in the provoking areas and understanding area. So I think such type of conference and anything, it will grows another thing. And another challenge is that you cannot get the listed material. There's a lots of opportunity of material available, which is a very eco-friendly. We are not aware. It is over the net here and there. So searching times and other thing, it goes times and other thing. So that was, and electricity also. If you see the most of the in the factory, can you tell me which equipment consumes lots of energy? Anyone? Okay, in this room, which energy is consuming, light or any other thing?
Air conditioning.
Rotating parts, yes. Rotating parts is consuming lots of energy. So we need to focus on that area also. So we started to, and you can reduce lots of energy. We generally do the energy audit after the construction, building, commissioning, other thing. We should start to think about at the primary stage. And variable drives, there are many things are coming, variable drives and other things. So I think this way, proactive step, if we need to deploy more resources at the designing stage, rather than we deploy the people at the later stage. That was a paradigm shift is required. So that is, I think, is the takeaway for everyone.
Thank you very much, Devesh. And one of the things which I can add to this is that we need to have a due diligence process, basically, as we are selecting vendors. One is that the intent behind doing in a sustainable manner. And second, similar way, basically, when we are selecting materials, due diligence is very much required. It should not be the cost alone, basically, which should be the deciding factor, but it should be how the material will be sustainable. If you all remember around 2 years or 3 years back, or maybe more than that, I'm also not very exact on the timelines, but there was a building, residential building in London, which got on fire, and the entire building was gutted. And the main reason behind that fire was they had used alcohol, basically facade out in the building to make it more look better. And post that particular incident, DLF took a action basically by changing all their facades, basically removing the alcohol from their building. So this aluminum composite, which was there, which was not a sustainable material, and that can affect basically buildings in such a manner. So now we have talked about the design aspects and then the challenges which we are facing. I will move a bit that there are times when we have existing infrastructure, existing buildings. There are times basically when we ask, what can you do basically in the existing building? How can you make it more sustainable in less spend. And that is where basically I would request Sughosh basically means to put, he spoke about this prior to before lunch, but again we would like to hear some few examples, as well as if you can talk on the Internet of Things also basically related to that, that would be great.
Thank you, Mr. So basically, Deve said that, कि energy audit and all that we do is after the building gets constructed or the facility gets constructed. And I am into a business, or PSIPL is into a business where we take over these buildings and we manage it, right? तो हमको सारी चीज़ें मतलब the pros and the cons come to us as Dahej. तो हमको वो मिल जाती हैं, and then which is where the expectation is to how do we improvise on the existing infrastructure. So I have a case, I have many of them, but I know the one that actually crosses my mind now, and which I think I should say it here, is about an ITS client, and we had approached them for primary IFM services, where he said, I can only give it to you if you make it look attractive for me. In terms of course, he already had some players working with him, and they were international players, and we are an Indian company. So while we use those jargons about think global, act local and all that, उसने बोला काम करके दिखाओ, बाद में project लेके जाओ. So it all started off with an audit. We said, okay, he gave us the site, so they have an internal rating system. They have got about 6 facilities in India, and they have this process of rating each one of them so that it gets competitive internally as well. So when we spoke to the finance director, he came up with this. He said, I'll give you the worst site. If you can actually turn this red site into a green, I give you larger business, this. So we did the audit. We realized there was enough potential. There was huge wastage. I mean, what is an audit and how do you conserve energy is you plug the gaps. So it's not about switching off anything. That's the best way to save energy. But then if you really want to optimize, you need to look at avenues where you can actually cut down on these wastages, and then you try and see what best can be done within the existing infrastructure. So when we did this project, and it was a 24/7, it was equally difficult for us to plan. So it called for a lot of planning and coordination, because there were certain business implications if something went wrong. So we had to actually plan the deployment in such a way that we had to do a lot of things outside, and then take a shutdown because there are a lot of data centers in that area. So unka ek requirement tha temperature ka. So but then we said, I mean, this is something that we are going to come across very often. A lot of companies will not want us to shut down their system and allow us to do things. So that was the first of its kind project that we did in their Pune property. But then the other aspect, I mean, why it is so inspirational is the client also did not own the asset himself. He was working out of a leased premise. One thing is कि मेरा asset है, I can change it. But if I am actually working out of a leased premise where the asset belongs to the builder, there has to be a buy-in also from the builder for him to change. So we've met up with the builder team. It was again an experience for us, because the way those people thought, we actually gave him this idea ki, sir, one thing obviously is the sustainability side of things. The second is, even if this client leaves your premise, you can actually charge a premium to the next incomer. So there he saw business. But at the end of the day, the longer the lease, the better for the customer. We were able to get the site from the red zone to the green zone. We got the next project in Bombay. I am happy to say I may not have too many customers today, but I've got repeat orders from the same customers, which sort of gives me that confidence that the client reposes trust in the intervention. This is one side of things where you actually do an infrastructural change. Now, how do I get the IoT? Because we've been talking a lot about 2018 May, you saw, and it was actually the IoT wala boom actually came in when COVID struck. There was a lot of people working from home, but businesses had to sort of continue functioning. How could you use technology? So banks was one such thing where it didn't actually close business, but it was an upcoming branch, and हमने कुछ IoT के interventions किए थे. I spoke about that fact that if you're able to measure things, you can actually manage. This branch in, I'll say the location, I mean, it was in the north of India. They had taken that as a pilot site where they said they had this perennial problem of, their voltage sensitive equipments blowing off. So every time, the vendor used to come, he used to say कि आपका input voltage में problem है, आपको नया machine लेना पड़ेगा. So that was a recurring cost that they. So we put up a system. We realized that the problem was not from the source. The problem was from the load side. उन्होंने इतने बड़े UPS systems लगा दिए थे कि the UPS system was adding to the harmonics because of very very low load. We went back to the customer and said कि sir आपका capex आप कम करा लो, इतना बड़ा UPS की ज़रूरत नहीं है. We just changed the UPS system. In fact, it was like double benefit for the customer. एक तो उनका वो the breakdowns came down drastically, and the second side is they could pass that as a policy mandate कि इतने छोटे branches के लिए we don't need such huge systems. So there was a capex, the intangible side of thing is there was a saving on the capex investment also, which they used to invariably do when they just had to open a branch. So these are two case studies, but then we have many more like these. But
Thank you, Subash.
Thank you.
And you very nicely touched upon, but I am sure that this was not just for the visual looks, the changing of the buildings or all. You really mean sustainability and helping the customer in that end. Great. Yes, please.
So there's a 2 points I just want to touch. Everyone talk about the industry 4s and other things. Little bit costly at present scenario. We can understand. So there's a few easily take away as which, as per my experience, more than 2 decades, the preventive maintenance and maintenance systems. This is one of the most earlier. If you see in the 2005, the TPM coming into the picture and all these things, there's more getting more importance of maintenance. Nowadays, maintenance has to be more streamlined. The skill power of the maintenance is very one of the challenging area. So maintenance can reduce the power consumption by 3 to 5%. That's our experience. So this area, if you can look into it, proper cleaning, washing, and as per the things, and over capacity, as he rightly said. Another things I want to share you, because the environment, electrical, everything is linked. Nowadays, environment, air pollution monitoring, equipments are getting, limits are more stringent. So sometimes we are going with a more higher, capacity back filters, different type of back filters, increasing the blowers capacity and all these things. There is another, we attempted to try one things. There is a, back filter systems and there is a stack and all these things. Before that, we tried one thing, increase of changing the bags and all these things, capex. We are sending through a cone tanks and all these things. And it's a water field. So we chalo ek try karke dekhte what happened to that, dust, and drastically down. And before, monitoring pattern also we changed because it contains some moistures also. So desiccator ovens we use, drastically down. So there are multiple ways, there is we can think out of the box also. In place of capex, there is a, every capex I will suggest we can give one checkpoint checklist. It should be concerned from the thought process of the, sustainability point of view. Then we can think, we can save a lots of money and also. So these 2 points are very useful.
Thank you, Devesh. Very, very right. When we're designing a particular system, whether it is HVAC or anything, if you have a good design, sustainable design, it can certainly save a lot on electricity and give the maximum output also. Equally important, the 52-week PPM schedule. Basically, I've seen companies, I have been an auditor also. So I have gone to various places. What they do is normally maintain an Excel sheet in the laptop and they will say done, okay. So don't do that. Basically, it does add a lot of value if you do timely maintenance, preventive maintenance of your systems and all. It does also help buildings basically to be safe from fires also. So moving a bit again changing gears, and now we are talking of the building, the existing buildings. So where we talk of biodiversity, and when I say biodiversity, it is not just planting trees in your area or your building, but it is more to that. Biodiversity includes the flora and fauna and other things, and water saving and conservation or reuse in other ways. I would turn it to Raja basically on that particular front. and asked basically what type of biodiversity activities in their industry. He comes from a seed industry, so he would have a different concept altogether. Over to you, Raja.
Thank you very much. And I'm an odd man, actually. I'm not an engineer.
No problem.
And then, yeah. So the seed is the primary input for the agriculture. So I represent a seed industry. So for seed industry or for agriculture, the biodiversity is very, very important. And it is a major topic. It's not that, we can cover in a few minutes of time, but it's very, very important. But I will touch upon few things. Why diversity is important. And Prabhuji was mentioning about the global warming, then GHG emissions, then who are actually mostly hit by these warming? It is none other than the agriculture, right? Okay. But having said, agriculture is also contributing to the GHG emissions, right? Okay. A quarter of the GHG emissions are from the agriculture, right? Okay. So then of course the sustainability of late has come as a buzzword. So then the sustainable forms actually, and so Prabhu was mentioning about, then so the talk is a little tough in terms of the walking actually, because the farms are millions of acres, that's what we have to address. The farmers are millions, where the knowledge gap is also there. Now coming back to the biodiversity and why it is important is, as the global warming is happening, the temperatures are increasing, especially in India, the southern parts are feeling more warmer actually, right? Okay. So the varieties which were performing better, the plants which were performing better, are not as equally productive as they were in the new climate change patterns, right? Okay. So biodiversity in our sense is like creating the diversity. Then how we store, how we create our seed banks and the seed exchanges or the germplasm pools. So where then we store many of the ancient varieties and also the wild varieties. Then we use them in our various crosses so that the future varieties are more climate resilient. So that's why it's very useful. And also, having said that, then your sustainable farming is nothing but about how resource smart are you. So for example, a kilo of rice today, we are eating actually, it consumes is the result of, depletion of around 5,000 liters of fresh water. So, and also it has an emission factor to the tune of around 4 kilos of CO2 equivalency, right? Okay. So, but how to measure? These are all metrics. It's so complex in the agriculture, because the proper standardization or the stratification is not intact so far, which is evolving actually, right? Okay. Now, so then we have actually in agriculture now, when we started our journey 3-4 years back in terms towards sustainability, then we have developed various methodologies in terms while keeping biodiversity at the prime. The other initiatives, what we actually do in terms of reducing the water use in case of rice, creating varieties from the ancient which are drought resistant, bringing them back those traits and then creating that way. That's how biodiversity is useful for us. Then the methodologies like alternate drying and wetting in case of rice, or the direct seeded rice, changing the entire cultivating patterns. That's how actually we use many of the ways actually of the initial, taking the best use of the initial varieties into this the new varieties. That's how we are trying to combat the climate change. So that, and also most important, by 2050, let us say there are going to be around 10 billion people. So I think we have to produce 50% more food than what we are producing right now. So, but our land is not increasing, but the climate warming is happening. So then how we develop varieties, the taking use of the biodiversity is very important. Now coming to the built environments, yes, now the of late, there are some regulations, like, all the people, around 70%. In fact, our factories are these things, very important that we plant trees. And also wherever we do our production of the seeds, it's also important the area that we actually uprooted or by any chance, then we have to replant the trees, and that's all we strictly follow so that the ecological balance is always ensured. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Raja. And I move to my last question, basically, as though we have exceeded a bit of time, but still we have around 3-4 minutes. So I'll move on to Alok. Basically, Alok is a civil engineer working with Shapurji Palanji. and he handles the direct construction activities and all. So, Alok, I want to check with you, how do you manage your waste basically from the construction sites, one, and second, how do you basically ensure good material management? Being a EHS leader, how do you do these two activities in a better manner?
Good afternoon, everybody. I am in the core of built environment for last 38 years, from doing construction as well as managing EHS in construction. And I know the real state of the construction. Basically, the construction built environment, if we think about, we are missing out a big element of it, that is the consumer end. The waste generation primarily comes from the behavior and awareness of the end users. It can be a mobile phone. We have this year, another model comes up next year. We want to change it up. What will happen to the old one? Same with the each thing we consume or use, along with our houses. So that's where the waste generation comes from. We want a new finish, we want a new facade, we want something new just to show it off, to feel good. What all? I think that's from there. I heard in the beginning years of this century a phrase coined by National Safety Council called sustainable development. They ran a year campaign for their National Safety Day campaign, and initially 2002-03 they said it sustainable development. 20 years later, we are still at the same location, in the same point. Hardly anything has been done to probably create awareness to the end users, the consumers, the indulgence. That's responsible for generation of waste more than anything else. Why do we need extra, more new? So in construction handling, there are rules, C&D rules. 8 years back, they are there, and then we are struggling to comply with them because we have to dispose it off. It is for the municipality to find out the area to dispose it off. It's not there. So we are trying as a company, as a responsible company, to utilize that within, and bigger area we are finding out the ways to minimize the waste when we are doing construction. But post construction, what happens is this is the key or the root cause for generation of waste, where everybody will have to be very, very conscious of the impacts of their changing choices, upgradation, whatever you call it. But this indulgence and consumerism will probably be can be termed as a root cause for negative impact on sustainability. So smallly, in short, yeah, we manage our waste, we try to reduce the waste, and moreover, the single tolerable waste is the generation of concrete cubes, which we test for the strength of concrete. Utilize those cubes for different ways within the premises in our labor camps, or we donate it to the nearby villages or somewhere for paving and other things. Otherwise, I believe we can save a lot of waste from being generated by using technologies. Subsequent presentation, you can see a few of them. I'm going to conduct that. Steel waste generation can be brought to near zero. Concrete waste generation can be reduced, but yeah, those concrete cubes remains there. And then with better planning, better awareness of the workers, we can bring down the waste to the manageable limits. But I think the root cause remains what I discussed. On that, and what's the second point?
Second was, how do you manage your material management?
Material management again remains a challenge because here again it goes with the preference of the client or the user. I give you an example of sustainability. I want to save the water for when we cure the concrete. We pour the water over concrete, simply pour it, and that water is potable, of the drinking grade.
Correct.
Technologically, how can we avoid that? By having curing compound posting over the concrete, so that we don't need to pour water on the concrete for its cooling, because it's a chemical reaction, heat is generated. 95% of the client deny that. They don't allow us. We are contractors as a company, I say, but as a construction fraternity, that awareness in the clients, the good clients, even corporate clients, few of them are probably here also. They say, no curing compound, you pour water. That's where the awareness is required to be done. So that level of material management, what do we want to use? We probably know about that, we suggest that, but then the awareness is important. We do have our channel to go responsible while procuring the material. Disposing obviously is as per the rules. So it's important that it cannot be done in a singular way. It has to be complete, comprehensive, end to end, from the generator to the user. The awareness is there, then everybody agrees upon. Otherwise, and again, if we make sustainable construction, it will be costly. Users should be ready to bear that cost. It's not their construction is a cost sensitive sector. Lower, the better. Less cost, better cost. You get the job. So the corners are cut, and they are the real root cause for generation of waste. construction is one of the leading contributors to this GHG gas emission, and that's a fact. And it will remain unless we bring out these changes, the root cause changes.
Thank you very much, Alok, and very rightly said. We need to find innovative ways basically to manage the waste and reduce the waste. So to conclude, basically what I have heard from the expert panelists over here is, as you all know, that India is the fourth largest economy in the world currently, and as to the thanks to the economy increasing, basically means people's buying power is increasing these days. Over the coming years, maybe in the next 20 years, people would buy more cars, more air conditioners, more big houses, or basically means new houses. And this all basically entails to that India becoming the third largest consumer of energy means across the world. And when we talk of these things, basically means we are also means the largest greenhouse gas production basically country. So to work towards that, built environment is very, very important. So I would request to the fraternity over here, as Devish said, we all are doing great work in our respective domains. But my request would be, means please ensure the built environment itself, we start attacking the activities so that we have a sustainable future. We will work towards the next generations basically to save for them, and not just means think about ourselves. Thank you very much for your kind attention and attentiveness. So with that, we finish the discussion, and I am open in case you have any questions on the answers to the two questions which Madhu gave in. So you're welcome to please ask.
Madhu, why don't you summarize that just quickly?
Yeah.
Okay, what were the two questions?
Life cycle cost for life cycle value for a tissue versus a hand dryer, and about water bottle versus a RO plant.
So when your hand dryer is the one which produces warm air, in comparison to that, your paper towel are much more less impact because they can be recycled. So when it is warm, it not only impacts, there are several factors. So it not only impacts the environment, also the health of the human beings. There are various factors. There's a study on that. And however, if you have the hand dryer, which is not with warm water, which is with warm air, which is with normal air, like you see these days, the Dyson ones, then those, and in that also there can be through aluminum blades or plastic blades. So all that have different angles, but the most traditional one is worse than your paper. And similarly, when we talk of RO, so I hope you know that the commercial ROs are more or less banned these days. So it's only the domestic ROs which you can use. So if it's in the office, first it will depend on the consumption of water. And the recycled, because those bottles are recycled, that's right. But those bottles are also filled by RO, right? So you have those logistics cost additionally to that. So your own domestic RO would be much better. So that's.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Sir, my one question is that to Mr. Vivek. Vivek ji, you are as a construction field. I want to understand while you are going to meet a client. Yeah, Vivek Srivastava. Alok sir. So sorry to misunderstand your name, because I want to discuss with construction part only. While you are going to cooperate and you are discussing about this, curing compound. Curing compound is a very good thing which you are going to eliminate the, putting of the water in the concrete and all. But application of curing compound, that is also very important. A person can left, suppose that any block or any structure or any foundation, while people are doing or applying the curing compound, if they are not doing proper and not applying as a proper curing compound, is not going to, going to reduce the heat of hydration. So from your side as a contractor or construction, which part you are looking, so more as far as aesthetically as well as technically, you have to explain your this corporate client that curing compound is good, but awareness of the application is very, very important.
That's your suggestion, right? Yeah. I welcome that. We have been dealing with it in different ways by using technological ways also, but there's a mindset. It's cast concrete. It's like cast a concrete in the older orthodox mindset. Water is best. That's how.
Even the steel which you are telling is almost going to reduce a network as zero. but still cannot be zero. It is a 2% or 3% wastage is always there while you are going in.
I contradict that. I achieved 0.25%. I don't say zero, I say close to zero. We
Okay.
achieved more than at one side, 0.2 to 0.3%.
Okay,
And I can give you data.
Let's keep the
that we will discuss. How you
If
are.
possible, I'll show you in the next presentation
Okay,
the same thing.
yeah.
Alok, you can offline discuss. Thank you. Sorry we took more time, basically. But again, back to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I would like to call upon stage Mr. Vimal Ladha, CFO at PSIPL ESG Solution, to felicitate our panel members. Can we have a round of applause, please? Please felicitate Mr. Ajay Pannu. Ms. Madhusmita Agarwal. Mr. Devesh Ghule. Mr. Raja Vadlamani. And Mr. Alok Srivastava. Request you all to please stay back for a group photograph. Thank you very much. Moving on to our next presentation that talks about built environment, implementing innovations in construction and design. And we have Mr. Alok Srivastava from Shapurji Palanjin Company Private Limited. Can we have a round of applause, please?
Version, at the end of my presentation, you will see my opinion on sustainability. How should we look at sustainability? How it goes. I have around 40 slides. Half of that is on technological part of it, which is how do we use the technology in making the building sustainable. And big part of that is as asked, how do we adopt sustainability while constructing it? So I'll give you some figures which will show how built environment, the impact carbon footprint has been distributed. A big chunk goes to operation or use of the building or facility. And that's where we need to focus more. Construction is a small part, but yes, what has to be done in each segment of the whole pyramid. So today, this is the topic which has been given to me. I have, there's nothing new which I'll tell, because if someone want to tell me or you how to remain healthy, we say, okay, take care of your food, your sleep and fitness. Everybody will keep telling the different things on the same three topics. So sustainability, there's nothing new I can tell you all. You are well aware, maybe more than me. I'll share something which you may be known to you, but I try to make it concise to save the time, as well as to give more practical solutions while doing construction, what can be done to support sustainability. Built environment, a definition which text part I generally skip to save the time because the ghanti will start. So, but built environment is inherently detrimental to environment, detrimental to sustainability, and that's a fact. If we need to become fully sustainable, built environment should go. We should sit under a tree. I mean, that's what should happen. But yeah, it's important because it's required. So its construction is an activity which is damaging. We remove the topsoil, we dig trenches, we crush the minerals, we mine them, make cement, make concrete. 4 billion tons of cement every year, almost 30-40 billion tons of concrete, the second most used substance on the earth after water. Maybe 2,800 billion liters of water every year can be saved if we stop using concrete. But we have to think, more is how can we make it more environment friendly. It's for 40%, again the common knowledge everybody has been talking about. I will not take much time here, but as I told you, this much of impact can be probably reduced, or it can be reviewed. How can we make it more environment friendly? Impact is this, as I was about to tell you, that this is 47%, this much part. Directly or indirectly, a big part here is on the direct emissions for total carbon emissions, 9 and 3. From building construction and infrastructure construction is 12% out of 47%. So construction is only 12%, maybe 25, 28%. But beyond that, if you see 27 from operations of the building, use of the buildings or facilities, a big focus area, because once it is cast, it will remain in use, and then a lot of extra energy is being consumed. So a big focus area. 10% from materials, manufacturing cement and steel, and 10% from other construction activities, which is being mentioned in different clauses. But this is how the picture of the whole impact of built environment on the global environment and climate. And we must know the figures. It's biggest than anything else. It is adding carbon footprints is inherent, as I told you. Consumption of energy during construction and while using. There are two parts of it. So it's important to incorporate sustainability at the design stage, so that because the capacity to influence the greenness of the building or the safety of the building is extremely high at the design or conceptual stage. And if we already made it, it remains very minimal, and it is converse for the cost. Initially, the cost involved in changing anything sustainable or safe is very low. As we go ahead, project implementation, construction and use or commissioning, the cost will be extremely high to make it sustainable or green or safe. So initial point of any project or any building or anything in built environment, that's the real time for think about sustainability. And again, as has been discussed here, it's very minimal capturing of data to benchmark, to know about the impact of sustainability. As a company, we have conducted a study of carbon footprint mapping of one of our construction sites 8 years back. About Shapurji also, I want to tell you, Shapurji is a classic example of sustainability. 158 years. And that's because sustainability is in the DNA of Shapurji Palanji. I think there are many programs which were suggested by Mr. Shapur Mistry. Daughter of Shapur Mistry runs a separate wing called I Care. I Care. Literally caring. CSR. Nothing else. So that's how probably, and that's a classic example that if we care for sustainability, organization will be sustainable in business terms also, longevity also. Okay. Now the real picture here. Ideal. Build less, as I told you. Why to demolish and build more? It's available in a WBCSD report, which is available online. My source is always WBCSD or EPA.gov for sustainable material management. So there are resources which are available online. I source this open information, but important part is this: can we do this? I mean, ideal scenario as we see it. And then as we go downwards, that's where 1, 2, 3 is the facets of green building. Green building is a norm. We can follow. That's a straight away having less impact, but there will be impact. For zero impact, do not build it. So that's how the sequencing. Ideal is for then we go down for design and practices is just next to it. That's where I said the chances to influence sustainability in a positive way is maximum. And then project management, where we come as a construction company and minimize waste is at the end of it. Very small part of it, if we think, but that's important again. So these are probably the detailing of those points are there. You will receive probably few of the slides, so you will get it. But here, think about this when as a client, as a end user, you think about it, think here and here. It's not flashing anyway. So point number 3, low carbon material and product. There's a possibility that while construction, it is easy to incorporate a material which is less harming to the environment at a cost. Is the end user willing to pay that extra cost? Because as a contractor, we do what we say because cost is involved. So end users, the owners of the flat or owners premises, where factories, they are owner of the organization, they should have this idea that as a probably commitment, if someone can do that, can we suggest this, ki, okay, there are greener options at extra cost, do you want to opt for it? So that's, that's an important area where we all should create awareness in the end users for every item. Extended use of the thing, do not discard it, upgrade it, do not demolish it or throw it away, right from mobile phone to a building to any other equipment. Some solutions, as I told you, that technology is a big thing, and I am going to cover next around 10-18 slides on BIM, building information modeling, and through diagrams I am going to show you how we can have the best option while designing for orientation of the building, arrangement of the cluster of a building to make them more sustainable, because naturally there is a lot of energy available in the form of wind, light and heat. So in both the scenarios, either we want to keep the building hot or keep the building cool. We want to utilize the wind flow direction. We want to utilize the daylight. Again, in daylight, there are glasses where the heat will also come in if you don't want heat, or heat will not come if you want heat. So there are typical glasses with the vacuum in between, but they will cost again. Just to give you an example, that in the houses also you can have those glasses where you will want whatever you want, you can control that, but that cost is involved. Some solutions of the material, concrete, as I told you, cannot be replaced. It is a necessary curse of construction. But there are some shoots, some small suggestions which have been collected through different periodicals. For government is also aware. There are initiatives, we can probably connect with them. But Agrocrete is developed by a startup called Green Jams, carbon negative building material made of crop. Again, it is at a starting stage. The client will again ask, why this? Mera makan kamzor hoga, mujhe nahi, mujhe concrete chahiye. So that's where awareness is important, and a lot of testing, R&D is required, but the beginning has been done. For geopolymer concrete, waste to building material, these are the areas where we can utilize waste or the again replacement of concrete in a greener way. Textile reinforced concrete prototyping technology for pavements and different type of structures, we can utilize this material subject to passing of the required parameters, criteria like strength, durability and other things, or tensile stress, other things. So they are beginning, but just to give you an information, this is a small list. I have bigger list with me for all sort of these initiatives taken in construction towards sustainable materials and technologies. BIM, as I told you, this is something which is a core to our construction being used. We use about 58 software and hardware for designing the building, but before designing the building and then probably at the conceptual stage, BIM helps us. So I can list those 15 technologies used by our design center for like making a drawing or making some estimated different things. They are there. The technology part is there, but this is the most important technical part of designing a building and making more sustainable. This data-driven approach helps in identify cost-saving opportunities by optimizing. So cost is first. Construction is cost-driven. We need to reduce our cost. So that remains. Construction methods and resource allocation and eco-friendly building solutions also being there. This is one example. This is a technical terminology which will appear on many slides. But to give you a little blow up of the data, this is a picture, real picture of a project where the impact of thermal exposure for hot or cold climate locations is done through BIM. It's a 3D model. BIM does 3D modeling. So through that we come to know about what is the best possible orientation or the configuration for the building or single side, and then what material can be utilized to enhance the expected outcome from this exposure. So you can see in blow up, this is in 2010, for 1 year the study has been conducted and this solar exposure has been calculated. So that's how BIM helps us in making the building environment friendly and configuring the whole scenario. Text part probably is again, you can get through in the online, and then to save the time I skip this. But in construction phase, this is all design, construction, demolition, 3 different phases I have covered in small bullet points, that we can conserve topsoil. That's one thing which we should do as a responsible contractor. Efficient planning to minimize power and water consumption, that's planning, how we go about it. efficient planning for minimizing wastage in material and reusing of the material without affecting the quality, that also subject to the approval from the client. But as we told you that certain things where we are independent, we try to reuse where the waste is generated. And instructions to avoid chemicals harming people, soil, groundwater, etc. can be passed on. In operational phase is most important, where it gives the multiple solutions for sustainable options. BMS system, eliminating undesirable effect of artificial building services, lighting, HVAC, where you don't require it and you are putting extra cooling or extra lighting, that can be avoided, resulting in extra energy saving. So I am running through because I want to showcase you visuals. It also helps in EIA, which is a very necessary part of any building approval. This is an example of different, this is a thermal representation of the heat and cold in a building configuration during the day. So how we can maximize the utilization of these freely available natural resources? BIM helps us in that. This is another aspect of the total carbon, which also helps us in tentative carbon footprints, tentatively, how much it is, with a lot of inputs there, but then we can calculate that using BIM. Carbon, embodied carbon, operational carbon, for a facility, it can be calculated tentatively. Again, this is an example of around 30 options for a cluster of a building. The most appropriate is shown in blue up. So that's how technology can be used to make building configuration sustainable without any extra cost. For the same configuration, you will have different impacts, carbon footprints. You will need extra lighting, extra air conditioning, or cooling, or whatever heating or cooling, whatever you can say, depending upon the location. So this is the best option, and then one should go with it. So that's how we can utilize technology for making the building sustainable at the conceptual stage. And design will come further, obviously. Skip it. Another example of orientation of this thing for sunlight and skylight. Ghanti is there. So I skip further. You can ask me. This is important part where, as I told you, U value, how much of heat loss or heat transmission we can allow using different material for using here in the central part of it. And for sustainable material component, as I told during the discussion, that material management, that's where we can opt for better options with regard to sustainable impact of the material in long term of use. Construction, there's hardly any impact we can make with regard to material, but when we select them from the end user's perspective, in long run of utilization of years, you can make changes here. Another example of the use of daylight for designing using BIM with 3D modeling. Same for wind. Again, the summer sun path, winter sun path, two different scenarios. How can we utilize it for heat or cold? Another example, and now come to construction phase, which is a small part, but what as a company we have been doing very fast. Few things which we are doing independently as a self-driven thing. Starting with all these things, and photographs are there. These are the zero discharge labor camp. We have a design, but we are not able to implement it because of the cost. But we have a design for 8 years. 2 or 3 labor camps have been made like this, but we made it, at least design is there. Zero discharge, labor camp, temporary. Bio-toilets, more than 2/3 of our toilets at labor camps and sites is bio-toilet, saving a lot of water. For street lighting, solar lights, 80-90% at our sites. Not everywhere. Complete combustion of the fuel, bio small thing, because our workers cook earlier on ply pieces or woods, now we give them this. Not everywhere. Again, vermicomposting, bio waste handling for waste converter, and biogas plant. I have seen myself food being cooked on this gas, because this is my photograph with the facility. This is the idea of our chairman, SP Forest. At each side where we work, we must leave our green footprint with a scheme having trees, plantation and nurturing of trees, and when we leave the site, the SP Forest should be our green footprint, subject to approval of client, again, the land. And these are many activities, as I told you. I was talking about steel waste reduction, I will come, and with that, it's 0.25% using this at 2 of our sites. So it is possible to bring it down 3%, you're right. We got it, but again, cost, and we cannot use it all of our 150 sites. it again has a capital expenditure involved. So that's where we can do it, but obviously as a contractor, not alone, whatever we can do, we have been doing, but as a community, as a society, as a mankind, we must take care of sustainability, because again we use this, but my end point is important. It's not about a company or a planet. We don't need to save the planet. Planet is self-sufficient. It will sustain. Only mankind will not be survived. So sustainability is not about saving the planet. Planet knows how to survive, sustain well, ice age and everything. It's about survival of mankind, not the planet. And that's what we have to take care about.
One small question. What is the end of life strategy for a building? How to have right demolition so that there are no landfills?
Right now, there's no solution. There are, if you go to a website called EPA.gov/SMM, Sustainable Material Management, US government, they have an agency, they have given options of material. When you have those material which are biodegradable or reusable, if we make a concrete of building demolition material, it is not accepted by the quality engineers, because it won't get this thing. So there should be a solution. As a builder, we are not able to go there, but there has to be a way out for this. For the same purpose, there has to be a lot of R&D in that direction. Right now, no. And again, there was a UNEP report, UN Environment Program report. A part of that report I want to quote here, which they say concrete is a wonderful material. But what about the older ways of having structures in stone, mud, thatched roof, or certain things which last for centuries? Concrete gets degraded after 70, 80 years. And in environment like Mumbai, 50, 60 years. So they have given a hint that, okay, is that the way forward? There's no solution right now. But that's how it is. Thank you. Thank you very much. Any questions? Any more questions?
Moving on to our next panel discussion that talks about circular economy unleashed. I would like to call upon stage Mr. Prashant Tiwari, Chief Sustainability Officer from Amara Raja Group. Joining him on the panel, we have Kapila Mehta, VP Sustainability, Schneider Electric, Ashok Srivastava, Head QMS and Sustainability, Center of Excellence, Reliance Jio Infocom Limited, Enna Chakravorty, VP Communications, PR and CSR, Roadies, Mr. Hitesh Lachwani, Head HSE at DP World, and Mr. Ramnath Vaidyanathan, AVP and Head of Environmental Sustainability, Godrej Industries Limited and associated companies. Can we have a round of applause, please?
Good afternoon, everyone. So first of all, thanks Transformance for inviting us here. And we have an extremely accomplished and diverse set of panelists today. And this word circular economy has been repeated multiple times since morning. In fact, I like the last statement by Alok. The planet Earth, or Mother Earth as we call it, does not need help from humans. It is us who we need to save. And I'm going to start with some bad news. Generally it is said, you start with a positive and then comes to areas of improvement, but I'm going to start with some bad news around circularity as a subject. So world is much less circular than it was a decade ago. It's only 9% circular, and 7 billion people, they generate 0.75 kilogram of waste every day, of which 70% is not processed. Even when we talk about climate change, sustainability, last year we emitted 51 billion metric tons of carbon dioxide, highest ever. I can think of year 2002 when I got my first mobile. It was a Nokia 3310. Some of you probably would have used it, right? It lasted me good 3 years. I changed one battery. I love playing snakes on it, and then I passed it on to my brother, younger brother. And another one, I can recollect my father used to get a piece of cloth, will take a shirt out of it, and after me it is my brother. I mean, brother was my dustbin, if I can call so, but he will get that shirt, and after that it will go for cleaning the car and it will become a pocha. I don't know when was the last time you kept a PET bottle in your fridge. We all did it in the past. So unfortunately, the reality is it is cheaper today to buy new than recycle. There used to be a lot of talk when I started my career about 3 hours. frankly, we don't talk about it much now. In fact, there are new R's now. Redesign, design for longevity, design for second life, refurbish, second life. I come from battery storage industry, energy storage industry, and with the talks of electrical vehicles, I just wonder, 7, 8 years down the line, we'll be sitting with piles and mountains of batteries. And do we have a plan? It will be really unfortunate if we have to send these batteries to some other country and continue buying the fresh batteries. So do we have a plan for second life? So these are some of the thoughts, and I would keep pitching in, but let me now ask our extremely accomplished set of panelists. Maybe you can talk about the corporate initiatives, how you look at as materiality. Maybe I can start with Hitesh, and we'll go around Robin, and then we'll go to the next set of questions.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks, Prashant, for the introduction. So just to give you a perspective, I represent DP World. So DP World is into smart logistics. And we are into end-to-end logistics, right from handling ports and terminals to running up private freight trains, container stations, and things like those. So basically, we are a services organization. So directly speaking, we are not into products, and hence the quantity of raw materials being used, because when we talk about circularity in general, we generally think about it as material. At the end of the life, what exactly is the wastage that is happening, and are we able to pull that waste or the misplaced resource back into the economy or into the new product? So we are into services. So broadly, what we do is we try to see ourselves as trade enabler, as well as try to become the catalyst wherein the recycling of all of this waste is possible. That is through providing avenues and economical reverse logistics, value chain, through multimodal and things like those. And then we obviously do some recycling of whatsoever materials we do. We have a detailed waste strategy, and we try to work with the cargo owners that we have, how we can work with them, because the cargo is owned by somebody else. We cannot be tweaking with the kind of packaging that they have and things like those. So we work on those aspects plus the recycling and all. And as I said, we handle ports and terminals. So one of the examples that I can give is we worked with one of the NGO called Bridges to Prosperity, wherein we donated lots of used cables and wire ropes to them, wherein they reused that and recycled that to make bridges. So they built around 17 wire bridges using our cables, approximately 18 kilometers and all. So these are few initiatives that we have been kind of focusing and working on.
Thank you, Hitesh. That was rather interesting. I mean, when you think about logistics sector, not many ideas come, but I think you are able to bring it out very clearly. So, Mr. Ashok, would love to hear from you how Reliance and Reliance Jio Infocom looks at the subject of zero waste.
Good afternoon, everybody. As everybody knows, Reliance Jio Infocom is a subsidiary of the JPL as well as Reliance Industries Limited. And at now, if you see this complete as a 140 billion people, almost 120 billion people is having a net connectivity. And we have given the 439 billion connection out to across the country. And we are working towards the net zero goal. The net zero goal, which we are already committed as a first of in the telecom company, which we have committed at the SBTI, science-based target. And the science-based target is, everybody knows that, which we are, disclosing this everything by the CDP, Carbon Disclosure Project. So as a financial year 2020, we have disclosed this SBTI. Regarding the scope 1 and scope 2, we have to reduce as a 76% by the financial year as a 28-29, which is a really tough task for the direct emission, indirect emission as a diesel as well as electricity. But if truly speaking, as a the scope 3, which have been so many people have been discussed earlier, even the challenge of that, it going to increase. Even nobody knows till now. This varies from 55% to 70% or 60%, whomsoever, but because these are direct indirect emission. For that, is a circularity is required, and as well as waste management, energy efficiency project. Lot of project has to be required for the implementation of all. So we are working towards increasing of the efficiency of the electricity, and as well as card, which we are carding and all. As suppose that somebody, Mr. Vivek Srivastava just now has told, nowadays everything has once come, it has to be disposed. So how we have to think, we cannot dispose the thing. Even mobile is a, telecom industry, every 6 months is a new mobile is there. If you see earlier, that was a, battery, suppose that fault, you can change the battery. But at now, no. Every mobile is having, new technology. So person is looking towards that, and they are always thinking, we have to take the new technology, new working and all. But Reliance, which they have given as the earlier life mobile and all, we are working towards this Geo One mobile. They have already, this launch instance big. So we are working towards that. And RGL, which we are looking as a this commitment which we have given. So a blueprint of the zero waste future, that's in navigating of the transformer from linear consumption for the circular economy, that era which we have back as a circular transition. So the card which we are using on the side, that we are reusing. Even the lithium ion battery, suppose that we are taking as a, while power has to come down from this electric to, and we are switching yard on the diesel. After that, it has to be lithium ion battery. So what is, at now we have around more than 3 lakh sites. And more than 3 lakh, if you see is the IP colo and all, it will go up to 4 lakh sites. And apart from that, there is 17,000 tower, that is called, distributed solar plant. So that distributed solar plant is already installed and this working also. And that with the individual site, which we are using as a solar renewable energy, that is also looking for that how we have to utilize as a maximum. At now, we have already completed 35 megawatt power plant is a bigger plant. Because whatever the our commitment has been given by our honorable chairman, we are adhering the same. Even we are moving towards very, very fast with nobody else, which is we have already committed. So coming to the main point as how is the circularity. So whatever the lithium ion batteries which we are using on the site, we are not discarding, we are reutilizing. How we are reutilizing? We are reusing. First we are, so cells which have been destroyed, around 70% cells which is destroying on the lithium ion batteries. So we are using as a small site, IP colo site, and another site. Whatever the 30% is there, so we are doing as a, Environment Forest Ministry is given the guidance on that part. So we are at that. Even same in the card, as well as, this other part, which is a TDD unit, which is a in morning 2 hours to 5 hours is a solar panel in the electrical, which we are using to has to minimize. So everywhere we are working is a very aggressive and as well as progressive way. So that we are looking for.
Thank you, Mr. Ashok. This was really interesting. And I heard 27% reduction in scope 1 and 2 emissions. And I think 67%, 76% reduction. I can imagine, when the organization is growing, how do you decouple growth from emissions? So it's a very good example. But my next speaker, Kapila, is going to up the ante now. 76% is what you said, and I'm sure Schneider Electric is something which I follow very closely, and it's been an inspiration in the industry, when it comes to sustainability. So Kapila, over to you.
Thank you, Prashant. Very happy to hear the other panelists talking about circularity. I represent Schneider Electric and part of this team for last 12 years. So very proudly can tell what Prashant is saying, that today Schneider Electric is pioneering in the industry to adopt a lot of practices around decarbonization, digitization, but this topic is more on circularity. So I will be talking more on circularity, what all we are doing, and if it can help or ring the bell in any of the industries and you would like to follow or partner with us, we are more than welcome. The first thing I would like to structure in a way that circular economy, the way we see. The way we see is 7 R's. You would have seen that first we should refuse or reduce the usage of the reduce the consumption of the products, right? So we see that how through our offer, we can make sure the monitoring, digitization happens in an installed base so that the reduction of the electricity happens. And we heard talking in many of the columns saying that today, what you can do to change your all install base is one thing versus how you can make more from the less and existing install base, it becomes the priority. So reduction is the first priority. Then comes repair. We have a very strong service arm which helps to make sure that our install base, wherever our products are, getting annual maintenance done, and we take responsibility to make sure that we maintain them well. And we make sure that they are maintained in a way that they can be reconditioned and can be taken back to reuse. The Third element, which is very strong, which is remanufacture and refurbish. People who do not know Schneider Electric, we make breakers, electrical equipment. If I tell you that in your home, the MCBs, which you use it for the protection of your equipment, will you buy second hand? The answer would be difficult. At the same time, when you go to the MCBs, to big MCCBs or bigger ACBs, it's when the current is higher, you need those bigger equipment. And if we tell you, will you be okay to buy the second hand? And the chances are very less that few people will say, okay. And we are working with that. We are working on the developing the market. And to do that, in our own factories where we make ACBs in Grenoble, France, we are working to remanufacture our own breakers, which we take back. We collect them, disassemble them, upgrade them, and resell them by giving the same assurance, because the same personnel and same process has been followed to make those new breakers, right? And we are giving the guarantee and warranty of the Schneider Electric of that 20 years again. And that confidence is coming because we go through a thorough qualification process. So remanufacturing is the key. The refurbishment is again the part of it, the game. If nothing else can happen, recycle. The one thing which we should all avoid is scrapping. It would be a sin. So recycle as much as possible. And for that, what we are doing is making sure that recycle happens for our own benefits, because material resiliency and shortages all of us are facing in all our industries. At the same time, by 2025, all our products will have primary and secondary packaging will be recycled packaging, and all the packaging will be no single-use plastic. Trust me, I lead sustainability for a big division, and this is making me very, very operational, because it's not possible. You don't have vendors, you don't have raw materials. And those are the few things which we are taking into account. Circularity by design is another last thing which I would like to say, and before passing on the mic to the fellow panelists, is a key, because as we were hearing from Alok also, in design phase, when you can make the difference, it becomes the key. I believe circular thing is a value hill. You have a product in use, and that time you have the highest value. As you go downhill, it loses its value. What we can do to keep that value as much as possible by circular, by design, is the key thing what we follow. Thank you, Prashant.
So thanks, Kapila. That was really inspirational. By 2025 and 2030, it makes huge lot of a difference. And we heard remanufacture and refurbish. And what you rightly said, the nature by design upcycles. We humans downcycle or we recycle. So this is a philosophical statement, but it has a lot of value. So thanks, Kapila. And now I will hand it over to Ina. In fact, Ina has a very interesting background. This is something which we sustainability professionals talk a lot. We probably understand the technical stuff, but how do we take the world along with us? She has a very interesting background in communications, and she has moved to sustainability. So Ina, over to you.
Thank you so much, Prashant. A very warm welcome and good afternoon to all of you. It's very interesting to hear the various thoughts which are here. I represent Roadies, which is a Madrid-based infrastructure company, and we construct highways here in India. As we all have been reading a lot, that infrastructure sector is one such sector which is the focus for the current government. And our Honorable Road Minister has also said that by 2030, the vision is to make the Indian roads comparable to the US roads, which actually puts a lot of responsibility on us as corporates to ensure that we are producing quality that is sustainable. Now, when we say that, there is a lot that we have to do as organization, as individuals. Now, joining the two parts of two ends, basically, one is, like Prashant said, the actual on-ground operations, and the second is about creating the awareness, creating the mindset. That is primarily what we need today. While there is a lot of on-ground work that is happening, are we really making the mindset shift which will make or which will ensure that we internalize circularity or internalize sustainability? So as part of an infrastructure company, I mean, if I talk as an overview, from a sustainability, circularity point of view, we are doing a couple of things. I'll just highlight a few. One is using the byproducts of different sectors. So for example, fly ash. Everybody knows that how it is creating menace around for air pollution. We are using fly ash instead of good earth resource to create our roads. Similarly, we are using the innovative road technology as well in our roads. So it's a pilot project that we've taken in one of our projects right now. And we are monitoring it to evaluate if we can actually take it through all our projects. But what remains critical here is stakeholder awareness, both internal as well as external. How do we manage that? So there are various tools that we have put in place. First and foremost is creating awareness. Awareness through touch points like bringing our various supply chain vendors into a framework where we are making them aware that yes, this is the need of the hour. And it is not just I alone that we can make a change. It is we together who can make a change. So we are sending them awareness materials, we are conducting meets, we are conducting trainings, we are holding them responsible as we are responsible. We create a sustainability master plan, which is a 2-year plan, which gets reviewed based on the last year plan. We have our set targets. Now, it's not just we who become accountable for those. We ensure that we pass it down to our stakeholders as well, our vendors, our employees. Even the last man working on the site is aware about our sustainability plans, the goals that we have. Along with this, what we do is we do a tremendous internal communication employee engagement program, which helps us create that mindset shift. For us, it is very easy to say, oh, we'll do this, we'll take this initiative. But it's actually the people sitting there in the offices, in the project sites, on the construction sites, who need to execute it. So it is important or critical for us to kind of change their thought process, condition them, align them, that yes, this change will happen only if you make it happen. So I think that is what we as a team, as an organization are striving to create that balance with innovation and sustainability together. Thank you.
No, thank you, Ina. And I think this is one of the biggest challenge, creating that buy-in and the mindset. And you touched upon, I'm sure we'll continue the discussion off stage as well. And interesting to know, what all can be done in road construction and utilization of what is said as waste is something which has zero economic value, and there is nothing which has zero economic value. My waste is someone else's resource. So I will just hand it over to, Ram is somebody I meet very often, quite often, right? And we happen to be somehow, first of all, let me thank, for putting us together as a panelist. I happen to get together with a lot of my friends, Schneider as one of our key stakeholders. So Ram, over to you. We want to hear from you. Sure. How is Godrej looking into the subject?
Thanks, Prashant. And yes, actually, I just want to bucket my conversation or my thing into 3 separate categories. And to start off with, I think, as we do with anything in sustainability, the first thing we did was benchmark ourselves. Way back, I think about 6 or 7 years ago, we used a tool called CTI, Circularity Index, to really see where we were in terms of, and that led to 3 distinct pathways of work. As you're aware, that one of Godrej's biggest businesses is the agro sector. And we have a lot of linkages with agriculture, even for our non-agro businesses, mainly because we've been able to convert almost all of our thermal energy requirements from fossil fuel to biomass. So we use exclusively only biomass, and that's all comes from the agri-waste sector. So that was one line of thought on circularity within how do I use waste from the agri-industry to really build an energy system for myself. The second was plastics, with consumer products being one of the biggest plastic footprints out there. And that was sort of co-opted now by the government because the EPR regulations became much stronger, rightfully so. And we've sort of merged our targets along with that and our strategy along with that. That comes with its own challenges. And the third one, which is the most interesting one, is chemical circularity, because we're also very heavily into the chemicals business. And that's where I think we've had a lot of, I would say, unreported success. It's easy to profile things on plastic, but it's in the public eye. Biomass, again, very high, big focus area. On biomass, I just like to point out one particular example. We're also a producer of oil palm. We produce it in Telangana, Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, in this area. It's a 99.7% circular business. What I mean by that is, so the oil palm is grown, the palm fruits are harvested, the oil is extracted, The kernel is then broken down into one material goes into making biogas, the remaining goes into making biomass. So it's a 100% renewable energy system, which is fired by cogeneration based on this agri waste. The ash is then re-nutrified and then given to the farmers for use as fertilizer in the plantation. So it's a completely circular business. So that actually gave us a lot of ideas on what we can do with other agri sector linkages. I mean, I don't want to get too much into detail at this stage, but we're doing work with bamboo and very recently with a material which I never thought could be used as fuel, but coriander is now being used as a biomass in many of our facilities right now. And the difference between, and we are actually even using that in some of our CSR projects. In Punjab, you know, the massive issue with stubble burning. So we've created linkages, market ecosystems, not the infrastructure, not the plants, just the market ecosystem to be able to collect stubble from the farmers, convert it into biomass, and then supply it to industry over there. I mean, it's a fairly simple system which we've given it to the Punjab Energy Development Agency to replicate multifold. On plastics, I would say long way to go. EPR is just regulation. And anybody who says they're plastic neutral, I don't think it's an achievement because you're literally you're just complying with regulations. But the real challenge, and I'm glad to see a lot of people mentioning it here, is on the behavioral side of things. And that's where we're focusing a lot of our energy on. Even with properties, and in the previous session was a very interesting comment about what is sustainability when it comes to, is it in the design phase, build phase, and the use phase? Now, what is the point of designing a platinum-rated building if somebody's going to leave the air conditioning on 24 hours? So how do you influence consumer behavior? How do I design something that fundamentally makes it easier for the customer to use it in a sustainable manner? I'll just give one example of a packaging intervention we made at zero cost. We have a subsidiary called Godrej Tyson Foods. It makes real good chicken and yummies. So on the outer layer, we've just put a little dotted line saying, please rip only till here. Because as many of you are aware, the last bit, just a little snip, if you take that little plastic bit off those wrappers, that is almost impossible to collect and recycle. It ends up in landfills, oceans, microplastics. Just leaving that along with that really, it solves the problem to a large extent. And what we're getting is very good feedback from the customers saying, look, I never thought of it before, but thanks for pointing this out. It makes me conscious about not doing it in that way. Very simple, it didn't cost us anything. It was just literally just a diagram over there. On chemicals, great success, and that's where I think the economics of it really come into play. It's very easy to do a landscape analysis, especially if you're an SEZ. I guarantee you, like what you said, your waste is somebody's input. You know, and it's just a question of going out there and this is where I think there is opportunity for entrepreneurs or even the government to really create a platform or ecosystem for buyers and sellers. As simple as that. Like ITC's e-chopper, something similar like that, but for the circular economy in, say, chemicals as a sector, or real estate, or properties, or construction as a sector. That would be a great start, but let's see how this develops in the coming years.
So thanks. I think we had first round and we heard a lot of good case studies, you know, how logistics industry, Reliance Jio, Schneider talking about remanufacturing and refurbishment, and Godrej, Rhodey's, a lot of such good case studies. And one thing that, you know, struck to me is how do we design our products? I remember in 1980s or 1990s when we used to buy a refrigerator, it used to be in our house for 13, 14 years, maybe more, right? And now somehow, is it planned, designed obsolescence in the products? Somehow we have this habit of getting rid of, and the manufacturers also look at it in this way. They're designed to fail in 5 years, 6 years timeline, right? So I think maybe I don't have anybody specifically in my mind, but maybe I can ask Kapila to just talk about this, the products and services, the models which can be deployed to bring in more circularity.
Okay. So thank you, Prashant. It's an interesting question. Let me structure myself and then come back. Okay. So how do we define design, circularity by design? And just to give an example to bring the importance of the context, what we are talking about is, today we change smartphones, and I'm generalizing, I'm so sorry, but I have seen many people around me doing that every 2 years we change smartphones. One new phone came and you are changing, not upgrading, changing. One smartphone uses approximately 42 minerals materials, and out of that, many of them are rare earth minerals, right? Then this uses 13 tons of water. So one smartphone making is causing you a lot of material usage, and refurbishing it, remanufacturing it makes you the resources what we have used only the 10% of the weightage, right? So that much impact, 90% is saved. And why we are not able to do it, first thing is also comes from the market pull. It was a very great example. You said that why it's not happening in our forefathers, grandfathers. We, in India at least, we talk about the world, but in India, we were being using it. But what I see, Western countries are going in that direction. I was in France last month, and they were telling us, did you buy your daughter's new soccer dress? You know, in our place, we have this second-hand shop. We just go and buy our things because people list it out. People are going in that economy, and it would come. Coming back on how we can do it. Circularity by design needs a mindset change. It doesn't necessarily need to add more cost. In fact, I strongly believe, and we strongly believe, that it can add more business value. Example, if you are having modularity in your design and you can sell modular as and when needed and upgradability so that you are in continuous touch with your customer and make sure that you are able to make your product upgradable to the next feature which is coming, it creates the customer stickiness. So I strongly believe that designing by modularity and serviceability, it creates more customer retention rather than going away. I personally liked one example of Decathlon. I was in touch with them 3 months back. What they are doing in Europe particularly and trying to do here is on the second-hand tent. So they used to buy tent and they came to Schneider Electric. We also have sustainability consultancy arm. They reached out and they said what we could do more, because we don't want more we make, we definitely put more CO2 emission, and more we do CO2 emission, that means should we sell lesser? And that's the reason that we can make impact? The answer is no, right? Through the collective workshop, what it came with the third party also into the picture, what we realized is the model what they could adopt, and it's very successfully running, is a second-hand tent or giving tent on rent, starting with that. Now think about this concept that you are going to buy a cycle for your kid, a three-wheeler first, because after 3 years old or 4 years old, he will need two-wheeler cycle, right? And he's changing. So you don't buy that cycle, but lease it or rent it. If that model works, this started picking up very well for Decathlon. And what it started being is, when they started giving it on rent, in 4th attempt, their original cost was recovered. And they were able to give it on rent 18 times. Think about the economy they made, right? Economy of scale is increased. So you are not impacting your business, but increasing it. What we did not stop there, and we said that once 18 time is used, you as a Decathlon cannot warranty more than that for the rental purpose. You do a second-hand sell. There is somebody out there who is ready to buy that second-hand tent. And it started picking up well. So now what we are seeing is a business model that could evolve. We are working in Schneider Breaker as a service model, and we are working with 3 of our partners, companies, that how we can experiment with this model, that this big capex we are not selling, but we are renting, and we are making sure that once the usage is over, it can go to another place. How? In automotive plant, when the platform changes every 10 years, you need to change the electrical install base. So why not we experiment with that? What stops us to doing that experiment is what we are asking. Because if you see, today there are many such shared economies there. One last example before I say, and that will definitely ring a bell. How many of you own, the screwdriver set, we call it drill machine, the drill machine? Okay, so when I asked the last time in this forum, it was like most of the people, they were raising hand, and I'm sure if you realize somewhere in the dumping area of your home, it would be there. We all buy drill machine. What is the age of the drill machine in your home? How much is the maximum? The study was conducted. Many people own it because we think we will need it, and that particular time we definitely thought we will need it, and we will keep on using it. The usage of the drill machine, of the life of the drill machine, is 3 minutes on an average, right? And we are buying it and keeping it, sharing economy. And the companies are coming up. You know, the societies who are putting a display on that thing, they are buying it one. You pay per use. Pay per use is such a exciting element. On that, the tire, we are buying a tire. Don't buy tire. Give per kilometer as a service, right? So you run for 10,000 kilometers, change the tire. It changes the mindset, and those are the models I was talking about. I'm so sorry I used most of the time.
No, thanks, Kapila. That was really interesting. Two words which I picked: upgradability and modularity. In the last example, I mean, when you think of it, why not Google Maps should deserve a, if there was a Nobel Prize for sustainability, why not Google Map? Millions of kilometers. And today we have Uber and Olas, right? Why there is a need for buying more vehicles and increasing the traffic congestion when 90% of the vehicles are standing idle for 90% of the time. So very simple, similar example. And that also brings me to the next question. Maybe I can ask Ram to talk about this. The policy part, the policy framework. We have been, seeing extended producer responsibility seems to be a golden bullet or silver bullet for every problem. We have for e-waste, for plastics, for batteries. By the way, I come from battery. I come from Amara Raja. So 70 to 80% of lead that goes into manufacturing comes from recycled sources. The other big component is plastic, which is also very recyclable. And we are setting up a EV battery hub in state of Telangana. And from the design itself, we are looking at how do we make it easy for recycling in future. So maybe I can just come back and get your thoughts around this topic.
Well, I think I mentioned about EPR. I think the stringent regulations are much needed for India because, as we know, the stick works better here than the carrot. But there are a lot of challenges. I think, first of all, we have to really understand what was the intent of EPR. Was it to pick up waste and make sure waste doesn't end up in landfill? Or was it to create a circular economy? If it's the second, then we're failing miserably at it. Because only about 10% of the plastic that goes through the EPR process is, okay, I'll need a little bit more time.
Is it like 5 minutes before you do it? Okay.
All right, very quickly. So, very few of the plastics actually end up in recycled plastics. They either end up in cement kilns or in anything other than recycled plastic. Now, there is a huge requirement for recycled plastic. So, that's where the gap really is. Nobody's really recycling plastic to plastic. And I just want to point out the other major challenge, something that you really rightly mentioned about how do you convince people to reuse. I think there's a huge lack of standards and accountability when it comes to reuse and recycle stuff. The biggest reason for people not going in for recycled plastics is who's certifying whether this plastic is good to use, not good to use, AAA grade, AA grade. So that's where the effort on policy really needs to be now. It's not on the technology, because people keep saying, oh, technology is the problem. Technology is not the problem. Pyrolysis, mechanical shredding, there's tons of technologies. Most of the solutions are running, like you said, under-optimized. The bigger issue in behavior and change and in creating an ecosystem that is accountable and really instills confidence in the people using that particular ecosystem. I think that's what EPR really should focus on the next few years.
So thanks, Ram. And I know this is a topic very close to our heart and we can talk about this for many more hours, but there is a bell from Kanishka. So with that, thanks a lot, our panelists. It was an amazing discussion. We heard a lot of good examples, how we look at circularity as a subject. And if somebody is writing a thesis on circularity, you had enough examples today which you can include in your thesis. So with that, I will probably leave it for question and answers if there are any, or do we have time for that? We don't have time for that, sorry. So we can catch up during coffee break or something. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. I would request our moderator to felicitate our panelist. Please felicitate Ms. Kapila Mehta. Can we have a round of applause, please? Then we have Mr. Ashok Srivastava. Can we have a round of applause? Ms. Enna Chakravorty. Mr. Hitesh Lachwani. And Mr. Ramnath Vaidyanathan. Now I would like to call upon stage Mr. Vishal Sharma from PSIPL ESG Solutions to felicitate our moderator. Can we have a round of applause, please? Thank you so much. Request you all to please stay back for a group photograph. Thank you very much. Now we'll be breaking for networking and refreshments. I request you all to please carry your belongings or else keep it on the side. as we'll be changing the setup for our next session. Our next session begins at 4 o'clock p.m. Thank you very much. Happy networking.
And as you enjoy your coffee, shake each other's hand. There are 3 parts still left for the event. First is recognizing sustainability leaders. Sustainability heads, those involved in sustainability, do such a lot of work, passionate about it, but they do not get recognition. So this is the first part of the recognition that we have. We will start with India's emerging sustainability leaders. Now this is based on feedback that we have got from the industry, based on feedback from my team, who is constantly searching for leaders within the sustainability space, and from nominations that we have received from all of your side. Could I request Vishal to come on the stage to help me give across this set of appreciation, this set of certificates, which is the India Emerging Sustainability Leaders. Vishal, could I request you to please come on the stage, please? Can I request Vishal, if he is there, to please come on the stage? All right. The first person in the list, India Emerging Sustainability Leader, is Madhvi Gupta, Head Marketing from IIFL Home Finance. Congratulations. Do we have Madhvi here? All right. Next person is Mr. Vishal from Aarti Industries Limited. Congratulations to you, Vishal. Do we have Vishal? Next on the list, Praveen Jain from Gujarat Fluorochemicals Limited. Congratulations to you, Praveen. Next on the list is Harshal Thakre from Galaxy Surfactants. Next on the list is Tamil Selvam from Kama Ayurveda Private Limited. Congratulations to you, Tamil. There he is. He's there. Next on the list, Goodyear Jaiswal from Mankind Pharma. Monica Srivastava, Head Sustainability, JSV Cement. Sanjeev Mathur, Principal ESG from Nokia Networks. Congratulations to you, Sanjeev. Next on the list, Sukanya Deshmukh from SAP Asia. Congratulations to Sukanya. Sukanya was present, maybe she has stepped. Anuj Kumar Dikshit, GM Sustainability from Wavin Vectors. Next on the list is Ayashkanta Raut, ESG lead from Oberoi Reality. Congratulations to you. I think it's not there, it's not coming. Next on the list, Sanjeev Mishra, Head of Sustainability, Travel Food Services Limited. Next on the list is Pragnesh Patel, Head EHS from Ratnamani Metals and Tubes Limited. Congratulations. Can we have somebody collect? Yeah. Next on the list is Professor Dr. Aditi Vivek Mishal, who's the Director, Center for Sustainability from Etra Skill Tech University. I think she would be delayed. And the last on the list is Pratik Jadhav, Head EHS and Sustainability from Medica Bazaar. All right. So the next list is the Great Indian Sustainability Leaders. Yeah. Yes, please. The next on the list is the Great Indian Sustainability Leaders who have made a major impact for driving sustainability initiatives in India for their organization. To start off the list, Mr. Ashok Kumar Srivastava from Reliance Jio Infocom. Congratulations to you, Mr. Ashok. Mr. Sandeep Mehta, Business Unit EHS Head from Siemens Limited. Next person on the list. Congratulations to you, Sandeep. Next person is Mr. Soumitra, Head of Sustainability Asia Pacific Region from FMC Corporation. Congratulations to you, Mr. Soumitra. I think he may have left for the day. Next on the list, Mr. Sanjay Khare, VP Safety and Sustainability Strategy, Skoda Auto. Next on the list, Mr. Aziz Fidai, Head CSR Sustainability from Metro Brands Limited. Congratulations to you. Next on the list, Mr. Ramnath Vaidyanathan, AVP and Head Environmental Sustainability from Godrej Group. Congratulations to you. Next on the list, Madhusmita Agarwal, Director HSE from Thales Group. Congratulations. Next, Mr. Prashant Tiwari, Chief Sustainability Officer, Amar Raja Energy and Mobility Limited. Next on the list, Mr. Alok Srivastava, VP and Corporate Head HAC from Shapurji Palanji. Congratulations to you, Alok. Next on the list, Sivalsa Ravikiran, Head EHS and Sustainability from Biocon Limited. Congratulations. Last person on the list that we have. Okay, Bipin, who heads Sustainability, EHS and Operational Excellence from Marico. Congratulations. Okay, so that completes the list of the great Indian sustainability leaders. We missed out one, the emerging sustainability leaders. Can I have the slide, please? And I would request Mr. Raut to come on the stage, please. No? Dr. Santanu Satapathy from Aparva Energy. Congratulations. I had announced her name, Dr. Aditi, so could I please ask her to come on the stage, please? Dr. Aditi was conducting a hackathon on sustainability earlier on in the morning.
Yeah. In fact, just out of that, there are students who are making microbial photobioreactor as panels for buildings. There are people who are repurposing speakers, old speakers.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So all of that.
Great. Thank you so much, Vishal, for helping me out. Give across those recognition certificates. The setup has changed. So we are going to have 4 parallel discussions. And I can see those tables are going to fall a bit short, so we'll have to adjust somehow. Can I have the slide, please? Yeah, so number 1, round table. That's number 1 round table here. Transparent and credible reporting. We have Madhusmita Agarwal, Director Operations Support India HSE Region Asia from Thales. Arko Ghosh, Head EHS&F from ONGC Tripura Power Company Limited, and Vimal Lada, CFO of PSI PL ESG Solutions, who will be leading the discussions out over here. So any one of you who wants a discussion, who wants to have understanding more on transparent and credible reporting can join the roundtable session here. Roundtable session 2, if I'm correct. Yes. Preserving the web of life. Corporate strategies for biodiversity and ecosystem conservation. That's been led by Pratyesh Panda, head ESG from LTI Mindtree, Ina Chakrabarti from Rodis, Mr. Prashant Shinde, head strategic initiative from PSIPL ESG Solutions. So those of you who want to have a discussion on how corporate strategies for biodiversity can join the roundtable too. Roundtable 3, I think, is there in that corner, is carbon neutrality in action, transforming the corporate supply chain, taken up by Pragnesh Patel, head EHS from Ratnamani Metal and Tubes Limited. And roundtable 4 out over here is sustainable teams. How do you create teams? How do you encourage them for building and empowering sustainability teams across business units? Kapila Mehta, VP Sustainability from Schneider Electric, Ashok Srivastava from Reliance Jio Infocom, and Dheeraj Agarwal from Aditya Birla Health Insurance Companies. So 4 is out there. How does the roundtable work? I think we might fall a bit short of chairs, so I could request if you could have extra chairs coming across. Jayesh, introduce yourself. Number 1, introduce yourself. Put on the table what are the challenges or what are the points you want clarification from the group and from those who are leading the roundtable. Next, the roundtable leaders will share their insights. They will create a focused discussion out over there. And fourth and most important part, please have somebody who can stand up and share with us the outcome of the discussion. 2 minutes, so that all of us can learn. I see some of you still wondering. You can choose the roundtable based on the topic. Acha topic hai. Based on the roundtable members, I want to meet them. I want to understand their perspective. And if you're still confused, look at the people sitting on the round table. If you want to interact with them, make friends, join them. I would just request, there might be a shortage of chairs, so please indicate if you require chairs on your round tables. We have 45 minutes for this. I will give a 5-minute buzzer and then we can proceed ahead with a 2-minute summation. After that, we'll move on to the awards part. Happy discussing. All right. I hate to do this. I know you're enjoying the discussion, but we'll have a time limit of practically up at 5:40. Could I request table number 1, representative, to please sum up what has been the discussion, what has been the outcome. So you can come to the stage only. So they can post it.
Once again. So I think we all have enough of discussions. Let's try to understand and see what has been done for those discussions. So our topic was in terms of reporting. Our topic was in terms of reporting. The topic was transparent and credible reporting, sustainable media communication and corporate reports. The main discussion that we had in this was what is it that we are doing right now? What are the challenges that we face? How can we look, as well as specifically, how can we involve all the stakeholders and align these reporting to our strategy? So the points that came up was obviously now we have different reporting standards. We have GRI, we have TRSR, which is India specific. The issues and challenges we did not discuss specific to standards, but general. So one was that we don't have the data, so collection of data because we don't have the data how to report. That's one of the first challenges. Then if you come to the social part, initially that data was considered to be sensitive. So how do we report this? It's sensitive information. How can we put it in reporting? BRSR is general list of questions. So it would be helpful if it becomes industry specific. That was one of the points that we discussed. One of the challenges also is in terms of the knowledge of the standards or the awareness. Normally, in most of the organization, there is one person who handles either HSE and sustainability also, or somebody who handles sustainability. So that he or she is the go-to person, and okay, anything to do with this, without thinking, the mail is marked to that person. So that also is a challenge, and I think such forum create more awareness for that. We also had a discussion on alignment with the business strategy. So everybody agreed that if the company has better ESG performance, is more sustainable, then in the long run that company is better. And there was one very good quote which I noted down also, is that the business has to be sustainable to build sustainability, right? So I liked it, so I'm just mentioning as it is. I don't remember the name, otherwise I would quote Kumar Gaurav. Oh, that's the actor, right? So that's what Kumar Gaurav told us. Also, we discussed that ESG is not new. We have been doing all the activities for quite some time. These reporting have given us a structure and a framework. And the other case which was discussed was about CSR, the way people or the companies were doing CSR before, but when it became mandatory, then everybody started following. So similar in this. And the last point here was where somebody was mentioning that it's something which we should do, especially considering the younger generation or the new generation. There was a survey done by one of our team members here, that a customer survey where the millennials and Gen Z, they are actually ready to pay more if the product is more sustainable or you have sustainable packing, so more related to sustainability. So that's another point. That's anything. If I missed, then no. Thank you.
Sounds like a great summing up. Thank you so much. Table number 2. Can I have a representative, please? It's wonderful.
Hello. So our topic was strategies for biodiversity and ecosystem conservation. So the first point that we discussed was awareness, how much we are aware about biodiversity and ecosystems. So the point raised was a lack of understanding, and there is no focus on biodiversity and conservation of ecosystems. So the next point discussed was number of plantations done by each member individually and by the company. So here we had a nice input where we discussed how many plants do we plant individually at our homes and through company, through plantations, on biodiversity days, environment days. Then the next point raised by sir, it was instead of lamp lighting that we do during some during functions, we can do pouring of water into a pot. So that can be a good initiative for this biodiversity and creating awareness amongst the people. Next is garden farming. We discussed about garden farming, how we can enhance the ecosystem by making a garden at our own homes. So the next point discussed was visit to biodiversity park and what we felt. What was the feeling when we first entered the biodiversity park, the natural feel of it, varieties of plants, and also we have certified biodiversity parks where they have list of flora and fauna and insects, reptiles, everything is listed over there. And every year they keep on adding the plants and insects. Okay, so the next point discussed was everyone might be knowing Aditya Thackeray. So what he did as a tourist minister, he built a environment minister. Sorry. Okay. Okay. Now I'll go with the initiative for plantation. So we discussed about Miyawaki plantations, where it is also called as urban farming, or where we build urban forests. It is built in cities where the space is very limited. So yes, we also discussed about in 2 years there's a company who planted 37 lakhs of trees and 20 lakhs were mangroves in Karnataka and Konkan region. Would you like to continue?
To add on to this, the trees they planted, they had 92% of survival rate. It is called deforest, and there is one joint project going on between IKEA and LTI Mindtree to conserve the forest in the Konkan region. So Siemens, they have free space for plantation in the office. Also, we discussed about the carbon sequestration. So there are companies who are working only on plantation. It will increase carbon credits of the company, and also biodiversity has a potential to reduce the climate change by 40%. And that too with the investment of only 2%. And there is also every company has CSR funds. So rather than utilizing funds more in education and other things, we can utilize those funds in biodiversity. Also, there is one biodiversity strategy alignment with SBTI and TNFD. Apart from TCFD, there is one term, TNFD. There we have to make action plan and set target related to biodiversity. So target will be science-based targets.
We'll have to move on to the next.
Yes,
just
two
last
minutes.
point if you can
Yes.
make.
So TNFD is ethically mandated, but it is not being followed by the companies. Roughly 1% of the companies are following it, and 99% are not. That's.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very well summed up. Table number 3. Sharp 2 minutes, please.
Hello, everybody. My group number 3, and we are discussing about the carbon neutrality in action, transform the corporate supply chain. We have discussed on the first point on the data availability and accuracy. This is the biggest challenge for the supply chain because of the depend upon the totality on the third party because of the this is a out of the border on the such type of organization. Data is maybe available, depend on the accuracy. So we have our group of discussion of the lot of discussion on the about availability of the data in the regarding the carbon emission and everything there. Maybe set up the some standard procedure and for the collection of the data and calculation of the carbon emission and set the KPI. Set the some standard procedure for this data availability. We are also discussion on the cost consideration about in the supply chain management. Maybe because of the here basically main the challenge there is the achieve the goods customer service, and one side is challenging the sustainable commitment also therefore. We have also discussion of about on the innovative technologies because of the we have at presently India has some limited resources and regarding the replace to fossil fuel at presently available on the electricity EV vehicle available, maybe future in the available on the hydrogens. engines. How to reduce the scope 3 emission. We have a lot of time on the discussion. Maybe set the transparency in the supply chain management, create the resources, understand of the demand. This is a basic point out outcome from the discussion. And next thing in the future, how to imaging the future supply chain management. We have a discussion of the modeling based the future supply chain management. We have a imaging of the totally digitalization supply chain management. So maybe available on the data may be accurate and set the target and set the KPI to transporter and achieve to scope 3 emission reduction.
Thank you so much for sharing that.
Hello. So, good evening. So, as far as our team is concerned, our team was quite a diverse team. We could, at the end, we could complete the introduction, but during that period, all the points were covered. So, the first point was we should have a location goals targets, locational budgets. Then, whatever locational targets are there, they should be measured, monitored, and reviewed. Then mandatory training hours in terms of a capacity building for the different processes. Because different processes are having their own KPIs, own KRAs. They are not knowing what the sustainability is. So in order to make sure that all those processes are honoring to those commitments, it is very important that they need to be engaged, they need to be empowered, and that engagement and empowerment will come with the training only. Then in terms of dedicated teams and verticals, dedicated teams in the sense that we are generally seeing that the organizations are seeing from the perspective of water, waste, climate change, diversity and inclusions. So if we have those kind of a different verticals, it will give a fair bit of idea what is happening. Then in terms of KRAs for the employees, it is not that people are driving within their processes their KRAs only. We should have a KRAs in terms of a sustainability. Sustainability in the sense that how are you channelizing people from the HR or people from the finance department in terms of having KRAs related to sustainability. Otherwise, if they are quite related within their process, within their department, it will not happen. Then in terms of stakeholders targets and stakeholders engagement. Now there are a varied amount of stakeholders and we have to see that all those stakeholders are getting engaged, be it customers, be it suppliers, be it employees, be it NGOs, be it government officials, all those stakeholders needs to be engaged. And to engage those stakeholders, there should be different programs and there should be within the organization, there should be processes and those processes should have the targets. Then in terms of programs which will not make this all the sustainability in terms of a strict or in terms of a mandatory kind of a things. It should come with a voluntary. So there are a couple of examples in terms of can we have a green yodhas or a green warrior? Can we have a parivartan, that kind of initiative? Then in terms of creating a sustainability academy, I will just go now point wise because there is a second bell. Then make everybody realize that we are servant leader. We are not there, whatever sustainability team is, that sustainability team is a servant leader. Then in terms of reward employees in terms of 8 hours for a sustainability working in the organization. Then days celebration in terms of a different days celebration throughout the organization. Then training in terms of a gaming, and these are the points what we covered from the group. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that up. So we'll be posting this on LinkedIn, photographs. You can add on to those. You can add on to those points and continue on the sharing. Can I request Shivals, who is a jury member, to please come on the stage and give across mementos for the occasion to the roundtable members, starting with Mr. Vimal Ladha, who is the CFO of PSIPL. Mr. Pragnesh Patel. Prashant Shinde. And to Vishal Sharma for chairing the session. We still have a few certificates to give out. This is part of the Indian Sustainability Leaders. Captain Prashant from First Line India Limited. Can I request you to stage, please? Mr. Satya, Delight from Iron Exchange. So, you are coming on the stage. The photograph team has put across markers out there. You get great photographs. And Prashant Rajans from Suntec Reality. Alright, so we move on to the next session, the last session, what we have all been waiting for. The India Sustainability Awards. Shivals has been a jury member. Shivals is one of the leading legal minds in India. He has been general counsel of large-scale companies such as Conclave. So thank you so much, Shivals, for helping us select the winners. We'll start with the individual categories, and we start with a bang. Chief Sustainability Officer of the Year. And this goes to Anjali Kumar. Congratulations to you, Anjali. You're collecting on your behalf. The next category is Sustainability Leader of the Year. We have co-winners in this category. And the first winner in this category is the actor's name, Kumar Gaurav. Congratulations. Co-winner in this category, Anuj Kumar, GM Sustainability. Congratulations to you, Anuj. The next category is Sustainable Business Leader of the Year. And we have a hat trick of Kumars. Ashok Kumar Shivastava. Congratulations to Ashok. Right, so we have 4 individual awards. We now move on to the organizational award. Best Clean Tech Company. And this goes to ReCity Network Private Limited. Congratulations to the ReCity team. Very interesting, the next category. Best Green 4R Award, Reduction, Reuse, Recycling, Recovery. And this goes to the team from Galaxy Surfactants. Congratulations. The next category focuses on best overall sustainable performance, and we have industry winners out over here. Best overall sustainable performance in health and wellness goes to Kama Ayurveda Private Limited. Congratulations to the team. Continuing in the category of best overall sustainable performance, this is within the manufacturing industry. So glad that we have been able to create this. We'll go ahead with the awards part. So best overall sustainable performance, manufacturing, Amar Raja Energy and Mobility Limited. Congratulations to the team. Next we have is best overall sustainable performance in insurance, and the winner in this category is ICICI Prudential Life Insurance. Congratulations to the ICICI Pru team. The last of the category, best overall sustainable performance, this is for pharmaceuticals, and this goes to Syngene International. Congratulations to the Syngene team. The next set of category awards are specific. The next category is Best Solar Rooftop Project, and this goes to Ion Exchange India Limited. Congratulations to the team. The next category is Best Solution for Biogas Generation, and this goes to Koshish Sustainable Solutions Private Limited. Congratulations. next category, Best Sustainability and Green Logistics Initiative, and this goes to Zomato Limited. Congratulations to Zomato. This is for Best Sustainability Awareness Program, Reliance Retail Limited. Congratulations to the Reliance Retail Limited. Next category is Sustainable Carbon Management Practice. And the winner in this category is Seedworks International Private Limited. Congratulations. So the next set of category awards are Best Sustainable Initiative, and we start off with, we have Sustainable Carbon Management Practice, and this, Best Sustainable Initiative to Reduce Poverty is NoCell Limited. Congratulations to the NoCell team. Next category is Best Sustainable Initiative to in Women Empowerment, and this goes to Carbon Footprint. Yeah. Carbon Footprint, sorry. The letters are a bit small, so I'm having a bit difficulty in reading. To reduce carbon footprint, and this goes to IIFL Home Finance. Congratulations. Best Sustainable Initiative in Women Empowerment, and this goes to L&T Finance Holdings Limited. Congratulations to the L&T Finance team. The next is Best Sustainable Initiative to Improve Education, and this goes to the NoCell team. Congratulations. The next is Best Sustainable Initiative to Improve, and we had a discussion on this, biodiversity and impact reduction, and this goes to AXA Global Business Services. Congratulations to the AXA team. Thank you so much, Shrivals, for helping me out distribute those.
I think I've been associated with various events, but what I saw today was the high energy level at the fag end of the day with all the participants. Usually you see by the time the conference is over, people are already in the last bit of their battery. But I think the body language of each one of you was of high energy. Keep it up. Thank you so much.
Very well said, Shivas. Could I request Sughosh on the stage to help me hand over the next set of awards, please? There he comes, smiling. Okay, the next is Best Sustainable Initiative to Improve Energy Efficiency. Very important, and this goes to NOSA Limited. Congratulations. Next category is Best Sustainable Initiative to Improve Green Supply Chain, and this goes to Galaxy Surfactants. Congratulations. Next is a very credible, very touching initiative, and this is to improve rural healthcare. And the winner in this category is NOSA Limited. Congratulations. Next category, Best Sustainable Initiative. This is to improve EHS, and the winner in this category is Reliance Retail Limited. Congratulations. The next category is Best Sustainable Initiative to Improve EHS in Construction, and this goes to the Shapoorji Pallonji Company Private Limited. Congratulations to the team. And overall category to improve sustainable initiative to improve EHS, winner is NOSA Limited. Congratulations. The next set of category awards is Best Sustainable Performance. This is starting with corporate governance. This goes to ICICI Lombard General Insurance. Congratulations. Do we have somebody from the ICICI Lombard General Insurance team? Best Sustainable Performance in Renewable Energy, and this goes to Galaxy Surfactants. Congratulations. Best Sustainable Performance This is for responsible investment. This goes to ICICI Lombard General Insurance. Do we have somebody from the team? Best sustainable performance, that's in waste management within the telecom service industry, and this goes to Reliance Jio Infocom. Congratulations to the team. Best sustainable performance, and this is in risk management. This goes to the ICICI Lombard team, so I guess congratulations to the team. We'll get the awards across to them. Best sustainable practices for water management. This goes to Vayulal Technologies. Congratulations to the team. The next category is Best Sustainable Waste Management, and the winner in this category is Goodie Bag. Congratulations. The next set of, these are two winners. The next category is Best Use of Social Innovation in Sustainable Development. First winner is Elementra Enterprise Private Limited. Congratulations. Co-winner in this category, Zomato Limited. Congratulations to the team. Just hold on to that. The next category is Best Water Company of the Year, and this goes to Galaxy Surfactants Limited. Congratulations to the team. Can I have somebody from the Zomato team, please? We just missed out. Just go back one slide, please. Next category is Water Treatment Solution Provider of the Year, and this goes to Ion Exchange India Limited. Congratulations. Next category, Building Sustainable Homes, Prosperity Homes Private Limited. Congratulations. is Carbon Reduction of the Year, and this goes to Murugappa Morgan Thermal Ceramics Limited. Congratulations. Next category is Circular Economy of the Year, and this goes to Go Revise. Congratulations. You have to keep the energy levels up, as Shival said. You have been a wonderful audience. The next category is Excellence in Best Practices in Managing Plastics and Packaging Waste, and this goes to Mankind Pharma. Congratulations to the Mankind Pharma team. The next category is Excellence in Innovative Sustainable Waste Management, and the winner in this category is Zomato Limited. Congratulations. The next category is Marketing Customer Engagement Campaign of the Year, and the winner in this category is Homescape by Amplus Solar. Congratulations. This is the next category, Sustainability Leadership Award, and this goes to CleanMax Enviro Energy Solutions Private Limited. Congratulations to the CleanMax team. Next category is Sustainability Product of the Year, and this goes to Ascot India. Congratulations to the Ascot team. Next, Sustainable Manufacturing Initiative of the Year, and this goes to Ratnamani Metals and Tubes Limited. Congratulations to them. The last category, co-winners, we had a good discussion on this. Best Sustainability Report of the Year. Co-winner in this category, ICICI Prudential Life Insurance. Congratulations. And co-winner in this category, the final award, NOSIL Limited. Congratulations to the NOSIL team. before we close for the day, could I request you on the stage, Shivals? So could you help me hand over this certificate of appreciation to Shivals, please? Thank you, both of you, for helping me out on the awards. Been a great day. All the winners, you can collect your boxes from the registration desk out over here. But before you head out, please come to the stage area and click a good photograph, group photograph. Hold those awards high. Thank you so much for being a part of this event. Thank you so much, PSIPL, for supporting this as presenting partner. Till the next time, good evening, have a great day, and please go ahead with the learning on sustainable practices. Thank you. Request everybody on the stage area, along with the awards, for a group photograph. You can collect the boxes from the stage area. Thank you.